Larger,
Hey,
we
oh,
back
that was
at it.
awesome. A 2 hour live.
I think I'm gonna just go ahead and finish my hair. I was gonna go to bed, but I can't really sleep during the day. I
You can't
know it's
sleep on your
long.
hair?
Huh?
You can't sleep on your hair?
No, I can't sleep during the day. I was gonna take a nap, and then I thought my food would make me tired, but it didn't. It's simply
Right, right.
in there rumbling.
Ah! Uh-uh. Mm-mm.
Lexi Lane, what's when you gonna come up, Lexi Lane? Is it Lean or Lane? I always say Lane.
I wanted to hear that South African history. I'm about to go in the gym. I've been in the car. I've been in the parking lot this whole time,
But what is
letting my phone
story?
charge.
On the
But I'm about to go
PayPal
inside.
Mafia?
We bet, yeah.
The PayPal Mafia?
Yes,
Um,
please educate me.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah. So
Uh,
Theo, they're saying that I was just talking to a French person yesterday, actually, and you know how like international news is way
oh,
different than us, right?
girl.
So she was saying that there's a theory that Theo is really behind Trump and
I'm
that
riding the bike,
Elon,
y'all.
as part of the PayPal mafia, um, is like kind of there, but it's really Theo who's behind it. Now, the PayPal mafia includes Thiel, this Peter Thiel guy, Theil, I believe, and the Elon Musk, who I was saying he was like a nobody, but he's smart as it turns out. He had sold a app that got him like $22 million in his 20s, and that was part of how he came to fund his stuff. So he does have a mind also, but he seems to be a maniacal kind of Robotnik dude. But him and Thiel invented PayPal, and it has a lot to do with this war on internet banking and being the only one left standing. And they fell out, but then came back together. And they have become a force to be reckoned with because they do control so much of our cyber lives behind the scenes. And other people in the PayPal mafia include, and some of the things they funded include Facebook, Yelp, LinkedIn,
Yep.
what else? Facebook, just like name it, they did it. Everything we pretty much use to either communicate or network, they're a part of creating, but
Yo,
all
not
became
to interrupt, but I know Elon Musk is a maniacal whack job, but that nigga is a G. Like he did all that. I had
Robotnik.
no idea he like had anything to do with PayPal. Not like I just
Yeah,
learned
that's
that
Yeah,
how
I
he
knew
funded
that he
Tesla.
sold. Yeah, I knew he sold PayPal to Google. That was pretty
Yep.
much all. I knew that, and I knew that his family owned all those emerald plantations with the
Mm-hmm.
blood diamonds and stuff, where
Mm-hmm.
the baby Africans are dying daily. But
Mm-hmm. And his dad is just him and his dad are just like they're like the pasty white versions of Nick Cannon. They
oh yeah,
just
like all
they
of his
just
baby
spread
mamas
yeah,
talk
they
about how
just
evil
and
and
and and
breeding.
and they're so into white supremacy that they have to they have to spread their seed so that the Aryan race can
survive.
survive. Yes, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm
I
trying
get
to
so
shove
tired of
medicine
white
down my
people calling themselves Aryan. Like when I was studying anthropology and I found out what an Aryan was, and I'm like,
hmm
okay, like they like to co-opt people's identities because the Aryans are the Phoenician people from Iran,
Yes. Yes.
and the Caucasians are Persians from Caucasus, and they just be
hmm
co-opting people's identities just so they can stake claim to their history. Like whenever people get mad at black people for wanting to be Hebrews, I'm like, these crackers be doing the same shit, so it is what it is.
Right.
hmm
But yeah, go on. There are weird breeding habits with going. What were you saying, Corey? We
Yeah,
can't hear
I'm
you.
sorry. I was trying to give my dog his medicine and he wouldn't take it. But yeah, that's exactly you know, what I was talking about. Yes, that's how they do it. And they've been doing it since his grandfather came over from Germany over to South Africa during the beginnings of apartheid, and WB de Klerk and all of them. They didn't even. They was like, I'm not even going to mess with this, because they wanted to be like a tech monarchy, and instead of an oligarchy, they wanted to be a tech monarchy. They're trying to do more than Rockefeller and all of them did during the Gilded Age. That's the last time there's been this much division and this much imbalance between the classes. So it's halfway a race thing and halfway a class thing.
Mm.
Because if it was more of a race thing, then some of the Apple CEO wouldn't be involved. There's a lot of stuff involved. And my dog is going nuts. He's gonna go for his walkies. And and it's just like, a lot of people don't understand this. They attach themselves to Project 2025. Elon saw it as a way to get in and to destabilize really America. Is what he really wants, to destabilize America. Just like he's trying to destabilize Germany as well, because he's doing the same thing in Germany that he's doing here. It's just his candidate didn't win in Germany. So it's a lot that we all have to be looking at. It's a lot that we have to keep our heads on a swivel about. It's a lot that we have to look out for, because they are doing everything that they said they were going to do in Project 2025 and then some.
Yeah, those
Because
those people, they raise
There
their
she
kids to be
is.
soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
Like they believe they're in a war, a
Mm-hmm.
race war. Like they are
Mm.
Greetings,
always in
everyone.
combat
Hey,
mode. They're
Kingsley.
never like Callie.
Yes.
Oh my God, you know how late you are?
Hi, Callie.
I meant, yeah, that's what I meant. Hello, how are you?
did you
Your
get
ears
my
must have been
DM?
burning, girl.
Callie,
Oh
did
no,
you get my
I heard you
DM?
talking about Elon Musk, and I was just like, oh, finally somebody sees this man for what he is.
Mm-hmm.
This man is it really, in all honesty, we should arrest him immediately and lock him up.
Yes.
And I'm not even trying to be funny. This man is basically trying to destroy this country.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any other way to put it. There's a reason why. And I know people think I just hate immigrants and xenophobic and all of this stuff. I travel all the time. I love visiting people of other cultures, learning about their cultures, and all of that. It's not about that. It's about the fact that you have to look at where a lot of these people come from, and there's a reason why these countries are that way. And it's not because of the natives. It's because of the upper class, people like him that jacked up those countries.
Mm-hmm.
That's why everybody is over there struggling. And what they want is to live in a world where the whole world is like that. Because if the whole world is like that, they can control us. We're dependent on them for resources.
Mm-hmm.
They can be even richer and more. Because what he wants is power. He doesn't need any more money.
Right.
Yeah.
And people like that, in my opinion, we should automatically see them and see an enemy. We should automatically see them and see an enemy, an oppressor, someone that's trying to hurt people. They should be weird. Matter of fact, he should be ashamed for people to even know he has that much money.
Right.
The problem is, and I honestly think that COVID solidified this. I'm sorry, the pan solidified this.
Mm-hmm.
They're not afraid of us anymore. And I think that they were. And if you really look at historically since the French Revolution, they've always had a little fear of us. That's
Mm-hmm.
why, slavery had to end. That's why race had to be created. And when I say us, I'm talking about working class people. Race
Mm-hmm.
was only introduced in America so that working class people would not link up and get rid of them. That's
Mm-hmm.
literally the only reason why the concept of race was introduced in America, in the United States. It wasn't the United States then. Then it was just like a colony. But they actually, in the early days, did have an incident where you had, I'm not quite sure if they were enslaved people or free Black people. They linked up with some poor white people and they got some stuff started. And they was like, look, we want our money. So in order to sort of stop that from happening, because once that happens, the pyramid scheme collapses. They introduced this concept of race and they started conditioning the poor white people to basically hate us so that we wouldn't all link up together and say they got it.
You're absolutely right, because
Then
people
work.
don't know that the KKK started from poor white people who never
yes.
owned slaves because their ancestors did not come from wealth, and they came with this fallacy, these lies, these fantasies about how we were once the owners of these Black people and we need to keep them in their place. But you were literally on the same level. Those Scottish
No,
and
they
Irish
were
people that
servants.
started the Klan.
Exactly.
Right.
They were the servants. They were the ranch hands. They were the people begging to get work from the
Mm-hmm.
people that owned the plantations that we were on. A lot of times, the people that owned the plantations didn't even live here.
Mm-hmm.
They
You're
had
right.
these other people that were like working there and running it, or some cousin or some outside child of the family or something like that would be in charge of the plantation, and they would be off living somewhere in the French Riviera or something. And that is the way that people like Elon Musk want the world to work that way. They want to suck America dry so that it is essentially a third world country. Because in those conditions, people like him have more power and they live better.
Well,
he is a very
not just live better, but they
person.
want to feel like God tier people
And,
once they
but
get.
you know what? To be honest, these people, because they live at the top of a pyramid scheme, there's always more people at the bottom than it is at the top. They actually don't have the power. They just trick us into thinking that they do. We outnumber them, and we always will. So the only way to be in charge of us is by psychological conditioning. That's
Right, because a lot of people, they
all
actually believe they can relate to Elon Musk. A lot of people think that like he's relatable. They don't even realize that he does not
No, this
relate to
man
you.
is evil.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That's
He doesn't
because
even
so
see
many
you as
people
the
are
same thing.
I'm dead.
That's because so many people are undiagnosed on the spectrum.
Thank you, Larger. Because people say, "Oh, people love to say the spectrum. They're overusing that," but we're really not. They're underusing it because nowadays, for some whatever reason, I don't know if it's vaccines or microplastics, but more and more of us are a little socially detached, more so than
I don't know if it's
an early on age.
microplastics, but a lot of people who have had children who are on the spectrum has had something to do with Tylenol. That's the latest in
Well,
studies because
It
my
could be a
son,
combination of things.
it could be, and it's also, but you have to think about this already. The autistic spectrum and autism is also hereditary. You have families, you have whole families. You have you have two parents who have four children, and all four of the children are on the spectrum at
yeah, see,
some
that's
point.
something I've never seen before.
And
Growing up,
that's because they've not really known what to call it since there have been people on the spectrum since the 30s, the 40s. Temple Grandin, Dr. Temple Grandin is one of those people who they didn't know what it was really. So her mom sent her to this uh special school, and that's how she figured out how she's on the spectrum. That's how we have our ways of transporting cattle. She made and invented the machine to soothe herself, which in turn she used on cattle, which soothed them in their travels. So there is a lot, because my son is on the spectrum and have been for a long time. I've done a lot of research, and there are other cousins that we can see that are on some part of the spectrum, and they didn't know what to call it.
Well, there was no spectrum. So if
Exactly.
you were capable of getting up and going to work or school and taking care of
Mm-hmm.
yourself, they did not consider you to have anything wrong with you. And I think that's what
Correct.
happened with Michael Jackson. Because
Yeah, he's on the
I
spectrum, definitely.
100% believe he was autistic.
Yeah, definitely, because of the
Yeah.
And it was
way.
very similar to Elon too.
No.
If you think about how Lisa
Elon,
Marie Presley
okay,
was
but
like
I
when she
think with
married him, he was
them,
very predatory about trying to get Elvis's catalog, and then after her, he tried to like
No,
basically
Michael,
prey on
that was just
Beyonce.
that was a purely a business thing.
Brother was very aggressive.
You know who bought that up to Michael? Johnson of Ebony magazine brought that up to Michael about buying music catalogs. Michael owned part of Taylor Swift. He owned part of Bieber. He owned some of
Eminem.
Jay-Z and sold it back to Jay-Z. He owned all of Elvis's catalog because he admired Elvis, not knowing Elvis was a racist asshole. Pardon me, Richie.
But you
Um,
know what?
and he gave it to Lisa Marie as her divorce settlement. And that's why her racist mother told her to marry Michael, because she
But you
wanted
know,
her
the
husband's
racist stuff
catalog.
about Elvis, I've heard that that was actually for his image and that was crafted by his manager. He actually grew up in a black neighborhood around black people and went to church with black people, him and his parents. So to deter people from that image of him being too black, that company manager came up with this persona that he's just this racist. The
Well,
manager was a complete scammer. Like
well,
the
let me
man
tell
was, he was
his wife,
illegal
that's
man
not a
here from
pretend.
Mexico. He couldn't travel because he didn't have
Hmm.
papers. That's why Elvis was never an international star, because he was
Hmm.
managed by this illegal man that couldn't leave the country because he wouldn't be able to
Hmm.
get back in.
But his wife's racism is
I
no
don't know
pretend.
anything about Priscilla Presley, but I do know that
Priscilla
she was
is
a
very
white woman from the
racist.
South.
Very
So,
racist.
And she's
you know what
also
I
very a
mean?
child bride.
Yes.
Very Sean Bray.
Yeah.
I know that's not,
No,
that
Elvis
wasn't
was an
crafted.
extremely problematic person. He had a
Very
lot
much
of
so.
problems.
Very much
Yeah.
so.
He was an extremely problematic person. But I also think that, you know, me having lived in the South half my life and my family being from the South, that is like kind of the culture there. You know what I mean? Because these
Mm,
people are only like 2 generations away from us being their servants.
mm,
I think that people don't really understand. Slavery legally ended. There were still people that were kept illegally in bondage, or
mm-hmm,
they were paid unlivable wages so that
mm-hmm,
they would then have to essentially live with the family that they worked for because they had nowhere else to
mm-hmm.
go. If you're paying me 5 cents an hour, I don't have anywhere to live. So
Right.
now I have to be a live-in nanny.
And then they made the law. Don't forget about the law. They made it illegal to sleep on the street. So
Yes,
that's when they
yes,
started
Mm-hmm.
exactly. You could not be
vagrancy laws
homeless.
and stuff like that. So
Yeah,
yeah,
you could not be
to make
homeless
us
in the
have to stay on
cities.
there. Yeah.
You could not be homeless. And then they had taken a lot of people's land.
Yes.
Because a lot of us, you know, what's so funny? I find that the more I talk to Black people from the South, they all have an ancestor that had acres and acres and acres of land.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so funny that where did we get this land from? This is why I'm convinced that we probably were already here, and they've sort of exaggerated the people coming from Africa. and sort of said that we were all the same because we all looked the same.
Well, Kelly, let me talk.
Yeah.
Shortly after the Reconstruction, they were given
Well, yeah, the
land to black
Manhattoes.
people.
Yeah, well, the
Only that they
Manhattoes.
didn't have the skills to maintain it, and they could take it from the cheap. It was a way for poor white people to acquire land.
But that
Poor white people who didn't come from slavery.
Yeah, you know, the Moors
that's a
were
lot
here.
of mass to have, that's a lot to have a mask in that short of amount of time.
Mhm.
Not to mention the fact that you didn't have any money. White people they still, this is what people don't understand. I think people think that they said, well, slavery's over, you're now going to pay black people. And they just started paying black people. That's not what happened. My mother was born on a plantation. I am literally the first generation in my family to not work in the cotton fields. They were not, they didn't want to pay us.
Nope.
And if they did pay you, they would pay you like 25 cents a day. So essentially, you had nowhere to live. You had to live with this family that you worked for. You were kind of sort of still enslaved. Unless you can find some way on that 25 cents a day to get away from that family. And sometimes they would, if they were really crazy and racist, would find you and unalive you. It happened to my great uncle. So it's like all of this stuff that you guys hear about in the history books was actually passed down through my family. I don't need a history book.
Yeah.
But what was also passed down to through my family is that we are Native Americans or indigenous people. There's no, we came from Africa on either side of my family that's ever been passed down. That was taught to my mother's generation when they integrated the schools.
Yeah,
so I don't know. I don't put anything past these people. But I do know that Elon Musk needs to go.
Ooh, yeah. Tell him, Milo.
Yeah,
he and the president will be arrested, like you said.
Grifter in chief.
Yeah. Well,
twice impeached, 38.
Tried to lock him up, which, in my opinion, they should have never tried to lock Trump up because it could not stop him from being president. So to me, it's like you just created a bunch of chaos for no reason. He could be in prison right now and still be president because of the way that the law is set up.
Not if Moscow Mitch had convicted him and impeached him. He could not have.
Yeah, but that was
he didn't
at that point.
And now Moscow Mitch is so sorry he didn't do it.
You know what I mean? At the point they were still. I honestly think that if they would have never tried to lock Trump up, he would have never gotten involved with the South African.
I think it was inevitable because I think.
Yeah, he likes him. He comes to person on low key. It was gonna happen regardless.
I think
Elon bought him.
I think he feels like the people turned on him.
Elon bought him Pennsylvania. Elon bought him different
so where was Elon
counties.
In the first term?
During the first term, Elon was still a leftist.
What I'm saying is this.
Supposedly.
I don't want to hear this because they're Democrats or whatever. Trump did not need this man. He felt like he did because he
needed his money.
I don't think he did at all. I think that he believed that the people had turned on him when they tried to lock him up. You know, it is what it is. Like him or not, he's Donald Trump.
So what I hear you guys saying is that Elon Musk bought what George Soros couldn't.
Yes.
Elaborate.
I don't think he needed him to buy anything. I think it was all.
So George Soros is the billionaire donor that was behind Kamala Harris ever since she ran for Senate in California. And he was part of the money behind how she even came to be what she was. We can't hear you, Richie. Oh, we can't hear you? Oh. Okay. Look, my brother's deaf, y'all. I can read lips, but not as good as that lady on Instagram. But yeah, so George Soros, he was responsible for being an angel donor behind Kamala Harris, who was not able to, even with all his money, win places, key states. So, but Elon's money ensured that there was no doubt that Trump won in those same key areas.
Yes.
You know what? This is my little conspiracy theory bag. I think that they created doubt where there was none. From what I was told by people that I know that are really into politics, Camilla never had a chance of winning ever. And
Well, they didn't want a woman, period.
A lot of stuff in the press to make it seem as though she was winning and there was going to be some sort of close race, and it was all BS.
And that goes to support the theory
I told you this from the day Biden dropped out.
And that goes to support the theory that the Dems are in on this shit and wanted Project 2025, wanted Trump, wanted all of this stuff because they did not allow a usual process to be a usual process. And the fear mongering backfired, and the millionaire, billionaire funding didn't work. It was a lot of different things.
No,
well,
I'm not gonna agree to that.
I haven't read the whole Project 2025. It is over 1,000 pages. But from what I have deduced, it is a lot of like stuff that the Republicans been talking about since the 70s.
For decades.
Stuff in there too. But it's some old stuff in there. Like this didn't just pop up.
No.
Like, took all of these initiatives together and they put them in this thing from the Heritage Foundation. And I believe the Heritage Foundation has been involved in like things like eugenics and like their
and the National Prayer Breakfast. Yes. And the National Prayer Breakfast. So let me tell you this. There is a documentary on Netflix. Must see. I think it's called The Family or something. It's a must see. It talks about the National Heritage Foundation, and it talks about a whole bunch of other stuff that's in Project 2025. Now, I don't know about Democratic women, but I know Democratic men, white men, definitely did not want a woman in charge of this country, period. They don't care what color she is. They don't want a uterus in charge of this country, period.
Just
They
like
don't.
when white people raise their kids to be soldiers at a race war, they're also soldiers in like a maintain gender, hierarchy split.
Yes, they do not want this to be
militant about it.
They do not want this to be a matriarchy at all. Period.
But I also feel this is my
because Hillary didn't make it.
But hold on, this is my same issue that I have with Elon Musk. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be xenophobic, but I don't think that anybody who is a first generation should be running this country. I really feel that we need to be honest about why those countries are the way that they are. And it's not because of the lower working class people. It's because of these upper educated people that come over here and get into politics after they suck that country dry.
Pretty much.
So I'm not cool with any of these people coming over here making America South Africa or India. I'm not cool with that. I'm sorry, and I really feel that we're not being honest about that.
So we're in agreement with that.
Let me say this. India, I don't know if I think India is the way it is because of its colonization and what the UK tried to do in India.
What about the caste system? Is that influenced by the caste?
No, that's not. That goes. India's caste system goes all the way back to the first Indian in India. Okay, and India's caste system is based a lot on it's kind of sort of based on colorism, sort of. Because when India first started, they were all dark skinned.
Okay.
Well, from my understanding, the Brahmins are mixed with like some either Middle Eastern or
yes.
I have a really good friend that's Indian, And I'm gonna be honest, she's my friend. I like her a lot, but I have picked up on some colorism from her, and
Yes.
I've told her about it.
Yes.
I think that is a big part of their culture, and I just feel like this. We already got enough problems. Now
Mm-hmm.
we're bringing the class of people who have effed up other countries to
Mm-hmm.
come over here and be in charge of this country. How is that a good idea?
It's not.
And I really
It's
think
not.
that we went down a really bad area of being politically correct to the point where we're willing to cut off our own feet just because we don't want to be perceived as xenophobic. It's
Oh, I
like,
don't know about that. I don't know, but for me, that's not it. For me, that ain't it.
You know
I
what's
don't
so
really
weird?
care.
It's so weird that people who are American citizens, bona fide, down for the cause, we hear where taxes are here, all of that,
Mm-hmm.
have allowed an apartheid baby to
Yeah.
take our grandparents' Social Security and tell us how to run some shit when he doesn't have the qualifications, the
He
know-how.
even run his own company.
Right. And
No,
we
he
didn't even
can't.
vote him in, and we're just allowing him, and nobody is doing shit. And the Democrats, it's another sign that they're in on it, because why aren't they doing more? They held up a sign in the freaking State of the Union address. Really? That's what we're doing? I mean, the shit needs to stop. I hear that the Democrats are also still voting yay on some shit, helping bring the people down further. And it's ridiculous. It feels like we have nobody.
And
these
what
two
vote was that
parties
they voted yay on?
On
No,
something with the
we need
budget,
to go
this
back
pre-budget thing.
We need to go back to the 1800s where we
Because
had
I can tell
multiple
you they ain't vote
parties.
on the budget. They
The
talking about shutting the
pre-budget.
shit down.
Yeah, the pre-budget thing. And the government can close on the 14th.
Well, I already said that I'm not a government worker, but if somebody is a government worker and they are if they can agree that they're against the stuff that Trump is doing, I think they should shut the government down, because I feel like what's happening, these people are giving power that they should not have. The president is a servant of the people. He is not your boss. He
Correct.
works for us. But the problem is people have been so beaten down, they don't have that fight in them no more. And they see that we don't have that fight in them. They're not afraid of us anymore.
It's like we're elephants that have been chained for so long, there's no change,
Yes.
and we're still just walking in a circle.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna be honest, I honestly think they always had a little bit of fear of us. That's why Martin Luther King had to be stopped toward the end when he started talking about how they were bringing immigrants over here and to essentially jack up Americans, and they were funding these immigrants, and we wouldn't be able to compete with them, and that us poor, we need to have a poor people's movement.
Right, his economic dream.
That is what scares them. It's not
His
just
economic
us as Black people. It's all of the working class saying they need to be stopped. That's a problem for them, because we are the military. We are the country. They are a very small amount of people. Very, very small amount of people. We actually have the power. They just have to head trip us into believing that we don't, and that they have all of this power because they have money, which is just a digital number on the screen that has no value if we decide this currency has no value.
Exactly. And I was thinking, Callie, that one way that we might start is to start firing these congressmen, these senators who are not doing our best interests, who are going along with the Project 2025, who are going along with 45, who are going along with apartheid babies. Those people, we need to fire those people, impeach. We need to start an impeachment and a recall on all of these freaking people who are bowing down and bending the knee to this emperor who's butt naked at the White House. It's just crazy talk. And I think that'll get a lot of people's attention, because if those two senators, the two Asian senators, withheld votes for 3 months and were able to get the anti-Asian hate crime bill passed, and then if that can happen, then that means people can work for us in our interest.
Oh, yeah.
We make them. you know?
Well, okay. I feel like the past, I'm gonna be honest, ever since the civil rights movement, I feel like we as a people have been going in the wrong direction because we've been trying to integrate and
You notice that too?
simulate instead of building things like our own policies that protect us. Like that Black couple that's getting their land seized. There should be policy in place that you can't seize our land. But nobody's been working on that. There has been some talk, some people trying to get something going with reparations. They need more numbers.
They don't even know who the reparations are for. They're too busy trying to invite everybody to the cookout, all these white people who are descendants of slaves who have zero marginalization because they're white, regardless of what color their ancestors were. And we don't even have the bare minimum foundation of how to identify ourselves and how to maintain identity and identity.
We were starting to have something, and you know who came in and fractionalized it? Tariq Nasheed. He came and split everybody because everybody is on social media and they don't understand the difference between social media and an actual like foundation that is working on political policy.
Exactly.
He came in and split everybody. So now over here, people don't know if we FDA, we don't know if we freemen, we don't know if we are American descendants of slavery, which American descendants of slavery, actually, if you read what they have on the website for the foundation, it actually is based on a continued lineage, not just someone who has been a white person their whole life, but their sixth great grandparent was a slave. They actually have that, which you were just speaking about, because we can't just do it based on slavery. It has to be a series of events that have affected you, because slavery was just the start.
But we still won't even be able to. I mean, honestly, when it comes to it, we don't even have our own records, though. Our captors have the records, and they can
if there
make
are
them say what they want.
If there
That's
are
true.
any records.
Well, you know, there is, like Corey is saying, to that note, there are a lot of people, and some of them are not crazy conspiracy theorists, that are actually questioning if slavery happened the way we have been told that it has happened. My point is that even if we were indentured servants and not slaves, we still were pushed into the system where we have been continuously oppressed. But how that goes back
to blank period.
Maybe the reason why there are not a lot of records is because a lot of these things didn't exactly happen the way that we have been told.
Like, where are the slave ships? Why isn't there? You know how they love freaking commemorations. Where are the slave ships?
You know where they are?
With a ledger.
I'm gonna tell you where they are. They're at the bottom of the ocean because they weren't able to get here because of the ocean gyres. That's where. And
because of their insurance fraud too.
Oh, insurance fraud.
Yes, and the insurance fraud. Yes.
Those are the ones that they attempted to bring. I believe that there were multiple attempts to bring large amounts of people here from Africa. I just don't think they made it. And I think the ones that did make it were probably very sickly when they got here and might have passed away from the conditions of coming here. I do not believe they brought millions of people here. I don't. I think that what our grandparents were trying.
So you think it's a myth that they depopulated West Africa and had 20 million West Africans in Brazil?
Continent. There was definitely slavery on the continent. That there is no question about that.
No, I'm saying, but when they said that South America depopulated West Africa because of the bulk hauls of West Africans, is that a myth?
I think that there was a lot of slavery on the continent that they don't want to cop to. And it's easy to say that some white people just came here and took them, versus saying that, look, we enslaved and unalived all of these Africans. And you know, I just think that's more likely what happened.
That's an interesting theory I've never heard of, but I'm listening. And it's sounding quite credible.
It's a lot of it on YouTube, and I'm gonna be honest. I feel like what seems to be happening is that when a lot of people come to this this they start like coming to this information.
Mhm.
I'm not trying to be mean or anything. It kind of seems like they have a little bit of a breakdown and they're not quite okay anymore. So that's why when you get a lot of this information from these people, they seem a little like, I don't know, you know what I mean? But you have to just kind of decipher what they're saying and go look it up for yourself. Because that's what I started doing. And also, I mean, there's a reason why all of our great grandparents told us we were indigenous. Where did they get it from?
Mine? I never heard that from mine.
You know what I mean? Like they just made it up with no internet, no TV, no nothing. You know.
I believe it was a mixture of the actual
Oh yeah, that
indigenous.
is a common story that we get. Yeah, that is true.
I believe
That's
that
very
there
common.
is. I believe that there is a mixture of the indigenous and the African peoples because the Moors were here before, just as they were in Spain and other places. The
Not
Mahatos
just the Moors,
Indians,
but they've discovered West African skeletons in the Yucatan
yeah,
Peninsula that are
and
over
the
Wait a minute.
17,000.
Mahatos
Okay, no,
Indians
they
are
discovered
half
the
Moorish.
West African skeleton. I
Hmm.
honestly don't think that it was that easy for them to come here back then. I really don't. I don't think that they had the boats and they understood the weather and the gyres in the ocean. I don't think that they were able to just willy-nilly hop up and go to America from
You don't
Africa.
think it's similar to how the Arawaks were able to have ships or boats or whatever that could go all over the Caribbean and to South America? Because they have the
Yeah,
same.
I
They have the
believe they
How
same.
they
did come
landed
down this way.
to
I do
South
believe
America. We're talking
they didn't
about
have those big ships
Virginia.
like that Columbus dude did, but they
I get what you're
did.
saying because Africa,
Yeah.
the Atlantic is where all the hurricanes,
I
are.
Yeah.
believe they did come down here. They Dr. Henry Louis Gates
I don't trust
um
him at all. I don't
showed
trust that man.
he
Mm-mm.
showed how they made it down through here.
I don't trust nothing that man say. It's a lot of fishy stuff with that dude. Uh-uh.
I don't
Mm-mm.
have a problem with Dr. Gates.
I don't trust nothing that man say.
I don't have a problem with
Nothing.
him.
There's a lot of people that have did some diving on that dude.
I don't have a problem with him at this point.
No. All of this. Okay, first of all, the out of Africa theory is just a theory. We don't even really know for sure if that is true, but I will tell you the oldest bones found in America are that of a black woman found in California. And they're tens of thousands of years old.
And California was named after Queen Califia, who was a
Yes.
Black Amazon.
Why would they randomly just name this state after a black character in a book? Why? What would make them do that?
I have no
Maybe
idea.
when they came here, they saw a bunch of black women, and that's what made them do that.
I don't think
You
I
know?
don't think there were just black people here. I think they were more than just black people that were here.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah, they said there were.
It depends on what period of time. This is what I honestly think. I think when the Mayflower came here, there were already black people here. There were already Asian people here that had come through Siberia, which is what we identify with as Native Americans today. And there were Vikings here that were up in the mountains.
Well, the Vikings were everywhere.
Yeah. So when the Mayflower came here, this was already a multi-racial continent. But they invented the concept of race and introduced it to these people.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying?
Especially when they took out the whole Pequot Indian tribe.
They were tribal people.
Especially after they took the Pequot Indian tribe, which the people call Thanksgiving, which is the massacre that they're celebrating.
No, they
and also there was
and I think it didn't happen overnight. I think gradually there were people already here, and they gradually over time they were able to come to people's lands because they brought a lot of diseases with them. So what happens was
there's also the Australoid skeleton out of Brazil.
Yeah. But everybody, you can even, if you talk to someone like the Native Americans, they'll tell you about the plagues. The plagues kept coming. That's how they got America through disease. And it was not intentional. Yeah, they did have the smallpox blankets, but that was later after they found out that they could do that.
And then they gave us alcohol.
Yeah. And
We
yeah, and then
cannot,
alcohol.
yeah, we do not process alcohol or milk.
We don't?
No,
No,
we do
but
not.
actually, when I went to a gastrologist for the first time and I was having all of these problems, we later found out it was due to gelatin. But the first thing he told me, he said, you know, Black people cannot process lactate, right? And I was like, what?
Or Asians. Asians don't produce, they don't do alcohol either or milk. They can't
Do
process
you
it.
take do you take the enzymes that they sell at the health food store to help you break it down,
Mm,
Kelly?
Hmm?
You know, there's like those lactase, the artificial lactase that you can
Oh yeah, I take them
take.
sometimes. Like if I'm traveling and I don't know what's gonna be in my food, or if I'm
Right,
hanging out with
right,
someone and they want to drink
yeah,
a
I
milk.
don't drink milk with lactose in it.
Yeah, I have. I usually keep them in my wallet. Those little those tablets, and you chew them. Yeah, they do work.
They
When I went
do.
to Mexico last time, everybody got sick except me, and I was taking those things every day when I got up in the morning.
I
So
get
they
sick
do
every time I go to
something.
Mexico. I don't know if I need to start doing that.
Yeah, but I mean, this is really interesting. But I will say the solution. I'm not saying that the solution is to do nothing. What I'm saying is what we have been doing does not work. That's why I'm not participating in this Target boycott, because we don't need to be boycotting. We need to be building. This
You
forced
know what?
integration is not, it's not working. We need to have our own stuff, and then if we need to do trade or business with them, then like everybody else does, then we can do it. But we are in a
But we
situation
can't do it
now
all
where we
together,
have
though.
nothing.
The one thing is, though, we can't do it all together. Anytime throughout history, we've had a thriving Black community. They make it a park, a lake, they bomb it, they do some
Mhm.
bullshit.
Well,
So we're
that's
going to have
because
to
we
find a
have
way
to have
to
political
use the cyber net
policy.
that they created to break us. We're going to have to find a way to do the kind of cooperative
No, we have to
economic
do politics as well.
personally within
We
our
have to do
communities
politics
or
as well.
via
We're not
cyberspace.
sovereign. We are
Mhm.
not sovereign.
But Larger, when have we ever had a thriving Black community though? Because the communities that people reference, those were pan people, not like the Black
We
people.
had Black
The
Wall
true Black
Street.
people, those
We've
were all
had
pan
Black
people.
Wall
They weren't
Street.
Black.
We've
We
had
have Black. We
Those
have
were
Rosewood.
all those are Robin Dixons in Wall Street. So
There
I
was
mean, they do get
Rosewood.
burned out,
There
but we
was
still have yet
Rosewood.
to truly we've yet to truly like actually establish a
No, no,
truly
no,
Black
no, no, no,
No,
no,
thing.
no.
no,
We've
no.
had
And
Black Wall
We've
Street.
had
No,
We've had
very
Rosewood.
thriving Black communities.
What is that
Very.
community that was
the majority
underwater
of
in
those people though,
Georgia?
what was their the
I know
majority of those
that.
people though,
well,
what
if
was
you
their
look at Trent has a little bit of a point. If you look at all of those communities, almost all of them have ties back to some sort of Indian tribe. But again, I'm of the belief that we are Indian. I'm not saying we're Native American, those are Asian people. You see what I'm saying? If you look at the history of almost all of these communities, they have some type of tie back to an Indian tribe. Some of them even have ties back to people with reparations from those tribes, because that's where Tulsa came from. It didn't
Also
come
part
out
of
of nothing.
how,
It came out of oil money and reparations.
right, but also how part of other races were here was because America started off penal colonies for other countries in Europe to send their lessons to, and the penal colonies started in 1610, and slavery as we know it didn't start until 1619. So that meant that had 9 years of, other than specifically what we know to be African, being
Somebody
sent
has a
to the
lot of feedback.
Americas.
sorry, that's me. I'm in a hot tub. I need
Something
to decompress.
being,
There might issues with the Cubans.
but they had the penal colonies, and that was also part of why there was already Chinese here, already French here, already whoever, because all different types of countries used America as jail, you guys.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I was
So I
apologizing for
think
the
we're here
feedback, but I was on mute.
for that. If you look at the early, if you can find them, and they're not that easy to find, there usually will be like from Dutch textbooks and things like that. but they're out there. They're early depictions of Americans and descriptions of Americans, and they are clearly describing a Black person.
Well, the descriptions of the indigenous people from Christopher Columbus's diaries is what a lot of people go off of too. When he was talking about the different
Oh yeah,
people and how
yeah,
they
but
went
he was in
from
like
tan to dark
he was
black.
in here.
He was,
Yeah, but
but yeah,
he
he
was
was
in the
around the
West
era.
Indies,
Never
not
actually
here.
got to the mainland.
He was
Yeah,
in the
but
West
again, the
Indies,
West,
not here.
right? But the
Yeah.
West Indies had the Arawaks. The Arawaks they traded with the South Americans and people through Louisiana and all through the Gulf of Mexico. They traded with people.
Oh
So when he
yeah.
says there were different colors of people on that island and different, what it looked to him like different even races, he documented that in his diaries, and that's what a lot of Black people go off of
Christopher
because that what
Columbus
that
was racist. He wasn't. He was an aura and a pillager. Yes.
Oh yeah. The description that he has of Black
he had
people
for
is
he had for
offensive. It's horrible, but it's there. You know what I mean? Like
yeah, but like he said,
not.
he saw them here when he got here.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. I think what we have been taught is that we don't know when everybody got here. We just know the oldest bones that they found was a Negro woman. That's all we know. We don't know if they're going to find older bones tomorrow. We have no idea.
Exactly. We really don't. Yeah, like people don't realize how like what the earth is. It's like miles and miles of dirt.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm just saying that and like I said, I've seen and I've had family members that have tried to tell me this my whole life, and I didn't want to believe it. I'm just like, we African and we all came from Africa and every Africa. Until somebody finally set me down and explained to me what they were saying. And what they're not saying that we're these Asian people that migrated from Siberia. That's not what they're saying at all. We are Black people. We're just Black people that were indigenous to America, like people were indigenous to Australia, indigenous to Japan, you know what I mean, and so forth.
Even like I'll give you this, Kelly. Think about when they talk about in history and the fictional story, The Crucible, was based off of the first woman in America that was found guilty and convicted of witchcraft. It was an enslaved woman, but she was an Arawak. But everybody depicts her as a Black woman, even though she was classified as indigenous. She picturable
I
was
mean,
from
like,
Venezuela, but
Black, which
she looked just like all the
honestly,
rest of the slaves.
yeah. I use the term Black because it's easy for people to understand. But I kind of also know that Black was actually an insult. And it was one of those things where it was like the N word where we took it and flipped it and tried to make it something else. But
Yeah, they even call
Black,
Irish and South Italians Black.
yeah, even
They
in my
call South
mother's
Italians niggers.
call someone Black, that was an insult. That was not, yeah. But either way, there are depictions, even in early film and television, of indigenous people as Black people. You just got to really dig for them. This idea of us coming on this boat from Africa is something that's, I think, started in the 40s, and it really got widespread when they integrated the schools. But it's not something that is passed down through families. It's definitely not. And if it is, then maybe you're one of the rare families that made it here from Africa. But I will tell you that the average Black American person I talk to, you ask them, well, what did your great grandmother tell you that you guys came from? They would be like, well, we came from this Indian tribe. And that's what she said my great grandfather was, that he came from that tribe and we lived there and the white man came. That's what you're going to hear. But pretty much any Black American family. So oral history means something.
Huh?
What?
That was Elon.
Well, and a lot of that could go to, I've been seeing lots of stuff lately on like the number of pyramids in America. So if you look up how many pyramids are in America, it won't tell you because we don't call them pyramids, we call them mounds in America. And then if you look up mounds in America, it'll go on to tell you about how they've been here since 900 AD. And it was built by a certain people. And there's a lot of them in Georgia. And then there's some theories floating around that the Mississippi River is the only thing with the 4 branches that are described in the Bible, to where perhaps the Mississippi is actually the Euphrates or whatever river it is in Africa that they're saying proves that that's where the the cradle of civilization started. But if you put Pangea together, we would kind of be more northern, upper on the tip of Africa. So I'm not all the way sure, but these are lots of theories that are floating around on level 8.
Mm. Your nephew says technically they're called ziggurats.
What, the mountains?
Oh, the mountains?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Yeah, I gotta research it more, but I do know that they are eroded pyramids. Like
He
they're
lives and
what?
breathes that
pyramids
stuff.
that were built in rainy areas where they just eroded because it rains so much there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. Like there's like in
Yeah.
the Amazon, there's all of those. They they geoplaned it and saw like there's structures there that were completely engulfed by the rainfall.
Yeah.
But even if you look at the carvings of the figures that are on the pyramids in Mexico, if you really look at them, they try to say they're like
Mine, if they turn humanity,
or whatever. They
they practice blood sacrifices on those things.
I mean, it just kind of, I just kind of feel like these people ran a big old scam on us. And I'm noticing that most people that like this revolution, they're not okay after they come here. Like they're a little bit like, you know what I mean? But we should have listened to our grandparents. You know, it's not like we weren't told any better. At least I know I was.
Well, my family is very secretive. So I didn't listen to anybody because they didn't tell anything.
Ah.
All I knew is my mother's mother, full Cherokee. My mother's father is half white and half black.
Okay.
And my father is half black and half Blackfoot.
Okay.
That's all I
And
know.
I don't know anything about my Black history. My mom's father, his great grandfather was on a cotton plantation in Milan, Georgia. So our family history is documented through the white ancestors, so I can trace that back to the 1700s, and they consider that family history, but I don't, because I'm Black. I want to know what the people who look like me, where they were in the 1700s, and I still have zero information on that.
And the only other
Yeah.
thing that I know is we didn't have slaves in our family. But
So
we
did they
were
immigrate
agricultural.
here recently?
Huh?
Did your family immigrate here after all of that?
No. You know, the Cherokees had slaves, but not all Cherokee families did have slaves. I know my mom told me definitely for sure my bandy didn't have any slaves and that we weren't rich enough for that, but we were definitely agricultural. There were farms.
You didn't have to be rich enough for that. People would work for you just so they could eat off of your
Yeah, I
land.
know.
The
But
structure.
we
People wanted to
didn't,
run.
there was enough children in the family to farm. So we didn't, if we
There's
didn't
a
need
there's a
help, we
fact
didn't get
about
help.
there's a fact about my ancestor from my land who had a cotton plantation that irritates a lot of people when I tell them that. But like, there's a ledger that I found on Ancestry.com of the workers on his plantation, and where it says race, he had 9 workers, and next to race, all of them said white. And then on the neighboring plantation, theirs all had N for nigger. So on paper, it looks like he was the only person in his area. Right, but it looked like he was the only one in his area who didn't have any, but he didn't have any black slaves though at all. He didn't have any black slaves, and then his son ended up marrying, quote unquote mulatto woman. So when I tell people that, they're like, "Oh, you're trying to romanticize this 18 and 1700s." I'm like, no, I just found an interesting document on the internet. Like,
but you know what, Trent?
Apparently, not everybody was a monolith in that time.
Well, yeah, no.
There are people who have researched this a lot more than I have that do feel that literal slavery was exaggerated. What was more happening is that these people were like indentured servants or people, like you said, that wanted to eat. So they would just work there so they could have food. They weren't necessarily like, yes, slavery happened, but it wasn't to the magnitude.
Yeah, these people have myopic brains. They don't realize
slave.
They don't realize that there were no call centers, there were no factories, there was no fast food restaurants. If you didn't come from money, you had to work for somebody or you didn't eat. Like, so everybody, more than likely, I mean, regardless of race, if they didn't come from wealth, they were on somebody's cotton plantation.
Now I don't know about my father's side of the family though. They have a cotton farm, so I don't know.
Well, I do know
They're
that
from South Carolina. I don't know.
I do have a white ancestor, but I can't quite find out where he enters the
So
family.
you got more than one.
No, but I know that, no. I told you, my family believes that we're indigenous Americans. Now, the way that I'm able to know that this white ancestor exists is because I have a very unique last name. And I'm able to do genealogy on my name and find, there's actually a castle in Wales. I'm probably like royalty, but way, way, way removed. But yeah, so actually the nephew of the people who built this house, it's a big ruined mansion. It's like a more modern castle that's falling down, was a
Mhm.
slaver. So I'm in some way related to this man. I have to be, because we have the same last name. Ancestry.com is full of shit, but they did trace me back to that area somewhere. The reason why it's so difficult to find this person is because my complexion is a gene that skips through generations of the family. So my parents are not my complexion. My great grandfather was my complexion.
I was
We
about to
don't
say it's
know
rare
if he
for
was biracial
women too. In
or if
black
he
families,
had.
it's usually the boys that are late.
Hmm?
In black families, it's actually usually the boys who are light out. So you even being a woman in a family that has mixed colors and you being a light one is actually very rare
Yeah, my brother's
because
from
of the.
we got same mother,
It's
same
usually
father.
the boy and the girl is dark because the boys have the paternal haplogroup and the majority of the European comes from the paternal side, and it
You know
goes to
what's
Y
so funny?
chromosome.
I have yet to find a lighter than brown person on my mother's side of the family. That's the funny part. And I look more like my dad. Like I look a lot like my dad. I'm just lighter. So there is, everybody says all the genes come from the paternal side of the family. I've yet to find one person that is light on my mom's side of the family. That is light. I found some with short hair. I found some with light eyes. And I know that my mother remembers as a child, and my aunt that's a little older than my mother also remembers going to go visit this lady in the woods of Mississippi that my grandfather said was their aunt. Now, we don't know if she was a great aunt or if she was his mother's sister. We don't know what degree of aunt she was, but she was dressed like an indigenous woman. She lived on a big plot of land with her children, and they all had their little houses. They all had houses on this land, and it was way like deep in the woods. And that's all they remember. They don't remember her name. They don't remember how to get there. We've never been able to find these people because we don't really know their names. Yeah, and then apparently there was a picture of my grandfather's mother who looked just like this woman. I mean, she looked like a black woman if she were an indigenous woman. You know what I mean? Like she had long braids and she was brown skin, dressed in indigenous clothing. But that's kind of where that sort of stops. And also a lot of the names are not necessarily the name of the person that owns your family. Sometimes it was a name your family picked so that the kids could go to school. So sometimes that's why it's hard for people to sometimes find their ancestry, because you could have had an ancestor that the missionaries came through town and they said, oh, your kid needs to go to Sunday school. You're going to lose your land or whatever if you don't send them. And they got to have a name. So, okay,
They have a Christian name.
so I'm going to just say we're the Smiths and we're going to send our kids to school and we're going to be Smiths. That wasn't your real name, but you had to pick like an English name. Yeah, it was a lot of fuckery going on back in the 17 and 1800s when they took this.
And 2000 too, 2020.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah,
You can only imagine what they're going to say about us in the
to
future.
build these freeways. Man. I can. When I saw them trying to take those people's land, I said, they still doing that shit. They are still
It's
taking
even
black
worse than
people.
that. Like in Florida, where they have like these huge plantations for strawberries, they have slaves there. Like I've met Mexicans who have told me stories about how they had to escape from the plantations
Yeah, if you
because
working
they
for some
basically,
crazy racist person and they might unalive you if you try to leave. Yes, that was
yeah,
happening.
well,
They were trying to get
they
us.
smuggle them in like in box trucks where like there's no insulation. It's like 200 degrees, and they almost die on their way over here from
They
Mexico and
used to die.
Guatemala. And
Oh my
then,
God. I'm gonna hopefully on my channel I can get up and running. I want to start doing the news at noon and like reporting these little stories. There was a story. There was a man that was just caught smuggling people in this box truck.
it's very
Last,
common.
yeah. So they do that to people, and it's crazy. But the bottom line is they don't want to pay people. And I'm going to be honest, that's why we had mass immigration in the first place, because they said that, and they even had signs up.
Wait, Deidre,
Niggers
how do you
are
know I'm in a
too
hot tub?
expensive. You can even find the signs. You can find them. They would have signs up in front of the building saying that they only wanted like people that weren't what they called niggers because we were too expensive. So that is why they essentially have brought millions of people here from other countries, and now it's collapsing the economy. And the more people we have here, the lower the wages and the more the cost of living will be. Because you have not enough houses and not enough jobs. And I don't
I mean,
think
they
that's
have plenty of inflated money though.
well, but also yes, but you also cannot just bring millions of people in a very short amount of time into an economy, and that's what they've done.
Exactly.
And, yeah, and when I say millions, I literally mean millions. So a lot of people, I'm in my 40s. Like a lot of people don't know, you used to be able to graduate from high school if you were a responsible person, get a job, no degree, no nothing, and you could buy a house by the time you were 21. You could pay for a wedding, buy a house by the time you were 21.
No, it's not.
Seriously?
That was the culture here in America, regardless if you were white, black, whatever. That was our culture.
It really was.
Somebody who was in charge decided we were living too good, so they can squeeze more. So what they did, they sent a lot of jobs off out of the country, and
Yep.
they let a lot of people into this country. So now there's no more of that. There's no job that's going to pay you with a high school diploma, 18 years old, enough money to buy a house. It does not exist anymore.
I mean, it does exist, but it's just called nepotism and politics and the whole game is
It
the war we
doesn't
call it.
exist. I mean, outside of the entertainment industry, it doesn't exist anymore. This used to be the norm. Like if you were a responsible person, you didn't even have to have a high school diploma. Sometimes you could be a dropout in 8th grade. Go get
Yeah, and you could also have a
work
family with
hard.
only one income
Yeah,
and still purchase a
your
house.
wife didn't have to work. Yeah, your wife didn't have to work. And if you were like a supervisor, you had a wife and a side chick down the street, and they both had a house.
Exactly.
Mhm.
And ain't nobody know about nobody until somebody
Yep.
died.
No, that's what's
The good
wrong.
old days.
These men are still moving like they providers, and they're not providers. And so the whole thing is collapsing. Because these
That
women are
part.
like, okay, there's nothing in this.
Remember when my grandpa died? They talking about say hi to your Aunt Caronda. I was like, who's she? Where did she come from? Because I don't know her. I ain't calling her aunt nobody. I'll call her Miss Caronda, but I ain't
Girl,
calling
they
her.
think everybody was living in Leave It to Beaver, and
Mm.
they had all these monogamous marriages and relationships. They have always had multiple women. The problem is these men ain't got no money no more. So that's
That
why
part.
this stuff ain't working.
And
Now.
no access.
Yeah.
That part.
They're
And
not
Camilla
providing.
then ruined it for side chicks. She tried to be queen, and now she queen, so she done messed it up.
On Wizard's comment, here in California, Gavi Gav just took away the degree requirement on jobs.
Good.
Well, okay. They can take it
I'm not
away,
mad
but
at that.
jobs will still post
I'm
it.
giving
Like
in.
they'll still do it. Like you can't. They'll still only pick from the people that have degrees. You see what I'm saying? Like they can say that, but once you introduce that concept, you know what I mean? And I think that's only for government jobs. And government jobs are not what they used to be. We see that now, that you can lose. A government job used to be if you had this job, you had a solid job and you could be there till you retired. That's going to go away. I promise you. I already see where that's going now. It's going to be like every other job. You're going to work there for a few years, get a few raises. You're going to be too expensive and they're going to lay you off.
I'll be right
It's
back,
going to be
guys.
just like the private sector because that's what they do in corporate. That's why.
Well, you're right. It is for 30,000 state jobs, but still.
I'm telling you, that's why Bozma goes from company to company because in her position, they don't keep those people. They make too much money. You work there for a year or two. By the time it's time for you to get that bonus, they're going to give you that bonus and they're going to cut you. They're not going to keep paying you more and more and more and more money unless you own the company. Now, I wish that someone like her, I wish she would have started a company because she was trying to go into these white people's company and hire all these black people. And it's like, that's their company. So I could have told her she was going to get fired.
I feel like entrepreneurship is going to be another way for Black people to find solace during this tumultuous administration. And the more that can find our ways to diversify our incomes from the plantation of our offices and to something that might feed our soul or talents more, at least get a stream of income in the meantime. Start a YouTube, do whatever you need to do. Start your TikTok shop. TikTok is back. Start a TikTok shop, whatever you can do to add to, because they're only planning on taking away from. And entrepreneurship is definitely the way to go. And if you get around some great leadership or look at YouTube a lot and look at some leadership techniques and, you know, that do stuff to like really reinforce your own actual survival instead of waiting for your pink slip, then I think that can help. I love solutions.
Yeah, I definitely think, Curves, that working for other people, I think our culture needs to change. Working for other people needs to be a stepping stone. It should not be anybody's career. It should be something you do in the beginning to kind of like get your experience, save your money up, and then the goal should be to work for yourself. As long as you're working for other people, you're depending on them to feed you. I don't care how hard you work. You're depending on them to have work for you. And you know, this myself included, I went to college twice. I bust my ass, worked long ass hours. What do I have now? I got like a severance package, but that's it. I don't own that company. That, you know what I mean? I'm not, that wasn't my business. So, you know, I just really feel like the culture has shifted. And I think, you know, sometimes when culture shifts, people don't catch it because it doesn't happen overnight. Just like when the culture shifted in the 90s, where you can no longer buy a house at 21 years old with a high school diploma. Nobody did nothing about that. They just let that happen. Now the culture is shifting again, where nobody's gonna have jobs. You're gonna work there for years and you're gonna get laid off. It doesn't matter if you work for the government, who you work for. That's just how these companies, that's just how they're gonna operate. You know, you know what I mean? It's like you got to do something about it. You can't just, like Curse was saying, just sit there and wait for your pink slip. I don't know.
Right. That's real. What do they tell us to do? Pull ourselves up by our bootstrap. A real bootstrap. Oh, look at that. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Elon is back.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh.
I'm telling you, like
you're
some
official.
weird shit is going on.
You got your first porn bomb.
That's what you want to call that?
That's what they call those when people come on your lives. They do it on
and
YouTube.
literally shipping it.
Yeah.
Do you wait to do that just to get on?
Yeah.
I didn't really see it because I'm cleaning the chicken.
That's why you hear people say, "Show me your face" before you come on camera. And then like
It
sometimes
did
you
show
can
me
even
his face.
well, you can even screenshot, so then you can report that ass to YouTube.
Yeah.
Because one of the people trying to come up, his name said redneck something, and then like when we was talking about Elon was trying to come in, then I couldn't hear, then my thing had reset twice. I couldn't see y'all. The things kept resetting. That's why I was like, we might need to change the damn topic or something. Like we under siege or some shit.
Oh.
But
Yeah.
it kind of calmed down now.
Good.
He probably sent his mafia over here.
Right?
I don't know how anybody in their right mind is still following Elon. I really don't. And I know you guys probably don't know, but I heard about it from Yvette Carnell, that whole meltdown that happened on Clubhouse right before Trump was elected. When essentially basically he was saying that they hire those people because they're on visas and they're cheaper and they can control them, and it has nothing to do with our education or work ethic or anything. It doesn't matter what we do. They
Quick
still don't hire them.
question. Is Large still up here? So when a guest come in, am I able to talk to them before they come on this stage?
Not personally. Not personally. You can just say, we would hear you say, oh, show your camera or whatever. They can't hear you if we can't hear you.
I can see it showing. He had his face showing.
Yeah, you did the right thing, made him show his face.
And you're on like StreamYard,
People
right?
are running with that
One that
Mia
you
Thornton
can't.
story.
What, did she quit?
Yeah, like a couple of blogs, Instagram blogs ran with it. But it's not posted on any of her pages. And she responded to one of them.
It's not
even on Twitter.
her page.
Wait, who's this now?
On Twitter, someone quote tweeted it and said, Mia, they said something like, let me find out Mia's doing all of this just so she can cheat with somebody. And she was like, nobody said anything about cheating or something like that. She didn't address
Earthquake. Earthquake.
You just had an earthquake?
Yep.
I don't feel it.
No.
I'm in northern.
We had one last week too.
I'm in Northern Cali. I haven't felt an earthquake in a minute.
I'm far away from the fault lines, but I still get like a little jolt.
That's crazy to me. I want to get the fuck out of California.
The earthquakes are not anywhere as near as devastating as a hurricane or a tornado. Anywhere near. So I don't live near see what it is. I'm gonna tell you. You have a lot of people who moved out of LA, and a lot of it wasn't for cheaper housing because this was before even the housing went up. They moved out of LA because there was too many Black people here. And they moved out to these areas that are like fire zones, they're on fault lines, all of this stuff where the houses were never even supposed to have been there in the first place. And now they're crying because it's burning down. And I'm like, that stuff burns down every 50 years. It burnt down in 1910. It's just, they just didn't have no houses there. You know what I mean? So those are the people that usually like get jacked up.
Trump said he gonna take all the lumber from California. He gonna clean up y'all forests so y'all don't have them fires no more. He said we don't need Canada's lumber. We got our own lumber,
He's
the best
right.
lumber. The best.
He's probably right. In all honesty, he's probably right.
Quad, I'm with you.
I just feel like our state government is gonna fight him on anything he tries to do. That's the problem. Trump is not wrong about everything he says.
Just real quick, Callie, Richie, you know how we were arguing about Toya choosing Quad second? Well, I guess it's about to be take backsies because tonight They just dropped another trailer. And Contessa's like, well, we choose Sweet Tea too. We can't ostracize her.
All right, everybody, I'm going to drop the link to Discord. Who's up in here? Join that link so we can watch it together. I'm going to find the footage.
Let me see.
And
Let
we
me
can
go
all
to
watch
YouTube
it
and see if I can get your Discord link. Well, you know what? Okay, here's my whole thing, y'all, with the Married to Medicine, and this is why I've been kind of out of it this season. I think that it's very bizarre for Sweet Tea and Quad to be on this show, and I think that it's something that is just to create drama. But I feel like everyone's acting like that's not what it is. Like it's perfectly normal.
They acting like that shit is normal. And
I'm
it's
like,
not,
what is going on?
that shit is not normal. It's not normal at all.
Like, if I was Sweet Tea, you couldn't have paid me to go on that show. I would.
But that's
I would
how
not
desperate
feel
she
down
is.
My husband's ex-wife or any of her homegirls. No, I wouldn't want to have nothing to do with that show ever.
But that goes to show you, I don't know if you listen to the Friend Zone, they of it, and they were saying, you know, Sweet Tea needs to learn herself and learn who she is and stop trying to live in, he said like run behind Quad, but basically live Quad's life with Gregory, basically. Like he's trying to make her live you know, like Quad 2.0.
It's very strange.
Even though I make jokes or whatever or talk shit about Sweet Tea, the fact that he just put her right in the same house, he didn't change the cabinets, probably didn't change the bed, the furniture, nothing. Like he just Quad, whoever.
And she was throwing out
Sweet
Quad
Tea
shit
back
in episode 6, 5 years later.
What'd you say?
And had her throwing out Quad stuff allegedly in episode 6, 5 years later.
But
We
I think
shouldn't
this
even
is
have
what
her
happens
stuff in there.
when you're so desperate to be married, and you're you know, there's a saying: you don't possess people, you experience them. And I feel like with Sweet Tea, she just wants to like say, I'm married and I'm on this show. She's not focusing on the actual experience that she's having. I don't know. It's very hard for me to watch because I feel a way. I'm like, girl, why are you in this woman's space? You know what I mean? Like, if I wouldn't want my ex to get married and then start him and his new wife start coming back into my space after he's been gone for years away from me. That is so weird.
Like damn Haley and Bill on Beyond the Gates.
You know what? I have a theory. I think
I didn't get that far.
Is an outside child. I think that Haley is their other daughter.
Like you think Bill married his daughter?
I think Haley is their sister. Like I think the dad had an affair on the mom. And that's how he was able to blackmail him into coming to that wedding.
I thought it had something to do with the body. And then
I think
might
that's
have
going
something
on
to
too,
do with the senator.
Possibly unaliving someone. But why
the congressman
want those people there? And then Haley is supposedly an orphan. Anytime someone's an orphan on a soap, they're related to somebody.
Usually. That's some good old Erica Kane.
Mm-hmm. I think that Haley is another sibling. And I think that the husband knows this. And that's what he's blackmailing the dad with. But I also think that the girl who believes the doctor is her father, I think that's BS. I think this woman is just telling her that to make her do these things.
Right. I'm a human. I'm only human, born to make mistakes.
But I like Beyond the Gates, and I feel like those are the people that should have been on Potomac, like the real life versions of those people, not this crap that we have on Potomac. I don't know what this is that we have on Potomac.
Well,
but
we
it's
let.
not working.
I feel like the problem with Potomac is that we let Giselle get by with so little, so long, and allowed all these freaking fake ass,
Giselle gives friend up,
storylines.
to be honest.
Huh?
Giselle gives friend up energy. Like she doesn't
Yeah.
even really give enough story to be a housewife.
Her looks are main bitch, but her energy is, yeah.
No, because I don't think her glam is together. I feel that the problem with Potomac is that they don't make them be housewives. They don't make them participate in what all of the other franchises have to do, and they don't use the housewife formula. If you use the housewife formula, you need to have at least 2 or 3 like rich chicks on the show. And you need to have somebody that's really rich, whether if they're just a friend of or they're a permanent cast member. You got to have some uber rich, obnoxiously rich woman mixed in there. You know what I mean? That's the only way that housewives work.
I'm hosting. I don't want to
and
host.
I think that Potomac as a franchise is not working. I think we're watching it because it's a black cast and there's nothing else on at that time.
Right.
But I don't think that this show is working.
Where's Richie?
I think she's trying to set up her Discord.
Wait, no, I'm over here and I'm trying to get in her place.
Okay, let me see if I can.
Oh, there it is, Richie.
I have to do
Together. But then it takes me to this thing that says I'm hosting. I don't want to host this. Richie B's General.
Okay, Discord.
Oh, am I in the lounge?
Tab.
Video connected.
I don't know how Discord works.
Okay, I see that there's 2
crazy
people.
trying to get in here.
Okay, I'm gonna just put my regular handle.
Let you up
Return
here.
to watch together.
I've never used this.
Oh, so did you add the video?
Before. So I don't know.
No.
I can't find a video.
Oh, here, let me
Where's the video? Put the video in the Discord.
Let me try. I have to.
I can hear you.
Okay. Let me see.
I don't see the video. Is it the video with her and Heavenly sitting down to talk? Contestant Heavenly?
Yeah, let me show you. It's on the Bravo Shade Room, just posted it. The Bravo Shade Room.
Oh God, Discord on my birthday. They want to know everything.
I joined that. Says I'm connected in the lounge of Richie B. How cool is that? That's cool. So that's
I know I already have it. What do you want me to do?
All right, let me see if I can find it on Twitter. Do they have a Twitter page? Bravo. There we go.
Okay, wave to say hi. Shut up. Oh, cute little dog.
I wonder if I can screen record it.
You know, I actually applied to work for Discord. I applied late, so they probably already hired people.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because
Yeah, right? Are there lots of people? Are there lots of people of color in IT, like where you work?
No.
Or are you one of a
girl? I've been looking at these, like you know how they have a team where you can go and look at the team sometimes on the website.
Yeah.
There's no Black people at all. You know what I mean? And at my old company, they actually tried to purposely find some Black people because I was the only Black person working there for a long time. Yeah, there's not a lot of Black people, because I'm more on the product side. So actual design of the product, and then I would be working with the developers that are coding it and the QA people and all. There's hard. I'd be so happy when I see another Black person. And to be perfectly honest, it's not typically a Black American person. It can't. I've worked with a couple, but yeah, it's rare to see any other Black person. So I understand why Bosma was trying to hire those Black people. It's just that that's not your company. They're not going to let you do that. Okay, I see.
Can y'all hear me?
Okay, I hear you on YouTube.
So I just want to come over here and start some mess with Richie before I jump off here. Richie.
She's trying to get her Discord working.
Richie, you do that when you're not on live. You need to entertain the people, Richie. That Discord should have already been set up.
I'm gonna have to go in a minute because I gotta work on my stuff because we starting a new season of Atlanta, so we gonna keep our fingers crossed. It was worth watching.
Okay, I'm doing my review tonight.
I'm excited about Shamia.
If these girls don't bring it, Kylie, if they don't bring it, they getting 3 reviews out of me. If by the 3rd episode,
oh yeah,
I'm out.
I was trying to start with this show, but if they not bringing it, I'll just go back to my soaps. You know.
And now we have one called Beyond the Gates.
Mm-hmm. I'm only doing Beyond the Gates in General Hospital. I can't do all the soaps because you have to take notes, and I'm working as well. So it's hard for me to. Normally, I just have this stuff on while I'm working. You know what I mean? So it's hard for me to follow that much, especially if they're not that interesting.
Did you find it?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, Richie, can you hear me?
What was that, Q?
I said what was said was you should have already had this shit set up before you are entertaining the people. And this
First of all,
this is why the stuff should have already been set up.
Third of all,
the stuff should have already been set up. You don't come over here and get on your channel and you try to set something up. You need to entertain us. We want to be entertained.
I did not know, bitch. I've been entertaining for 12 years, 13.
Oh wow!
I did not know that they was going to drop a thing, and I do not know how to use Discord.
It's just a clip. I wouldn't even worry about the clip.
Yeah, it's just Tessa saying whatever she's trying to say. Let me see if I'm able. Hold on, let me try one thing.
Let's see. It's making me sign in. Let me see. Let me go here. Here. Feet don't fail me now.
I don't know. I use Discord for there's a trading YouTuber that I follow and he uses Discord, but it's just for chat. Like I've never used it for anything else.
See if I can put this. Put this. How do we do this? We share. No. Doesn't share that way. Let's try.
Yeah, but Married to Medicine to me is it's gotten very weird. And it's not that I dislike Sweet Tea. I just feel like it's such a reality show scenario that they've created with having this girl in quad on the show.
Okay, I just put the link in your chat on Discord. See if that'll, when I press it, it opens, but it wants me to log into Instagram on my side.
Child, y'all doing too much. If y'all just don't play the audio in the background, it ain't that serious.
Wait, let me mute and see if it.
Yep. Okay, here. Can I do that, Richie? Can I let the audio play in the background, Richie?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm trying to figure out why they just charged me for something. I can't use it.
Okay, here we go.
environment that you were in last. There has to be some empathy, for there's a stressful environment that you were in
Don't
last
show
year.
the clip. Don't show the clip. Just play it in the background.
Stressed out and all. But this is also
put things in my face and shining somebody in my face and mistreating me.
and that's why I say we choose you, but we also can choose T.
I don't know what the hell is going on with Contessa right now, because clearly she said, Quad, I'm with you. I understand what you're going through.
I love you. I'm so sorry. You can't be blamed for any of this.
So I'm like, girl, what happened? Like, are you blowing in the wind like a reed?
Even though last year was tough, this is your safety net.
But my safety net has been removed from the group. King cannot come around as right now as he stands.
I don't think it's fair for us to mistreat Greg.
I don't think it's fair for us to mistreat T.
Talking to Toya, talking to Eugene, they want everybody to be together. T is just married to Greg. She should not be penalized for his.
Oh, sorry.
There has to be decisions. No more than when Quad was married to Greg. Same Greg, same dude. Just like you come with a +1, T comes with a +1.
Not when there's a charge in place.
There has to be some empathy, for there's a stressful environment that you were in last year.
Stressed out and all.
But this is
Okay.
also-
So that was Contessa simping for Dr. G, and said that Richie's gonna hate me. Said that because Quad endured it already, now she should endure it some more because Sweet Tea's turn to endure it, and we just need to have compassion for Sweet Tea. But they didn't have none for Quad for 9 years. But now we have to immediately have some for this noob who's only been here for 2 years, cussing out Dr. Jackie. Okay.
But this is the thing though. Quad did it to herself. Quad allowed those ladies to play in her face. She allowed those ladies to tell her we don't want you part of the group. And then she ran back over there without holding any of them accountable and really calling them to the fire. I don't know. That has nothing to do with Sweet Tea. That has nothing to do with Greg. Last season, those girls kicked Quad off the island, and she still came back and she's still kissing their ass. That has nothing to do with Sweet Tea or Greg. Nothing.
I know this is not Housewives, so it's a little bit of a different show, but it is weird for me to see somebody that has been taken off the show and then have them come back again.
Yep.
Especially when they don't really have a real reason to be there.
Yep.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think her or Sweet Tea have a reason to be there because I don't think Greg really hang with them people like that.
Right.
But
I feel like bringing Sheree back to Housewives as often as they did was more detrimental than bringing Quad back the once or twice.
No, it wasn't. That's two different scenarios. Married to Medicine has always been about marriage. Quad is not married to anybody on the show.
Yeah.
However, she came back to the show. Cool, not a problem. Those girls decided one day, we don't mess with you, Quad, so we don't want nothing to do with you.
It wasn't one day, it was kind of over a season.
They decided one day that, Quad, we don't mess with you, so we're going to fly you all the way to San Francisco to tell you to your face that we want nothing to do with you, so we need you to fly back home and not mess with us and not film with us. We get down to the reunion, and instead of Quad trying to really hold the girls down, I mean, really try to like call them out and do those things, she decided to accept these fake apologies. Jackie's apology was full of shit. I don't care what nobody say. Jackie's apology was full of shit. And on top of that, they alluded to Quad. Oh, well, we don't know Quad. Maybe Quad got online and submitted put the tape out there for us, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And then
I forgot about that.
And then Quad gets to the commercial break. Jackie, do you really think I would do that to you, Jackie? Do you really think I would do that to you, Jackie? And fast forward, we get down here, Phaedra back on the show. Phaedra say, well, these type of bitches. Now Quad's sticking up for the girls who just kicked her off the island last year. Who literally just kicked her off the island last year. That has nothing to do with Sheree. Nothing at all. Sheree was a housewife. Nobody's married on the show. She came back, she left, she came back, she left. She didn't let people play in her face, though. Quad is letting these girls play in her face, and people want us to have
Phaedra.
that. No, she brought up Sheree, and I'm saying that Sheree didn't let nobody play in her face. Quad is letting these girls play in her face for a check. And she could have still got her check if she would have called them, if she would have checked their asses.
That would make it more interesting, at least, because
And then
like you
she's sitting up there,
said,
she's sitting
they
at
finna hear
the
me.
dinner. Listen, Richard, she's sitting at the dinner talking about the same type of bitches that went to the White House. Those ones who didn't invite you to the White House, though, they don't think anything of you. And the minute that Sweet Tea or the minute that Phaedra don't come back, guess who they're gonna be gunning for next season?
You and Sweet Tea.
Yep.
It was also extremely weird for Phaedra to be added to this show. I was like, huh, what? That was just so strange.
Here.
What's strange about it is how many
Here.
opportunities she gets in Bravo, a network where she left the show lying, and she still gets all this consideration. And other housewives have talked stuff, and Andy Cohen will bring it up when they besmirch the name of the franchise they used to be a part of. But Phaedra called the Real Housewives of Titanic that, and he didn't have anything to say about that. But when Lisa Rinna recently called the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills the Real Housewives of the Titanic, he actually said something about it. You know what I mean? So usually there is some type of pushback or consequence from the network, it seems, that Phaedra is getting past.
I don't understand why Phaedra.
I don't think she's getting past. Hold on, Richard. I don't think she's getting past it because Phaedra hasn't been on Bravo in years. She just came back to Bravo when she did Real Housewives, Married to Medicine. So there was a long time when Phaedra was not on Bravo.
She's been back in their good graces since 2020.
So what?
Well,
you just said she hadn't been. So what? So what?
We don't know what kind of conversations they had behind the scenes. Everything don't have to be for the camera. They could have had conversations behind the scenes that none of us are privy to.
You know what? I wonder if sometimes these people are brought back because they're not charging them a whole lot. Like Lisa Rinna might want too much money.
That could be the case too. If I can get you for 500,000 and not $1 million, oh, okay. Well, I just got you for 500,000. I ain't got to pay you to get you back. You back on TV. It happens all the time.
Larger blames Phaedra for what happened in Key West.
In Phaedra's life. I blame Phaedra for what happened in Phaedra's life.
What?
You said that she was playing in Apollo's face. She was trying to, what did you say? She was trying to...
Richie, don't piss me off, Richie.
Make him jealous. You didn't say make him jealous, but you said he why would she bring if she know Apollo is going to get mad when she has other men, why would she bring what you call him around?
Apollo shouldn't be allowed on these shows no more.
Thank you, Callie. Thank you.
I don't know what the heck is going on. This man is a known scammer, been to prison twice. He should not be on these shows with these people.
Get away from me with this Apollo.
Thank you.
Oh, and Phaedra wasn't abused by Apollo either.
Yes, she was. Yes, she was.
Well, she was threatened.
Let me tell you something.
Where you at, Larger? Don't go on mute, babe.
He didn't do it on the camera. I can guarantee you behind the camera, behind the scenes, behind closed doors, I can guarantee you he probably put her hands on her at least one time. She don't have to come out and say he put his hands on me. You can tell by his actions.
Most of his life.
I said what I said, and you guys heard it.
You didn't hear what you said, though.
What I said was that she has not admitted, implied, or otherwise agreed that she has been an abused woman the way that Quad has openly said these things.
She don't have to.
Oh,
she got on the reunion.
Didn't say she had to. I said
she got on the reunion, and Andy asked her a question, and on the reunion, she said, "Andy, I don't want to answer that question."
But you know what? Nobody deserves to be abused. But I think that we are not being honest about who Apollo is. Apollo is a man who's been in and out of jail most of his adult life.
Yes.
Period.
Yes.
Like he was in jail multiple times before we even saw him.
Yes.
He is not, you know what I mean? Like to me.
And he made his oldest son on a conjugal visit, allegedly. I said Annie made his son on a conjugal visit, allegedly.
Okay.
Well, he's an institutionalized person. he's not, you know what I mean? Like, he's not a person that's been walking around leading a normal life. This man literally been in and out of jail since they said he was, what, 18, 20, something like that?
Yep.
But my
I would
question
never deal with
is,
somebody like him.
if you're gonna say why would she bring Shaq? Why would he bring his mistress, then mistress, when she was pregnant on the trip and say she wasn't coming? And then I don't understand
Whatever he
how.
did, it doesn't have nothing to do with Heavenly.
Yes, it does.
But that's even more of a reason for her not to invite him.
Yes, it does. It has everything to do with Heavenly. She was on the phone. She was on the phone with him. She was on the phone with him. She invited him. She called Phaedra and said, "Phaedra, I'm bringing Apollo." And then she got on the phone and she said, "Where y'all at?" So she knew that the mistress was coming.
I'm glad you brought that up, Q. What did Phaedra say when Dr. Heavenly called and said what she said? What did Phaedra say?
Phaedra said, let it be a surprise. That's what she said.
Is that all she said? Really? That's
what we saw on the camera.
Oh, on the camera I saw, I don't know, maybe on Peacock we get an extended version or something.
Apparently there is an extended version on Peacock.
What I saw was Phaedra say, "Oh yeah, girl, I know everything. I already knew. He already told me. There ain't nothing he does without me knowing. I already knew, girl." So for her to say that implies that she already knew. So it was just confirmation from Heavenly confirming that you guys already had this conversation and I'm good with it. Let's let it be a surprise.
So I didn't see the Peacock version because I watch the show live. I don't watch it on Peacock. I watch the reunions on Peacock. The thing is, Phaedra has every right to say whether Apollo can come or not come. You don't bring the mistress. We're already dealing with a girl who in her feelings because her ex and his new wife is on the show. So then you turn around and you even got your friends over there saying, "Don't bring my ex on no trip. Don't bring my ex on no trip." You even have your friends literally saying that. And she still thought it was fun TV. She thought it was cool. And then she likes to get on her YouTube channels or her whatever and say, "Y'all, that was a bad episode. I feel so bad about what I did, blah, 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 blah. This was not a fun episode. I feel bad for this person. I feel bad for that person." But in the moment, because you think the fans going to be on your side, in the moment, you want to go up for it. In reality, it doesn't matter. If Phaedra invites Apollo, she can do that. She has kids with Apollo. It was not right for Heavenly to bring Apollo or the producers, however you want to say it, for Apollo to come on a trip.
But that's the whole thing, though. We got to say it right? So if it wasn't okay for Dr. Heavenly or the producers, who was it who actually knew the wife was coming and who actually coordinated that? It was not Dr. Heavenly, and she shouldn't be blamed for it. So
yes, she should, because guess what? Yes, because here's the thing.
Invited both of them.
Wife, the alleged abused person, was the one who said, "Bring that fool," and brought him around in the first place.
But here's the thing.
She invited Shireen at first.
Here's the thing.
She's not coming.
Here's the thing. If I'm a producer and I go up to Richie and say, "Richie, I want you to do X, Y, and Z," Richie's either going to say, "Okay, cool, I'm for it," or she's going to say, "No, that don't make no sense. Don't put me in that mess. Find somebody else on the cast to do it." And Big Hev decided, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna be messy. I'm gonna take it on," and that's what she decided to do. So she does get blamed for it. I don't care what anybody says.
But Q, she initially invited. Wait, Elijah. She initially invited Shireen, and he said no, she's not going to come. And then I guess he changed his mind, so she did invite the mistress.
And the other thing is, hold on, sorry, I'm texting. The other thing is, we got to stop this whole oh well, Sweet Tea moved into Quad's house. That wasn't Quad's house, it was Greg's house. And on top of that, it doesn't, he don't have to remodel the house. He don't have to do any of that. That stuff happens all the time when people get married. They move into somebody else's house if the house is already bought. I'm not about to go out here and buy a whole nother house just to please the audience. This is the house that I'm paying for. This is the house that I like. Now, if we need to remodel it, who? Should Quad's stuff be in there? No, but Quad should have got all her stuff.
or it should have
No,
been
you
in
know
the
what, Q,
trash.
what they
My
used to do.
point was that I was saying, and I don't, I don't care for Sweet Tea at all, but we were talking about the level of disrespect from Dr. G to Sweet Tea and him being a psychiatrist or whatever. And we were talking about how manipulative he is. Just the fact that he would basically, him even just coming back on this show with his new young wife, getting married on the show with the wrinkle curtains and all, them talking about having a baby all in front of Quad, as if that was my ex, and even like all the girls on the show say, not my ex, I wouldn't be able to sit there and just act like it's a sunny effing day outside. That would bother me,
Yeah,
especially if it was a tumultuous, if we it, my ex, that would bother me, okay, that,
yeah.
so
I'm with you. I'm with you on
so
that. But
it's like it's almost as if he plucked her out of the DMs, put her in Quad's place. I'm saying,
it's
like,
nothing.
theoretically, literally and theoretically, like, and is trying to have like a Quad 2.0. And the thing about the house is, like, he didn't even think enough of you to. He don't even have all her stuff out the house. He's got you trying to fill this role or fill these shoes. Come on the show, be my wife. You're going to take Quad's place. Like, he is on a whole nother level with his, like, manipulation, and I actually do feel bad for Sweet Tea that she doesn't realize that she's in over her head with this nigga. Like, she
But
doesn't even realize, like, the kind of I don't want to keep saying abuse, the kind of
yeah, I don't
manipulation.
like that. I don't like when people keep saying abuse and stuff like
Yeah,
that
I don't want to
because
say that. Maybe manipulation or
yeah, that's better. But to keep saying like because that can be people argue, right? People argue and all kind of stuff. It can get nasty. It can go left. It can go right. It can whatever. The thing is, we don't know what goes on in their relationship behind closed doors. First of all, I would have never been on TV saying, "Oh, is this Quad stuff?" I would have never been on TV saying that. I would have never said that. And whoever I was filming with, and if they would have said I would have threw something at their head, shut up. Like that ain't what you know what I'm saying? Like I'm already getting judged. On top of that, though, we have to understand that this man is married. He's an actual doctor. And he is probably still cool with Eugene and probably Cecil, and maybe Curtis or Ugly Self, maybe, I don't know. And they approached them. The friends literally approached Sweet Tea and Greg and said, "We think y'all should be back on the show." This is where I'm trying to get people to understand, like, y'all want us to have so much sympathy for Quad, but Quad knew what was going on. Your so-called friends went out there and wanted somebody else to get on the show and then told you to your face, "Oh, we wanted her back on the show because you needed a storyline." What kind of friend does that? That ain't no real friend. And then she sat with her other people and they said, "We don't want Quad on the show no more." That has nothing to do with Sweet Tea nor Greg. Nothing at all. That is literally Quad versus the other girls, and they were tired of whatever they felt. They were tired of whatever they thought they was tired of with Quad, and they did not want her on the show anymore. Sweet Tea don't have nothing to do with that, and neither does Greg. Nothing at all. And on top of that, I don't have to go out and buy a new house because I'm married again. I'll get a new bed. I'll do this. I'll do that. But I'm not about to buy a whole new house because I'm married.
You know what, Q? I was gonna you know where people are getting that from? Typically, when people get divorced, they lose their house.
Yeah.
So it's actually rare to see somebody go through a divorce and still have the same house.
Right.
So people are not used to seeing that. People are used
and didn't he have to buy her out or something?
No.
Well, they have to buy you out, or you have to sell it, or what have you. People are not used to seeing a person maintain the same house and move another person in. It's actually not common.
And also, Kylie, keep in mind, the house was Greg's house. It wasn't Quad and Greg. It was Greg's house. That's why Greg kept the house in the divorce.
So that's why he was able to keep his house, especially in that state.
Yeah, she just
that's not where I me personally got that from. I had a relationship where he had a house, he had two houses.
Come on, Muddy. Come on, money. He had
when
2 houses. Come on,
when
Richie.
he got rid of, when him and the other one, the one before me, well, she came after me, and then I came back. The house that she was in, he had her in. I wanted to go to the other house because I'm not living in the shadow of another woman. These are her things. This is how she arranged this furniture. This is what she picked out for this house. I don't want it. And you go
Yeah.
get the other house fixed up, and I want it better. I want more. That's what me personally, that's what I commanded, and that's what I got. Now, I understand everybody can't do that, but it's not coming from a place of, I'm just not used to seeing people keep their houses or whatever. Like, I just demand certain things from a man. And I'm not living in the shadow of another woman. You already got me on this show. And I'm not going to even say got me, because she signed up for this. This is what she wanted. So she's getting what she asked for. So if that's what she want, more power to her. That's all. I'm gonna leave it at that, because she seemed to be fine with it, even with the girl stuff still in there. So I can't want more for her than she wants for herself.
Now, I will
And
say
I
it's,
don't,
I
I'm
will
not
say it's
with,
crazy to have the girl stuff still in the
Yeah.
house. That is crazy to still have the girl stuff in the house. I agree with that.
I feel like also with the Dr. G being a doctor and being a psychiatrist specifically, and us seeing the evidence of his mind fuckery on TV, and now knowing that he got his nose fractured by a client, and seeing how he interacted with King in order to elicit a response and to provoke an action on King's part, and then further finding out that when Quad did get her mugshot, it was because they had got into it, and he called the police and pressed charges on Quad. And so there's a lot of maniacalness going on his part, and I don't think that he should be protected or showcased on this show. And I feel like Sweet and Sour's current position on everything, reasoning away the abuse that she receives from her husband, which according to Google definition of abuse, it fits emotional, phasical, and financial
Well, Larja,
types
I
of
have to
abuse.
interrupt you there,
Yeah.
because just how you said that Phaedra didn't say she was abused, neither has Sweet Tea. So we're not
No,
going to.
but Quad did. I'm saying it because Quad did. So therefore, and then witnessing that Quad said it, and witnessing how
she's been abused,
and
so
witnessing
we're not going
how
to give her
he
that yet.
treated, witnessing how he treated Sweet and Sour. When
But
I
we
Googled
witnessed
what
how
I
Apollo
saw,
treated
when I
Phaedra.
Googled what I saw, it fit the description.
We also witnessed how Apollo treated Phaedra. He chased her around
No.
the
He
garage
poked
with
her with that
a
2 times
drill.
board. He physically made contact with her with that 2 times board in an aggressive, controlling behavior multiple times. He yelled in her
Who,
ear,
Apollo?
closer. No, Dr. Girl. When he
approached her with what?
The 2 times board that he wrote, he has sex with her 2 times a week. He was poking her with that board aggressively while he was
remember that.
Yeah.
See, I don't watch the show like that. This was
No,
Quad?
he was poking Sweet and Sour with the board.
What?
That was physical contact with the board. He was poking her with the board
Maybe I didn't
aggressively.
see all the episodes.
He was yelling in her ear and then got closer
What was he
to
yelling?
her ear. Shut the fuck up, be quiet, listen to me,
He
don't
ain't
listen
say,
to her.
he ain't say all that now. He did
He
not
did.
say all
Go
that.
back and
Are you
rewatch
talking
it.
about at the
I'm telling you, you need to get
beach,
Peacock,
Sean?
bro. You need to get Peacock because that's what happened.
At the beach party thing? You talking about?
Yeah, at the vibe check party when he was yelling at Quad. If you go back to the scene, he was holding Sweet Tea aggressively. He was controlling her, yelling in her ear, poking her with the 2 times board. And then he went on to further emotionally abuse her by getting her to the elevator and telling her it was her and Quad's fault for his actions. And then the next morning, he further took zero responsibility when he again blamed it on her. Had she not said anything, had she only listened to him faster. And it was just all classic abuse techniques. And as a psychiatrist, he knows it. And we didn't get to see all that stuff. When Quad said she was going through that shit, nobody believed her. And now we see firsthand what Sweet Tea is going through. Therefore, not only do I believe what Quad said, I now assign the same treatment that Quad
you now
got
believe
to,
Quad?
Yes. No, I always believe Quad. I did not believe Quad. And like I said, I did a whole special on why has everybody been so funky to Quad for a decade. I have no idea. I
But the
personally
thing,
did believe Quad when she said out of her mouth she was abused. And I
the
would
thing,
believe Phaedra when she says out of her mouth she's been abused. She hasn't said it. I
She
don't think
pled
she
the
even wants
fifth.
that narrative out there.
And Sweet Tea
I don't know.
hasn't said she was been abused either.
But
but
I
the thing,
said I was
the thing
assigning
is
what
though,
I
the
know
the
Quad
thing is,
had to Dr. G.
You
Girl,
here,
can't do that.
here's
I
the thing.
just did it.
Here's the
He
thing.
changed. He's a changed
Hold on, y'all.
man.
Hold on. Here's the thing. You're getting on all. You're saying all this stuff about Greg, which may or may not be true. Who knows,
We
right?
saw it.
But the thing, it may or may not be true.
We saw it.
But you, okay,
Let
but
him
you,
It
finish.
kind of feels
okay,
like,
Let him finish, Larger.
oh yeah,
but
I get like that. Sorry.
but it's
My bad.
okay. But it's okay to say Apollo was playing in Phaedra's face. But we
I didn't
haven't
say
heard
nothing
any.
about Apollo. You guys are the one bringing up Apollo.
I'm getting well. That's
Let
my.
him finish.
I'm getting to somewhere. Everybody has all this stuff to say about Dr. Greg. He's this and he's that, blah, 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 blah. When we had literally seen Apollo attack somebody on the show. We seen Apollo about to get into several fights. We seen Apollo chasing Phaedra around the house with around the garage with a drill in his hand. We also heard how he was
Was that
talking.
a chase?
Let him finish.
Girl, here's the thing. Here's the thing. You gotta watch. You watching the show off of what you want to watch the show off of, and only
Right.
believe what you want to believe the show off of.
Yeah,
Instead of being open minded and watching the whole thing for what it is, you're only seeing it from one point. You need to see everything, whether it was a chase, whether he walked up to her, whether he stood next to her.
Well, the same can be said for
he
you.
had a
Let
weapon.
him
He had
finish,
a weapon
Larger.
in his hand. He had a weapon in his hand as he was approaching a woman. Aren't we so big on protecting Black women? But
Are we?
It's okay. It's okay for this man to come back on the show and for y'all to say, "Oh, she was playing in Apollo's face." But Greg, however, him and his wife got into an argument, and now he's so this. He's
Was it an argument?
Apollo, but Apollo gets looked at a certain kind of way. He gets praised on, and Greg doesn't. I
Right.
find it
Exactly.
It's color.
Because
Yes, say it again, Kylie. Say it again, Kylie.
yeah,
Now,
Yeah.
this is color.
Yeah, I believe that's colorism.
That's colorism to its fullest.
Because Sweet Tea has not said she was abused.
right. No, I'm saying for Sweet Tea that what I witnessed her go through, what my eyeballs witnessed, Sweet Tea go through, based on the Google definition, is in fact abuse. Whether or not she did it with her husband and they were having an argument, whatever, it
She
still
disagrees
fits
with you,
the
though.
Google definition of abuse.
But
And
she
it
disagrees
further
with you.
complicates and co-signs on everything that Quad said.
No, it
I
does
don't
not
think
go
that
on
it's
anything that
colorism.
God says.
To me, when I saw Apollo go around the car in the driveway and her say, "You better get away from me playing like that," that was
She didn't
not
say that.
an
She ain't say that.
explicit
That's not what she
threat.
said.
He wasn't
say that.
trying to explicitly threaten her. It was like, "Come over here, give me that." I don't even remember what he was.
Girl,
trying to
he
do
had a
from her.
drill in his hand as he
He
was
wasn't gonna
approaching
do
his
nothing to
wife.
her.
And
with
he
the
was on his
drill.
way to jail. Are you kidding me? That's
Yeah,
desperation.
exactly. That's why he wasn't about to do anything else. He was on
That's
his way
more
to
reason.
fucking
That's more
jail.
reason for him to do
No,
something else.
Apollo, I think is.
Whereas what we
as
saw, so you're saying,
Girl.
so you guys are all co-signing and saying that what we saw Sweet Tea go through was an abuse.
We're talking
No,
about
I'm not saying
Phaedra
that.
right now, first of all.
You
And
what?
we're saying that Apollo was but going by your logic, Apollo, we saw him beat the shit out of Brandon. Is that his name?
Yes,
With
that
the
was his
red
name.
But
pajama?
that
was
was a
his name.
man. That has nothing to do with what I'm
So
talking
what?
about. You guys
It's
keep bringing
violent
extra shit in
tendencies.
there.
They're violent criminal tendencies. Number
At
one.
least it's towards
Number
men
two,
and not women.
we saw
Dr.
him
G only
chase
pops off at
that
girls
girl
because the G
around
is for
the
girl.
garage with a drill, with the cameras on. Imagine what he does when the cameras aren't there.
Okay,
Yep.
okay. So
Then,
you can have
go
all of
by
that
your
to say,
logic,
but when I say the exact same thing
Phaedra
about
hasn't
Sweet Tea, it's not
outwardly
trying
said
to do it.
he abused me,
Because it's
that
not
we're
the.
not going to give Sweet
When I
Tea
have the
the
exact
same
same
pass.
logic,
He did not come out and say she was abused.
Let me
So
turn
we're
my-
not.
let
I'm
me
not
turn my
talking
TV
about
on.
Sweetie. I'm talking about Quad. You guys keep talking about Sweetie, Apollo. I don't care about them. I said based off of what Quad said, I feel like Dr. G's a
doesn't
freaking
matter.
abuser.
Greg said he's a changed man. He said
He's
he
not.
didn't do any of that.
He's not a changed man.
But
That's
but
you.
you
You don't
can't
sleep with
say
that man.
He's not a changed man.
You don't
you
sleep with
cannot
that
say
man.
that he's
He's
not.
the
You
same man.
cannot.
Don't
Hold
make
on.
me Q. Don't make
You
me.
cannot. You cannot say that he's not a changed man.
I just
First
did.
of all, you don't know. You don't know any. You don't know him. You don't know
just
anything
did.
about him other than what you
Number
see on the
one.
show. And you saw him get into one argument with his wife. One real argument with his wife. It was not two. It was one because the other one he was speaking the truth on, and Sweet Tea didn't want to hear what he had to say.
Okay,
but the thing is, you're sitting here saying, "Oh, he's not a change. He has not changed."
Nope.
You don't know anything. You don't know anything about Greg, just like you don't know anything about Quad
Yeah,
or
allegedly,
Sweet Tea.
everything I
You're
say
only
is
going off of what you see on the TV, which is fine. But
right. I mean, that's where we're all getting it from, right? I mean, duh.
But no, it's not duh, because we're actually using our brains. You're just sitting up here just saying what you saw on Google. So what we're saying to you is that
I just used Google for the definition. Keep up.
Let him talk.
Girl. Because I mean, if you want ahead of time a conversation, we can really go there. Like, don't
Go
like
there. I'm with it.
like
I'm tired.
come on now. Like you sitting here saying some bullshit, and at the end of the day, you're saying what you see off the TV. Oh, well, I see him.
I'm saying bullshit, but your shit isn't bullshit. There's a lot of partiality going on here.
Because
I feel like we're all saying what we need to say from our points of view. And if you feel like what I'm saying is bullshit, then my proxy, your shit is bullshit, bro.
It's not from
fine. Let
it's
it
not
all
from
be
point of
bullshit,
view.
so we're making sense. And
Thank
you
you.
keep
I'm making sense. You're making sense to you, and I'm making sense to me, and a number of other people who aren't checking for what you're talking about.
If you're going to say Phaedra wasn't abused because she didn't explicitly say I was abused,
but I wasn't even. I only said that to you because you brought it up like it matters.
Question. When Andy asked her, she pled the fifth. She did not answer it, and she did not say, no, I was not abused. She did not answer the question. So if we're going to give Judge Phaedra by that, we're going to give that to Sweet Tea. She did not come out and say that she was abused. So we're not.
But I'm done for looking at my eyeballs. I'm done,
but
I'm done. Okay, so by your
maybe
logic,
that's how they play. Maybe
but I can look at somebody and see that when I see abuse, what I saw, I already said. What
he
I
denied abuse.
Sweet Tea go
so
through,
now what?
based off of what I read on Google,
he denied abusing Quad. So now what? Your argument falls flat because it's based off
because he didn't deny abusing Quad. What Dr. Girl said was we did stuff to each other. What Dr. Girl said was we did stuff to each other. He didn't say he did not put hands on Quad. He said we did stuff to each other, thereby assigning blame to Quad and himself. Which is usually what abusers will do when they say they made me hit you.
Actually, what was said, what was said was, you pulled a knife at me to the ground, and he said because you pulled a knife out on me. We saw that at the reunion. So, and at the end of the day, we don't feel bad for Quad because Quad decided to come back to the show.
I wasn't even trying to say
Quad
this
decided
doctor
to come back
was
to the
abusing
show
anybody.
on a
so
show.
I went to due diligence.
The thing is this: Quad decided to come back on a show where the girls do not see it for her. She needs a paycheck, so she's going to do what she needs to do to keep a paycheck. Outside of the show, if Quad was to leave this show, she would not be able to afford that house that she lives in or them cars that she is driving. So, like everybody's saying, it doesn't make any sense. All of us up here, well, the three, me, Callie, and Richie, most likely, would not go on a show or would have some demands about being on a show with an ex that you were, quote unquote, in an abusive relationship with. Simple as that. If I'm going to be on this show and have to deal with this, I need to be getting paid the most money out of everybody. And I'm going to determine what this looks like for me. She came back to a show because she needs the money. That has nothing to do with Sweet Tea. That has nothing to do with Greg.
Yeah. I don't think they should have brought this man back on this show. I mean,
neither.
I'm not an avid watcher of this show. I'm just saying that it's very dark. There were allegations of abuse. It's
Yes.
an very unrealistic scenario. Very. This is
Very.
To me, it's almost like I'm watching Traitors. Like just something that has been orchestrated and set up to see if something pops off. Because there's no way in the world you're gonna convince me that these people are hanging out together. You can never be able to convince me of that.
And then Kylie,
It's
on top
only
of that,
to create mess.
Kylie, on top of that, what other show has this happened on? On what other reality show has this? And then here's the other thing.
Orange County.
But okay,
Orange County. That's the only one.
Orange County. So here's the thing, though. Orange County is Housewives. Okay, cool.
That's true.
This is Married to Medicine. We looking at y'all as doctors. We looking at y'all as people who we what's the word? We hold above. I'm trying to say something in society. We look at,
these are doctors.
Yes.
Roger, you unmuted.
You're fighting.
Yes. So if I saw my doctor on TV involved in this stuff, I'm like, oh, I'm not going back to you no more. I don't want my doctor on TV acting like this.
I'm getting a new doctor. Oh, Q. I saw my doctor's office on Beverly Hills, but my doctor wasn't there. And I'm like, please, Dr. don't be.
But I want to get back to this thing where we're saying Phaedra's not a victim of abuse when we actually saw, like we said, Apollo has a violent. We've seen Apollo attack someone violently. He wasn't even involved in the damn fight. If you really want to tell, it was he just saw an opportunity to pounce on somebody, and he did. Then the garage thing. We could talk about the whole disrespect thing with Kenya or whatever have you, but that wasn't, physically abusive, I guess. But if we're going to say because she didn't outwardly say I was abused, then we can't do the same thing for Sweet Tea because she looks like she's having a ball over there with Gregory.
Yeah, I think that she's one of these women. She's not focused on the experience of the relationship. She's focused on the idea of being married. And she might come back 10 years from now and say she was abused. You know what I mean? But I don't think she's focused on the quality of that relationship at all. I think she just want to be married.
Yeah, I think she wants to be married. Also for her, I think also what we have to understand is we're not in a relationship. So we don't know. Everybody handles stuff differently, and everybody's willing to put up with different stuff in their relationships. Y'all might put up with something I think is crazy, and vice versa. And if I'm sitting here in a relationship with somebody and we get into an argument, I might not look at that as abuse. I may look at that as we got into an argument today. I ain't really messing with you. I'll talk to you later on. And on top of that, because people don't like Greg for whatever reason, they're going to hold him under a microscope. So any little thing that he do, they're going to criticize him for. Oh, he poked it with the board. Did she cry out? Did she say, "Oh, you're hurting me"? Did she say stop? Did she probably even feel it? Did
this board thing y'all talking about?
I don't know, some bullshit, child.
Oh, I guess it's on Peacock. But
maybe it was a deleted scene because granted I missed a lot of episodes this season, but I don't even remember nobody talking about that.
No, because nobody talked about it. Nobody.
Sweet Tea is not crying out and saying that she's being abused. Who are we to say that she's being abused because we saw an argument between them?
That's what I'm saying. We don't know what is her triggers in her relationship.
Like, what's her threshold?
Right.
Now, I can say like what I feel or what I think, but it's not really for me to say because it's not my relationship. I can say I think she's being manipulated. I can say that I think that she might be a little bit in over her head. I can say that I think that he's got her trying to fill Quad's shoes. That's my opinion. That's not a fact. It's just what I think, my observation. And like as souls, everyone's got an opinion, and it's not a fact just because it's something that you think.
Also, I think for me, to me, Heavenly is trying to do all of these new lives and all of this and all this kind of stuff to try to avoid what she said that was offensive. And people was tearing her up about it, and she came out and she did this fake apology, but nobody is holding her under the microscope the way that they holding Greg under the microscope. She has come out, she got on her YouTube channel trying to make an example out of something, but it was offensive. And then everybody keeps comparing it to what Marlo said. Marlo and Heavenly said two different things.
What did Marlo say?
Yeah, I didn't see the Marlo thing.
You say it again?
What did Marlo say?
So in season 4, when Marlo was like, "Oh, go hang out with those Fs that you hang out with," right? When she was talking with her and Sheree were arguing back and forth.
Right.
It was in season 4. Heavenly literally got online and said, "Oh, I'm talking about real men. Not gay men, not bitch men, but real men." That's two different things.
She actually said not gay men.
Yes.
Yes.
But see, Heavenly isn't that. This is my whole thing with Heavenly. Heavenly treats women like crap.
Yep.
So I don't know why we are shocked that she's just as disrespectful to men.
Well, no, we're not shocked.
Mean person.
We're not shocked, but what I'm saying is, you see how your face changed up when I said what Heavenly said, but she gets away with it. But Greg gets into an argument with but there go Greg again. He being abusive. He doing this. Look, I remember how he treated Quad. Quad trying to tell you, this lady in her real life off the cameras was talking in her closet and said some disparaging, disgusting comments. And it was, I didn't find it offensive. You didn't find that offensive?
I thought real specifically people saw it. Like if people actually saw what she said.
Wait, say it again. You had went out.
Yeah.
Airplane. I wonder if people actually saw what she said, because I saw a little clip and she was saying real men. So that can mean anything.
They saw it when they saw it, and they even took a clip of it and put it out online. They even took a clip of it and put it out online. They said what she said, and again, yeah, she got beat up on for a little bit, but that was
something.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's cute that she's mean like that. They think that's cute. They think that's something.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, my internet. I opened up a big file on my computer.
Your phone, your internet.
I definitely would not let her in my house. Let me give it a minute. Y'all go on. See if it resets.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, it was
a big file.
It was what she said was inappropriate and it was disgusting. But again, she can get away with it because of whatever, because she's Heavenly, or because she's a woman, or because she's on TV, or because people find her entertaining. But the minute Greg does something, he gets Mike, he gets called, all kind of names, and he do this and he do that. And I'm like, that's too, like, y'all don't see the issue. The show is a problem. The show itself is a problem. That's the first thing. The show itself is a problem. Andy really don't care about the show. I could tell by the way how he lets them get away with whatever and doesn't check them. And on top of that, Greg is getting crucified for his past relationship. It's almost like no matter what Quad says, people are just going to believe what she's saying is true about Greg. But the minute Greg says something back, why he talking to her? Why he doing this? Why he doing that? Blah, blah, blah. But Heavenly can get her ass up on here and say whatever she want to say. Oh, it's entertainment. Oh, she was just talking. She was just using examples. That lady literally got online and said, because if a man approach another man, a real man, not no bitch man, not no gay man, a real man, it's gonna be a problem. And unfortunately, you have Black women who was like, oh, it wasn't no problem. I didn't see a problem with it.
And then when she get to dragging them, it's going to be a problem. Because like I said, Heavenly is mean, and Heavenly don't have no respect for women either. So that's why I'm not really surprised she said that, because of the
Are
way that
you?
she treats the other women. So I wouldn't expect her to have no respect for men. You know what I mean? She's just a mean, bitter person. I honestly think that she was one of these chicks that always wanted to be a mean girl, but she could never lose that weight to be in the mean girl clique.
That's right.
So now at 60 whatever years, however old she is, now she feel like I'm on TV, I can be a mean girl now.
Yep. And it doesn't work. It doesn't work. You too old to be acting like that.
Mm-hmm.
I can't help that you grew up with no love. They ain't got nothing to do with me. But you can't be acting like that.
Yeah. I don't think that, to me, I don't see anything nice or entertaining about having me. She's one of the reasons why I never really, really got into the show. Because I just don't see it for her.
Well,
and then when they started doing this mess with having Sweet Tea and Quad on the show, it became, to me, too unrealistic.
Mm-hmm.
Now I feel like I'm watching Traitors or Girls Trip, like one of these shows where it's like set up for drama versus me just watching a reality show about some people, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Because there's no way in the world that Quad and Sweet Tea would ever be around each other. Like Dr. G and Quad don't even have no kids.
Yes, they don't have no kids. They don't own no property, nothing together.
Can I just tell you, one of my exes, I found out had passed away. I did not know that man was dead for probably 5 years because I had never talked to him since.
Mm-hmm. And it's one thing, like if you in a relationship and y'all end up on good terms. Okay, cool, fine, but you still wouldn't be in communication like that with them, right?
Yeah.
So to have both of them on this show, and that's what I'm saying. People may be like, well, Sweet Tea not good for the show. No, she's not good for the show, but it makes sense on why she's on the show. It's called Married to Medicine. Literally everybody on the show is married to medicine. Here's Quad. Here's Quad, the single girl who was no longer married to medicine. She should not be on the show.
Yeah, she's not even a nurse or anything. Like even with Sweet Tea, I think it's interesting to have someone who was a medic in the military be on the show.
Me too.
I think it kind of breaks the mold a little bit, and it shows that there's different fields in medicine that you can be in. You don't have to be an OBGYN. You don't have to be a civilian doctor. You know what I mean? Like there's medics, there's paramedics, there's lab techs, but Quad really has anything to do with this show. She doesn't even own like a home health care service or nothing. It's just, she lived in Mississippi though. But if she lived in Atlanta, Marie from Bell Collective would be good on this show. But she don't live there. But that's the type of person I could see them putting on the show. Like, they're not a medical doctor, but they own some sort of facility, or they're a nurse, or they were a medic in the Army, something like that. But with Quad, there's no connection at all. Well, I guess she's an ex-wife. So I guess that's how they have her on the show. Like she's the doctor's ex-wife.
But then you start to get into the housewife formula where you don't even have to be married no more. And it's like, can we at least have one show that follows the rules? This show has always been, up until recently, has been about married to medicine, being married.
Well, with housewives, they've always had housewives.
But the housewives ain't married.
Ex-wives and women that are like engaged. They have always had that on Housewives.
Right.
Not for CNAs.
Something to do with being married. Now, Marlo did not fit on Housewives at all.
Right.
Because she didn't have any connection to having been married, about to get married, nothing. Like she was just randomly on the show.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. But with that being said, and that's why it makes it so difficult for people to be like, oh, well, Quad should get grace and she should get this. No, we shouldn't give Quad anything because she chose to come back on the show. She chose to come back on the show. She chose to let these ladies disrespect her. She chose to do all these stuff. That lady literally was at the reunion last year faking those tears and kissing their ass. And people was like, oh, well, she needed to do that so she can keep her job. She could have kept her job by checking their asses also. Because then we'd be like, oh, hold up. We got somebody stand up to Jackie. Oh, we got somebody stand up to Simone. And it's like she's letting those girls play in her face. And then here comes Phaedra, who should not have been on the show. But Phaedra was on the show. Phaedra was on the show and she did not allow those girls to play in her face. So what happens now? Phaedra all of a sudden starts to get bullied by these other girls. They go on press tours. Phaedra's this, Phaedra's a liar. Let's not forget what Phaedra did to Candy, blah, blah. Phaedra had already did all those things, and y'all still welcomed her on y'all show with open arms.
And you know what? Even Quad was married to a doctor. Phaedra being on that show was just random as hell.
That's why I don't
not
think
even like a medical attorney.
Nope.
Well, she was
Like,
brought
she's not a
into
malpractice attorney or
for
anything like
for
that.
ratings, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, she was wanting for quote unquote ratings, but the ratings was Sweet Tea and Quad. That was the real ratings.
What was I about to say? I don't think Quad. She technically was married to a doctor, so just like a housewife, you know, was married and divorced, they still on the show. So, you know, using the same logic, I guess she could stay. But right now, she's not married to medicine, but they're not going to get rid of her because the drama is with her and Gregory and Sweet Tea.
Right. But here's and with that being said, now if Sweet Tea and Greg leave, guess who everybody's gonna start focusing on again? Quad, Toya.
They already focusing on Sweet Tea.
Right.
She's being alienated. I mean, now this is where, you know, my shit with Sweet Tea come in. You know, she's not innocent in what's happening to her. You know, she gets on the internet just like Heavenly does.
Yes, she
and
does.
Talks her shit.
Yeah.
And they don't want to be bothered. Or, you know, even the way like she was talking to Toya, I didn't like when Toya was trying to ask her, like, bitch, do you want us to fight for you? Because, you know, I also had made the point that so Quad is like so happy, like jizzing in her pants because she thinks that she was the group's choice. Yes. When in all reality, they went to go see about Sweet Tea first. And when Sweet Tea said, that's none of y'all business and do what you got to do, Toya said, well, then I guess we're going to go with Quad then. Like, if, you know, basically like, fuck you too. But had Sweet Tea said, yeah, I want to be in the group, that conversation and that kumbaya they had with Quad wouldn't have happened.
No, it wouldn't have happened. And the thing is, Quad is on the show for ratings or entertainment, whatever. Cool. I don't like how Quad is coming off to the other ladies. I don't mind Quad. I really don't mind her being on the show. I just couldn't imagine I couldn't imagine being on the show with y'all and y'all want me off the show. And then I come back, y'all faking in my face. I know y'all faking in my face, but I'm standing up for y'all. You know what I'm saying? And I'm standing up for y'all. That is crazy to me.
That's disturbing to me. And it, to me, begs the question, like, what about Phaedra? Why are y'all going so hard at Phaedra? I understand, like, y'all really are mad
because they couldn't sun her. They couldn't sun her like they can do Quad and like they can do Quad and Toya and Sweet Tea.
Well, I was listening to the Friend Zone, and Dustin was like basically that they mad because Phaedra gets up here and she doesn't really share anything authentic with them.
That ain't that.
And
Phaedra, they were forced to let Phaedra on that show by production. I don't think they had a choice.
But my thing is, when me and Larger was going back and forth earlier, she was like the fake doctor she had before. I said, if I was Phaedra, I would have brought somebody that I wasn't serious with on the show too. Because look what y'all did to that boy. Y'all tried to give him the third degree. Y'all asked him who, what, when, where. You brought Shireen and Apollo around. Yep. Like, imagine if they did that to her, a real love of hers. And what if that would have chased him off? That would be too much for anybody to handle. What if a man would have been like, I'm cool on this shit right here? Like, you know what I'm saying? I would
Richie, also think about this. These women are so big on marriage and protecting marriage and protecting relationships. Y'all are sitting in the ocean or the middle of the ocean with the mistress
What you
Have it
want to talk about her covenant, bitch? What
And
was
a
y'all sitting with the
that had no reason
mistress,
to be there.
the home wrecker?
say it
There
again,
was no
Kylie.
reason for Apollo and that woman to be there at
Yes.
all, ever.
They sitting there in the middle of the ocean with the girl, like she one of the homegirls. Like we've been knowing her for years, and letting her run her mouth to Phaedra because y'all are so pissed off at Phaedra because y'all could not do Phaedra the way that y'all do the other girls.
Phaedra was
may not be a
calling her the
doctor.
devil's daughter.
Phaedra may not be a doctor, but Phaedra is a lawyer. There's just as much education. So y'all acting like, oh,
if anything, she
we
should have
can't
been
sun
mad
them.
at Contessa and freaking Sweet and Sour for not sticking up for her, because those were her only two so-called friends the entire season. Where was all that vitriol for freaking Contessa and Sweet and Sour? Why was she all mad? Why was she going to Jackie talking about those mean girls and nobody took up for me? She should have named the people that were supposed to be taking.
You know why she went to Jackie? She went to Jackie because she was there for Jackie when Jackie was going through what she went through. So she would thought at least somebody in the group would have some sense and would come over to me and say, "Come on, y'all, this doesn't make this does not work." That's why she went over.
I guess
to
there's
Jackie.
versions of being there for people.
Even Wendy would have said, "Now this isn't right," because Wendy had said, "Well, Karen's not here to defend herself." Even Wendy would have shut some of that shit down.
I feel like they was trying to turn the show into let's bring somebody's ex on here to create drama. Like I feel like that's
let's bring another ex on here, because the first one
like they were
didn't work how we thought it was.
Yeah,
you know, and I'm like, you're supposed to be married to medicine. This ain't Vacation with your ex. Like what you know what I mean? Like, how did we get here where this has become like a theme on the show or a plot point to bring someone's ex into a situation where they would never be around their ex?
And Simone is so bothered by Phaedra, she literally made a T-shirt. She got Cecil in the confessional saying it. She on Watch What Happens Live saying, "Well, Phaedra over there with the real mean girls." She's so bothered by what Phaedra said about you, girl. It's the truth. Y'all are some mean girls. Y'all are, like Kylie said, y'all are some bitter.
It is the truth also that she's on her way to the Queen of Mean Girls over there on Real Housewives of Atlanta, where they get scrappy. They get scrappy.
That is not getting into an altercation with somebody and being a mean girl. Two different things.
I don't think Portia is a mean girl, though.
Yeah, Portia's not a mean girl.
I don't see that. I don't see her bullying people.
And for that specifically, I was saying to Richie B earlier that it was in an interview on Watch What Happens Live where Andy Cohen asked a question. See, Black women answering questions is usually a problem to a lot of people. She was asked a question on what did she think, and she said, well, it's interesting that she would leave calling us the mean girls when she's on her way back to, you know, the place where mean girls are. And Andy Cohen was the one who specifically brought up Portia. If I'm wrong, put it in the chat.
Well, Portia isn't mean.
He co-signed on it.
Portia will fight you, but she's not a mean girl. Like, even like when she came on the show, she was so green and kind of wet behind the ears, kind of like Sweet Tea. Like, she's with this man that's just like, you know, just however Cordell treated her, and I'm a wife, and I take my vows seriously, and I can't go to the strip club, and that's not of God, and you don't know the convictions of a wife. You know, she was not a mean girl, like, but she will fight you.
So I guess that would just be said whose version of mean is what? Because some people's version of mean is a scrappy, fighty person.
I've never heard anybody.
Some people's version of mean is a person that like is super shady. And some people's version of mean is, you know what I mean? Like, so what's mean actually? You have to be relative.
What you saying, Callie?
What I'm saying is, you fighting somebody who started mess with you, and this is why I'm not mad at Sutton for saying what she said.
Exactly.
You fighting somebody that started mess with you, that's not being a mean girl.
Right.
I think Dorit is a mean girl.
So,
what was you about to say? I've never heard of what?
I was saying
Yeah.
I've never in my life heard of somebody getting into a fight and saying, "Oh, Kylie got into a fight. She's a mean girl." I've never heard anybody say that. That is not the definition of a mean girl. That's not even close to being a mean girl. That means I got into a fight. You pissed me off that day, and we end up getting into a fight. A mean girl
Kenya
somebody
is a mean girl.
A mean girl is
She
somebody who is consistently picking with you. A mean girl is somebody who finds any reason to say something to you or about you. For instance, Dorit. Dorit is a mean girl. She takes every opportunity she can to take a slug at Sutton. That is a mean.
Okay, I agree that
Erica
Dorita is a
Jane.
mean girl.
Erica Jane is a mean girl. Kyle is a mean girl. Those are mean.
Kenya.
Kenya is a mean girl. Nene Leakes is a mean girl.
Dr. Heavenly.
Dr. Heavenly.
Yeah.
Dr. Motherfucking
Come
Heavenly.
on.
No, but no, I can't believe people still mad at Sutton was not, and Kyle tried to twist that around. That is not at all.
Poor Rito. Poor Rito. Poor
Yeah,
Rito.
but Sutton was basically saying, like, I'm not about to let this girl punk me. And you know, and she just mad because I got more money than her. That's what Sutton was saying. Like,
Look, somebody in the
this
chat
girl.
that's trying to get in said, "Hey,
I
nigga,
see that.
said,
Leave it alone. Leave it
I'ma
alone,
let
Richie.
him up. Should I let him
no, Richie,
Report him. No, report him.
Don't let it up.
Is there
Don't
a
let him
thing
up.
to report his
Because we
ass?
could
Yeah,
roast the shit out of him."
No,
And
don't let him
block
up.
him.
Yeah, you
Okay.
can
Report and block.
Don't let him up. Don't let them up.
All right.
They want smoke.
Yeah, leave it alone.
So how do I report
Because
him?
next thing you know, you better gotta pay tomorrow morning. Your channel be gone. Leave it alone.
Yeah, 'cause
Your
they
mama.
tried to shadow ban you or something. So yeah, but
How
no,
about that?
that's everybody. Oh, Sutton, she's so tacky. She shouldn't have said that. Blah 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 blah. I'm like, the reason why Sutton said what she said because she felt like, look, that's the only reason why you don't like me. You keep coming at me, making these little jabs, making these little comments, trying to start a rumor that I'm an alcoholic, and you know that's the and I ain't did nothing to you. You know, you just don't like me because I got more money than you. That's what Sutton was saying.
And on top of that, you're if I'm not mistaken, you was on the camera last season sitting inside Kyle's house with Crystal, and you said, I wonder if Sutton got vodka in her coffee. You have been insinuating that Sutton has a drinking problem, and then you sit down with her. Oh, Sutton, are you doing that because of me? I just want some damn water. This ain't got nothing to do with you.
Yeah.
And then Sutton said it was hot that day. That was that day it was real hot here, I think. And she was like, do you realize how hot it was that day?
I just want some water. And you sitting here literally saying,
has never ordered water anywhere we have went.
yeah, like the shut up.
Trying to push this narrative that this woman is a drunk, and the reality of it is this
Do
woman
y'all have any onions?
be a drunk. She doesn't.
You know who seems way more drunk is Three Carcasses Out.
Who?
Who?
That's Dorito. Dorito's drink is always a
I
vodka
think-
with Three Carcasses Out.
And you drinking with me. You
But
the
you
one
know
got
what,
a
though?
custom drink, and you talking about I'm a drunk?
Let me ask y'all this. Let me ask y'all this. Do y'all remember the scene where they were at dinner? It was the year, in my opinion, one of the best Housewives Beverly Hills years ever, when they was having all that drama with Thick Tongue. What was her name? Oh my goodness. The super rich lady. I cannot think of her name, but it was Lisa Rinna. Diana.
Was hilarious.
Do y'all remember that season? Do you remember at the table when before Sutton was saying I paid for Lisa Rinna's ticket or whatever, and Garcelle was like the receipt? Did y'all ever pay attention to what Diana was doing at that table?
No.
She was chopping up cocaine.
No way. Not right at the table.
Not the cameraman.
Yeah. Okay.
And I missed
But
it.
I do. Diane did give me drugs. She did
Listen.
she had some issues.
She did that at the table, and what happened was it's very quick.
Yeah.
But and the reason why I caught it because somebody on Twitter slowed it down.
You sure she wasn't chopping up something else like a pill or something?
Baby, she was chopping up Kylie. That girl was chopping up cocaine, baby. That girl was chopping up cocaine like she was a drug cartel. And on top of that,
chop up pills, especially when they snort them.
Well, either way, she was about to snort something, and Dorit gave her this look, like, "Bitch, right now,
Well,
damn,
people
the
snort
camera's
Addy.
on."
Yeah, Diane did
It
not
could
give
have
me.
been
Diane did
Adderall.
not give me like she was sober. Diana
Baby.
gave me like she was
Baby.
on something.
Baby, okay.
Yeah.
She licked her lips a lot.
My whole point of saying that is, I think Dorit do more than just drinking.
Dorit do give
Lisa
me
Rinna-
twitchy sometimes. You know
Lisa
what I mean?
Rinna
Like that
recently
drug
came out and
twitchy.
said just straight out that it was allegedly cocaine in the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
But Dorit do give me that twitchiness that people sometimes have when they be doing stuff. She does give me that.
It's the change in her. It's her extreme behavior,
Mood swings,
like
yeah.
mood swings. Like even all the rage in that cow and like her eyes popping out of her head, like it's
come down.
What really sealed the deal for me is when PK said, "I got sober." What did he say? I'm trying to remember exactly. Basically, like I got sober, and basically this wasn't an environment that I could be in. Basically,
Yeah.
saying like she's not sober.
I
gotta go look at it again. He was
he
sitting
pretty
down
much was
with
saying, I got
Mauricio.
sober and I
She
had
has not
pretty much my
curbed her
eyes had opened up.
carcasses. Hasn't.
What'd you
curbed
say,
her
Q?
She pretty much was saying, I got sober and my eyes opened up. And I don't and I don't think that Sutton is an alcoholic. I do think that Sutton drinks, but I will say this though. Sutton is smarter than Karen, because regardless of whatever the financial status is, we all can call an Uber.
Well, whenever we see Sutton go somewhere where there's drinking, she always has a black car. She always has an Uber Black. Whenever we see her going somewhere where they're going to be drinking, the only time we see her drive is if she's doing something with the business or whatever. She'll like drive her truck. But if there's going to be drinking, she never drives. We never see her pull up ever.
Right.
To be honest with you, I think the only person on the show that we see driving was Kyle. Kyle drive every episode.
No, we
Every
saw.
How much is this?
Has been driving with her, but not where they're going to be drinking, not to parties and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because she was driving the truck when they went to the fashion show.
Got it.
But yeah,
Kathy does drive. She needs a lot of pillows.
Let me get another one. Excuse me.
Well, you know, LA is really big. So you can't waste a lot of money taking Ubers here. And I've gotten to the point where I don't even drink when I go out. I just order cranberry Sprite with a twist of lemon. And because I'm not spending no $100 on no Uber.
Yeah.
I could just drink at home. It ain't, you know what I mean? I can socialize without drinking.
But those are Mean Girls. Portia is from what I have seen so far. Now, maybe this season she might be a mean girl, but what we have seen so far, Portia is not a mean girl. So Simone sounded stupid.
No, I don't know where she got. You know what?
I said Andy Cohen is the one that said it. I'm gonna look for the scene. Let me look.
Been thinking of Kenya because Kenya is there for some of the season.
Well, I'm looking.
No,
let's be honest here.
That's
Kenya
true.
Was there, and she actually
Simone Whitmore,
let
right?
go from the show for doing some Mean Girl stuff.
Yes, Simone was reaching. She ain't had nothing to say, and she cannot accept the fact that Phaedra was telling the truth about them. Y'all some mean girls, and I don't. And you can play in a lot of people's faces, but you won't play in mine. I'm out. Bye.
Oh, you know what else? I have some tea that I people missed about Phaedra. Way back when they first started talking about filming The Real Housewives of Atlanta, I heard, and I don't remember who I heard it from, that Phaedra was going on a cast trip. So Phaedra was not added after Kenya left. Phaedra was going on that trip.
Got it.
You got a bag?
Yeah. So the narrative, they had to bring Phaedra in. No, by the time they started filming, that was the plan to have Phaedra go on the cast trip. Because I remember hearing it, and I don't know exactly which blogger I heard it from, but it was when they first started filming the show. They said Phaedra will be on the cast trip.
Got it.
Thank you.
So yeah, this narrative that Phaedra's going to come and save the show, that's a rewrite of history. That is not what happened.
Tried to fight it on social media. She snatched Kenya down. You were there.
Okay, so she did just straight up call Portia mean. Andy says, here, can I play it, Richie?
Sure.
The Watch What Happens Live. Here.
It was hilarious. Okay. Is the least
Can you
that I
guys
could
hear
say.
it?
Cecil liked the song,
Yep, we can hear
but
it.
wanted to be free. Hilarious. Okay. Is the least that I could say. Cecil liked the song, but he wanted to be free from the bullshit. It was a lot.
What did you think of Jackie and Phaedra's conversation?
I think Phaedra gave us an unnecessary and unfit hard time. I think she was ready to be back with Portia, ready to be back as frickin' frat. And so just say that, but don't leave out calling us mean girls when you're headed to the number one mean girl.
Are you calling Portia the number one mean girl?
She's mean. She's tried to fight on social media. She snatched Kenya down. You were there.
Why am I in it?
Okay.
Your reaction to Greg wanting to press charges?
I didn't like it. Number one, King did not physically touch him.
Okay.
Number two,
He did
King
not co-sign that, Larger. He
His
just
world
said, "Why am I in it?"
You're right. That's why I was
And
playing it.
y'all
I said
had a
that.
reaction like, "Are you calling Portia mean?"
That's what I was saying.
Like that's how he said it. Like what? Yeah.
That's why I played it, because
Yeah.
I wanted
He
it
had
to
a
be
reaction. He
correct.
had the same reaction we had.
Yeah, because she's not a mean girl, and like Lisa Mack said, y'all just jealous. Again, you heard what Phaedra said. You heard what Simone said. Oh, she left the show with calling us mean girls. That's what you stuck on. You're not stuck on.
Being a mean girl.
Yeah, you're not stuck
They're
on.
not paying attention to the fact that they're mean girls.
Right. Y'all are mean. Y'all are mean girls, and
They're mean doctors.
I'm wondering why my husband left her on her birthday. Yeah, they're mean girls, and
Who
Simone.
husband left them on their birthday?
I guess he's talking about Sutton.
No, she left him, but she just wanted to.
Oh
like,
yeah, you did say
temporarily-
that.
and he's like, no, if you gonna leave me, we getting a divorce. That's what happened.
Got it.
Yeah.
But Simone, you look stupid right now. And Simone used to be my favorite. I am not feeling Simone this season at all. Her nor
I've
Cecil.
been not feeling
I'm
Simone.
not feeling them this season. I don't like the way that she's talking to Sweet Tea. I don't like how she's handling this Phaedra situation. It's one thing for Heavenly to have a problem with Sweet Tea, and it's one thing for Quad not to be with Sweet Tea. Cool, fine. From my understanding, Simone, she ain't done nothing to you. And all of a sudden, you get in your comments, you got all this shit to say about her, and then you mad at Phaedra, and you throwing all these shots at Phaedra. But the minute she call y'all mean girls, and she say y'all these kind of bitches over here, you got your panties bunched up because you can't handle it. And you bring nothing to the show. You nor group bring nothing to the show.
Oh
Nothing.
God, Dr. Jackie, I am so disappointed in the viewers of this show that they did not get that woman put off that show. I'm serious. I don't care if they had to go out there with picket signs. That woman should not be on this show.
I wonder if she will continue to be Andy's darling, because remember she had signed a book deal through Andy, and I'm pretty sure. I wonder if she is getting if Bravo gets any portion of her business. I can't imagine that they are, being as though it was established before she got on the show, but she did open that fertility clinic thing after the show. So I'm wondering if that, with Jackie being on the show, does it have something to do with like the money, the side contracts that they have? And I'm curious to know if
I'm sure it does.
her book sales and stuff like declined with her making those comments about Black women. Remember she was crying about it?
Yes, I don't know if they're still there after that happened.
Here's the thing. This is where I'm getting on. This is where I'm getting on Quad and the viewers. Jackie was on Heavenly's Live, and she said those nasty, disgusting things about Black women. At that point, they should have been holding her feet to the goddamn fire. Every time that charity event you didn't do that because you wanted to get some money. You did that because you want to get the heat up off of you.
No, Dr. Jackie should have got they should have got her ass put off the show.
Yes.
And I think what happened was you had too many black people running around here saying, no, that's so drastic and we need black doctors. And I think that they drowned it out the people who had enough sense to be offended. That's what I think happened.
And where I get on Quad is these girls literally sat there on the couch and said, well, hell, I don't know. Maybe Quad was the one who put the video out.
You be getting on my fucking nerves.
Say it again.
Oh, y'all heard that?
Yeah.
I was trying to leave somebody a voice memo.
She literally was sitting on a couch with them, on the same couch by them, and they said, well, we don't know. We thought maybe Quad put the video out. It don't matter if Quad put the video out or didn't put the video out. You still said the words out of your mouth. And why I know Andy don't really care about the show, because Andy not even talking about it. If this shit had happened on Housewives, Andy would have talk about that the same way he went talking about Karen getting drunk and going to jail.
And then you know what the thing is, she didn't say what she said apologetically, or like to say like, you know, I have sometimes a hard time diagnosing because I don't know if the person's just tired or if they're really sick. No, she said it flippantly. Like she just didn't give a damn about those patients.
Yep.
Dr. Jackie, bye. I can't with that woman. And then I did not like her coming on there discussing women having STDs. That rubbed me the wrong way too.
I didn't like what she did. I didn't like what she did to Buffy.
Oh, see, I didn't watch it then.
Infertile.
Infertile. Bitch, we ain't got the same issues.
But it wasn't even just that. It was
Curtis don't even want to hold on.
He wasn't sorry for saying that shit.
Curtis don't even want to take your ass on down there to the adoption agency. That's how much he don't want to have no kids with you.
But the thing with Buffy was, it was not only that she said it, it was that she wasn't sorry for saying it when she seen that the girl, it hurt her feelings. She was like, but you are infertile. Like, what the fuck?
But what doctor, especially OBGYN, something wrong with her. I can't.
And people think,
we get a doctor on the show.
And people think because
somebody else.
People think because Jackie doesn't yell or she doesn't cuss that, oh well, she is the number one mean girl on that show. And Mariah told us this a long time ago. She said, Jackie, your slip is showing. She told us this a long.
No, Dr. Jackie gives me elitist. Thinks she's better than other people, and those other people are her patients. That's the energy she gives me. That woman, I just couldn't imagine someone saying something like that. And I don't care about the look of us looking like we have a black doctor if the person is more racist than a white doctor.
Right.
Right. We're not.
He's a surgeon on TikTok, and he says that he was answering questions, and they were like, "Is it true that most doctors are socio?"
Everything.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I heard my earphones didn't hear until it was like a delay. My bad. I apologize. But I wanted to say this Indian guy, he was answering a question like, "Are doctors and surgeons sociopaths and psychopaths?" And he was like, statistically, yes, most doctors don't have empathy.
When you watch those shows about people killing, unaliving their spouses, there are a lot of doctors on those shows, like a lot.
Yeah, so it's actually not that. Yeah. She doesn't even know how bad she sounded because she doesn't have a sense of empathy. She really don't give a fuck about those people.
Well, also, she don't know how bad she sounded because nobody on the show brought her ass. They should have been like, hold up. Like you said, what? And then that's where Quad should be like, I ain't saying that. I ain't put that video up there, but you still said what you said. You don't care about that.
I just kind of feel like this sort of racist idea that black women shouldn't be able to be tired when they're pregnant and not want to work.
Right.
Like, oh no, you just crying wolf. I'm like, you have a whole other person inside of you. A lot of people have swelling and pain and all kind of stuff. Like, this is a whole other topic, but I really think the women's lib movement was the dumbest shit we ever did as women.
Wait, what was that?
Because what happened was all we did was send ourselves to work, and the men kept on doing everything they was already doing. The men did not change. They went on right back to beating and cheating or whatever they was doing, and now we got to go to work.
That was stupid for women, and integration was stupid for black people.
Yeah, exactly. That was the women's version. All that, some of that stuff that was going on with them psychedelic drugs in the 60s was a problem. Because I feel like everybody dropped some acid and lost their mind, and this society took a turn where we did a
We are in agreement with that.
not benefit. Because this is why relationships don't work. Because you took the monetary away, and the men are doing the same stuff they were doing in 1960, except now they ain't paying no bills. And now you.
And it's not just the 60s either. It's the 90s and the 2000s. Remember you had Rashida and Candy and Monica them talking about it don't matter if you in doing 5 to 10. I'm gonna hold you down. It don't matter if there's no expectations, there's nothing. All you have to do is show up.
Oh, no,
Basically the black male worship anthems.
Yeah, they really expect women, especially black women, to have no standards. But
At all. And
as a woman, to expect a woman who is pregnant, maybe a lot of women have extreme exhaustion when they're pregnant. They have back pain. They have all kinds
or
of
like Phaedra, the baby's on my bladder. So I gotta have them 3 months early.
Everybody is not going to be able to get up and go to work 7 to 8 months pregnant. I think that's so realistic.
But you see how Trent just said the comment about Phaedra. When Phaedra was lying about that baby, everybody was clocking her. Everybody was saying, you lying, you lying, you lying. Nobody has come out yet to say about what Jackie, I ain't calling her doctor anymore, what Jackie has said about being pregnant and about you are literally the person who delivers babies. You are literally the one who delivers babies, and if I'm telling you I'm in pain, take that shit seriously. It's not being lazy.
It's almost like they decided to not make that part of the show.
Right. Yeah, it's just crazy. It's just like they're not letting Phaedra and Candy trauma go
part of the show. I would have made sure I would have said it in every scene. That way it would have got on camera.
They need to get the Brooke Ashley on there because she made colorism a part of Potomac for 3 seasons. We need her to use her powers for something good for a change.
Sure. But
if the doctors would have listened to Bose, she probably could have kept her first baby. When they tell the doctors they're in pain, they don't listen. They be having stuff like what is it when you have high blood pressure when you pregnant?
Preeclampsia.
Yeah, preeclampsia. They don't listen to black women in general. It's perpetuated by white institutional racism, but Dr. Jackie is perpetuating it as a black woman, which that's wild when you really think about it.
No, you
everything about her is disgusting.
That's literally what happened with Bose. Like nobody caught her preeclampsia, and she wound up losing her baby over it. And almost her life.
Well, Bose didn't even know nothing was wrong with her. Her boss made her go to the hospital. She was at work. The boss walked her to the hospital.
Yeah, he probably saw in her that she didn't want to seem like the woman, I'm having lady problems. She probably was trying to suppress her issues, and he saw it right through it. And it's like, get your ass to the hospital.
But sometimes, especially if your blood pressure is up, you can't think clearly. So she probably was clearly sick, but in her mind, she didn't perceive it. And the people around her probably was like, damn, she looked bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's a really sad story.
With all that being said, Jackie is full of shit and she need to be off.
Well, it looks like Phaedra's still entertaining Sheik because she has him at the premiere party that just was yesterday or so.
Good.
Yeah, I think it was yesterday. Yeah.
Good.
And they had this huge premiere party, and she's there with Sheik.
Good. And I didn't like Jackie getting in the comments saying that Phaedra was playing an Apollo face either. Fuck Apollo. Who was Apollo? A criminal. And I could have had Apollo's daddy down there if I wanted to. Yeah,
Apollo's not just a criminal though, Q. He's a career criminal. He's just a loaded.
And I could have brought his goddamn daddy or his granddaddy down here if I wanted to. It don't matter who I bring. Y'all sitting over here with the goddamn mistress, with a bitch holding her stomach and trying to talk at the same time, and y'all sitting up here going up for her. but you got a problem with
Which
Phaedra,
is a talent.
which is a talent.
Don't sleep
But
on
you
it.
know what? I wonder.
It's very much a talent. When I saw her, I said, "Wow, she got talent. She could talk and hold her stomach at the same time."
Right.
But you know what? I wonder if that chick was attractive, would they have felt different? Like, I almost feel like they don't perceive her being the side chick because she's not attractive. You know
She
what I mean?
doesn't
That ain't why.
benefit from desirability politics.
They didn't find nothing wrong because they don't care for Phaedra. Because Phaedra made that comment of these bitches over here, and she stood on business when she said, and because here goes Simone with her stupid ass. Well, Phaedra, do you want to clear your comments up? I ain't got to clear shit up. I meant what I said. Y'all don't kind of bitches over there. Y'all whack. And then you got Claude over here saying, "Oh, they kind of went to the White House. They didn't take you to the White House." So Phaedra stood on business with them. So it was like, oh, she's not falling for it. She's not bending the way we need her to. So okay, cool. We're gonna sit over here with what's name. Simone talk about, oh, Shaq is for the streets. Wasn't Cecil for the streets? Ain't Curtis for the streets?
Q, next season, I could see, of course, Phaedra not coming back, but I could also see Dr. Greg and Sweet Tea not coming back because I don't think that him getting in that argument with Sweet Tea was a good look for him professionally. And he might not want to be involved in that show anymore.
Well, and also they're gonna ice Sweet Tea out, so nobody's gonna want to film with her. But here's the problem: everybody think it's okay, cool, great. All they're gonna do is either turn on Toya or turn on Quad. Heavenly and Simone will get the arguing again. We can tell based off of the comment that Heavenly did on her YouTube channel and what Simone did back. So they gonna get the arguing again. It's gonna be the same. It's gonna be the repeated cycle all over again. And then if they bring back Dr. whatever her name is, they're gonna mess with her. So it's the same cycle that we had before Sweet Tea got on the show.
Yeah, I could be wrong, but I just feel like that man is a psychiatrist, and he might look at this show and go, "Oh, I can mess up my career if I keep going off on this show. So let me just get on off this show, and so I can keep my career, my real career, because this show ain't nothing."
And Heavenly is going to find a reason to go at Toya. Toya is going to be because Toya got a new house. Heavenly going to find an issue with it. Toya buying a new house don't affect nothing Heavenly got going on financially, but she gonna have a reason. She gonna have a reason to say something about Toya. The problem is though, just like Portia, Toya put her hands on you, and I'm not saying Portia or Toya are ass whoopers, but they'll put their hands on you, and that's what Heavenly needs. Heavenly needs somebody to put their hands on them.
No, I think the problem that some people have with Portia is kind of the same problem they have with Sutton now. They expect these people to just sit there and be bullied because they perceive them as being easy targets. And when that person says, "No, you're not about to sit up here and keep effing with me like this," and then all of a sudden they have a problem because they were entertained by the bullying and the person shut it down. So that to me is kind of the same thing, even though Sutton used her words and she didn't put her hands on Dorit. But it was like the same thing. Like this woman, I think she thought that Sutton was a quirky girl and that she could play that mean girl stuff with her. And Sutton was like, "Look, your broke ass ain't about to play no mean girl shit with me."
And then did y'all hear Bowles in her interview with Entertainment Tonight talking about I was getting ready to let Dorit have it. I mean, I was getting ready to let Sutton have it. She better be glad I let her breathe. Girl.
No, maybe she was talking about something we haven't seen yet.
No, she was talking about the wallet comment.
But the wallet comment, I feel like they're trying to twist that out of context. Sutton was not saying, "I'm better than you because I have more money." What Sutton is saying is, that is your motivation for effing with me. And I'm not going to take you effing with me. That's what she was saying. She wasn't saying, "Oh, I'm just better than you because I got more." But she was saying, "Look, no, I think you got a problem with me because I got more money than you."
She said, "Girl, please don't brag unless you really have a solid concrete house. She's lucky I let her breathe. Let's not talk about wallets that don't belong to you, and let's not talk about successes that don't belong to you."
Who said that?
Bowles said that it was doing an interview with Entertainment
First
Tonight.
of all, can I say this?
About Sutton.
I'm gonna say this, and you know, it really burns me when women who feel like because I got it the hard way. Y'all
Mhm.
still in the same place, and Sutton probably got more money than you.
Mm-hmm.
All of this, I just kind of feel like this idea that a lot of women have of this being quote unquote independent. First of all, you weren't independent because you got fired everywhere you went. You was dependent on these white people that was writing your checks, just like I was. So you were not independent. You were depending on them to feed you. Second of all, you and Sutton end up in the same place. You might as well have married for money. And for all we know, Bose did get money when her husband passed.
Right.
We don't know where Bose got all that money from.
But the whole,
I mean,
these
heifers don't fool me because they'll get money from a man and come back and lie and tell you they had a career. I've had it done to me. I was misled in life because I was following those women until I got old enough to know where they were really getting that money from, and it was not from these jobs.
Yeah, and the whole she lucky I let her breathe. What? Like, Sutton was married to this man before he got his money. And at the end of the day, that's a job all by itself. I'm raising the family. He probably talking to her crazy. He probably doing whatever he wanted to do. And I'm raising the kids, making sure you straight, all this kind of stuff. So the money is her money. She earned the money. She didn't go out there and work a 9 to 5 that we know of, but she earned the money the same way, Bose, you earned your money. The difference is Sutton now has a soft life and you still have to work to keep a soft life.
Well, we don't know that. We honestly
do
not know that Bose did not inherit a bunch of money when her husband died.
But what I'm saying,
don't know that.
But what I'm saying is, even though that is true, even though that, yes, that may be true, she still worked after her husband passed away. She still had to work a regular job that she could not keep longer than a year. And I don't want to keep hearing people saying, "Oh, well, she was just doing that because she needed to build her profile up or whatever the stupid shit."
But they weren't gonna keep her longer than that.
That's not the point. The point is that she has to work to maintain. Sutton does not. And I think therein lies the problem, everybody's problem with the statement, because they felt like they caught a stray, basically.
Well, that's their problem.
In my opinion.
That's their problem because I feel like they're purposely trying to twist what Sutton said.
Yeah,
and
Erica
really
Jane, you married
this on purpose.
You married Tom because Tom had money. Dorit, you married PK because PK had money. In real life, in hindsight, y'all would not have went for those men if they didn't have a goddamn dime to their name. Simple as
Erica,
that.
You absolutely thought you was bigger than everybody on that cast when you had all that money and you was dancing and popping your patting the puss and all that stuff. Miss me with the bullshit.
No, the only person who really knew something did not add up with Erica was Kyle. Because Kyle said, I ain't never seen no boy with that much money.
And so you married Tom because of that. Because Erica's not an ugly woman. So you would have never got with Tom.
She was.
Even
no, she wasn't ugly.
She
still
was
never really ugly.
She still would have never gotten with.
But
yeah, she was thick. Yeah, and she would have never got with Tom. And Dorit damn sure. Did you see PK mouth? Dorit damn sure wasn't fucking with PK if he ain't had no money.
Well, PK, you know what? I did not know how young PK was. PK, them cigarettes tore PK up. PK probably didn't used to look like that.
But his mouth looked like that.
PK ain't never been cute.
Smoking.
Ever.
No, I don't think
he got a little weed on top of it.
I don't think he looked that bad. But I understand what you guys saying because PK was already divorced with some grown-ass kids. And I think that's another problem with Dorit and PK. I don't think PK wanted them kids. I think that man felt like I already raised my kids. But that's why you got to find somebody your own age. Now, to his credit, he was trying to get with Erica back in the day. So I don't think he exclusively just dates younger women. But when you dating a younger woman and she don't have no kids, you got to think about that.
I think the other problem that people had, I think the other reason why the ladies at the table probably thought, oh, Sutton going there, because they filmed the show together. Every single day they're together for at least 6 months or however long they take to film shows. Those ladies know Dorit's real financial situation behind the scenes. And those ladies know that girl probably over there is struggling.
Well, you heard what Sutton said on the after show.
Who over there struggling?
Dorit. What she said on the after show?
Oh, Sutton was really dragging her.
Yes, she was.
Her storyline don't make no sense. This girl showing up in next season Chanel, but yet her house getting foreclosed on. is not adding up. Like she was going in.
She basically said, I am tired of Dorit. I'm tired of the fakeness. I'm tired of pretending. She shows up in next season's she didn't say couture, I'm gonna say couture. Next season's fashions with all the jewelry and the jewelry, cars, and she even said you know, she's a child of the world. Is that what Dorit called herself? With the different traveling the world. She's a student of the world or some shit. She threw that shit back up. Then she was like, when we have to sit and pretend like she's this, you know, basically like she's this great I am, but you owe the IRS. Your house is in foreclosure. You can't pay your bills. Like, so why do we have to pretend like you basically are that girl and you're not?
Go ahead.
Just like when Kathy and Erica was going back and forth, and Kathy was like, those aren't your things. Those weren't your things. They don't belong to you. Everybody knows. You know, so it's like kind of like the same thing. Like, why, bitch, you definitely ain't gonna keep coming the fuck at me. And I know what's really good with you. You not gonna keep. I know you and Kyle just made up, but we ain't going back to that.
And the other thing is, and this is the difference between the white shows and the black shows. If Toya house was in foreclosure, or if Sheree's house was in foreclosure, the Twitter universe would be in an uproar. The House and foreclosures are okay, cool, moving on. Sutton said, what about her money? Oh wow, I can't believe Sutton would say something like that.
Yeah.
Or the fact that they have like their fourth bankruptcy.
Right.
Or whatever it is.
But what Sutton wasn't saying I'm better than you because I have money. Sutton was saying this is the reason why you coming at me.
No. I agree with that, but I'm saying it's a big difference from how the black women get treated to how the white women get treated on reality.
Well, it's how they treat themselves, Q. Because when it's how they treat themselves. Because I think it was so tasteless for like Simone and all them, and they be like, oh, how you get that Bentley? Well, what did you have to do to get that Bentley? Like, the girl can't even ride around in a nice car without y'all questioning her about money and like
that too. But that's my whole point. If Dorit was riding around in the Bentley, nobody on the show would say anything. We would say something, but nobody on
the Bentley.
I agree with Top Shelf.
But even Dorit's Range Rover, that is a 6-figure car. That's not a basic Range Rover.
Right.
Like,
and that's my whole point. I don't like that. This woman's house is literally in foreclosure. This woman is literally struggling to keep up with appearances, but yet Toya, for some reason, and I know it's two different shows, but for some reason Toya buys a Birkin bag. Oh, she putting Eugene in a hole. No, she not. She got her own money. Dorit has her own money too, but she can't get that house out of foreclosure. She over there struggling, trying to keep up with those girls.
Even like Latoya moves is a big thing. Heavily be the main one.
Yep.
How what's she doing? I wouldn't be. She got all the time in the world.
I think we have made it part of our culture to believe that black women ain't supposed to have nothing.
What and on top of that, think about Sheree got her house built, right? Oh, well, it took Sheree 15 years to get a house built. It's built.
It shows. Yes. And it takes
the bottom ass line.
Of course, if they have a lot of assets, it takes them that long. And people still don't believe me to this day that I saw an article that was saying what she was getting from Bob's retirement. And it ain't no $30,000 a year. It was like 6 figures.
Mm-hmm.
So if she's getting that every year and her house and everything is paid for, she's good.
She get how much a year?
It was in the 6 figures.
Oh, okay.
But her house wasn't paid for. She had to put it in her daughter's name, and then she put it in her mom's
mother's name. And so what?
So what? So what?
That lends credence to the fact that she didn't have the funds, or or the funds weren't allocated where the way they should have been, or
what we're talking about.
Right.
Who think Dorit? Who name you think Dorit house name is in? You know it's probably in the LLC name. What you
Child.
say,
Okay, yeah,
Corey?
yeah, you're right.
It's in her name.
Child.
Please.
No.
It's in the LLC name, buried
Y'all
in
look
the trust,
bitch.
It's in
and that's
it's
why
in
they ain't
Jagger's.
worried about
It's in
paying it
Richie.
because it ain't in
Richie, it's in
nobody's
Jagger's
fucking name.
name. That's whose house it is. It's in Jagger's name because the damn show ain't in Dorit's name.
No, like Richie said, it's in some type of fraudulent ass LLC that's buried in a trust that's buried
It's
inside
about to be.
another
It's about to be in the
LLC.
name of Bank of America. Is what it's about to be in the name of.
It's in
Huh.
it's not it's in PK name. That's how we knew it was in foreclosure.
Mm.
It was in
PK
PK
ain't
name.
got no damn credit. He owed the casino all that damn money.
PK is a grifter. They've been told us about PK when he first got on the show.
Can y'all hear me?
Hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
And he's just like a grifter.
But who I want to hear is Top Shelf because
no,
the
Uh-oh.
blogger be on his channel saying some creepy stuff about how he is at a stage of his life where he only wants to date people who are coming of age, you know,
Who is the
early
blogger?
20s.
Wait a minute.
And somebody said that they've seen things that they could make an entire documentary over. And I want to know what he's seen because the blogger is getting very bold in their statements that they're making. Like they're making it seem like it's braggadocious that they have access to young people.
Who's the
Oh,
blogger?
his last name is King. His first name is Carlos.
Carlisha.
Carlisha King.
Her.
Well, come on up, Top
Say
Shelf.
what now?
He was saying, oh, you know, him and his African, they're over, and he's in a stage of his life where he likes being able
Oh,
to
he done with that African after he was
jumpstart people.
swallowing that African's nut? He done with him
I
now?
knew you was gonna say that.
His nut was expired. It was aged nut. He didn't want the aged cream. He didn't want the sour cream. He wants the young prepubescent. I guess he wants to jumpstart people's lives, trick off on them, mentor them.
I couldn't imagine a nigga coming in my mouth and telling somebody I want to start over.
Ooh.
No, Ashley told a very convoluted story about her house. She didn't just say her house was in the name of the
Used
LLC.
up asshole.
A convoluted story that made no sense.
Did you say holes or hoes?
Hoes, used up asshole.
Both apply.
Over there guzzling that nigga come talking about you looking for somebody else. Girl, bye.
Not the kink segment. That's called fluid bonding. That is called fluid bonding. There's an actual word for it.
Of course, you know.
You
know all about it.
Why is that something I shouldn't? Wait, why is that something I shouldn't be aware of?
It would be you. It would be you.
Why would I be familiar with something like that? Fluids. I don't know about that. I just happened to learn the expression from the YouTube streets, the same streets y'all be on. The algorithm presented it to me.
Baby, that's not on my algorithm. The stuff like that.
Oh my god.
So is Top Shelf gonna enlighten us on what he's seen firsthand? Because if it's little boys, I would like to have an exclusive if I can.
Top Shelf.
You're being summoned to the floor.
Yeah, I don't follow the blogger. I don't think I've watched one full interview that he's done.
Is that
You seen
the
somebody
live he
over
did
there?
with Dustin?
Somebody over there was talking about the blogger again, child.
Who?
Somebody whose name rhymes with the Hook Lashley?
No, somebody that was on the show was saying that Carlos King didn't check on him and all that.
Oh, the guy who he ended up on the Tyler Perry set this weekend.
I don't know. Hey, Larger. Y'all know I can't see. I'm in
Hi,
my car.
Gabor. How are you?
I'm in the car. Hello, everybody.
Larger been giving us hell today.
Yeah, you was over there calling my girl.
He had to
I heard
mute me
her
a number
earlier.
of times, Gabor.
I heard her earlier.
She had to mute me.
I hope Heavenly paying you, girl.
No, not at all. I just have, yeah.
I
I
get
just
it, though,
be
baby.
arguing.
She on Wendy payroll too, Lagor.
Wendy who?
Wendy who?
Wendy Osu? Oh something.
Oh, yeah. You know, I just feel like it
Wendy
wasn't a
Osufo?
I just
That's
feel
what
like
it
it
is.
wasn't a problem for Wendy to talk about her degrees. I didn't think there was a problem.
It ain't a problem for her to talk about her degrees, but, you know, the more degrees you got should make you more better to people, not better than people.
And
You know what?
Well, not according to Dr. Jackie.
Ashley.
yeah, that's true. You're right. And when people are trying to, you know,
I
There
learned that in
actually was a
sociology.
degrees. There
I
appears to
learned that
be a
in
weaponizer.
sociology in college.
Mm.
You went to, oh, you went to college?
Yes, you didn't know, bitch?
Top shelf, you scared?
Spell bridesmaids. The S is
What
not
did you say?
silent,
What
honey.
did you say? What did you say, good boy?
Huh?
What did you say?
No, I was talking to Top Shelf.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I was talking to Trent.
Top shelf said when the blogger was producing Hollywood
Wait,
News,
Top Shelf, you was a victim?
Hold on,
he
y'all.
had
Hold
an
on.
office in Sherman Oaks Galleria where I first met him.
Oh.
Yo,
Sherman
Top
Oaks
Shelf, you come up here and
Galleria.
tell stories all the time. Now, this you need to come up here and tell this story
Stop.
He
now.
can't. He can't come up.
What circa was that?
He at
What Top Shelf is pretty much saying is he got to get his story right before he come up here and tell it because he's saying he working on a
Okay.
now. So
Is
he got
Sherman
to-
Oaks Galleria, was that circa 93, 96? Like,
he said when he was
what are you
producing Hollywood
talking?
Divas, I
Or
think
is
Hollywood
it-
Divas came out in like 2010s, I think.
Oh, so
Yeah,
see,
like right around the time that Love and Hip Hop came
When it
out.
comes to the blogger, I think Love and Marriage Huntsville about to go bye-bye, and I think that his career is about to slowly go bye-bye.
That's the only thing he has left.
Inspector Bravo.
I hate to say it, but he's the only salvation for the black shows on Bravo.
Back to Andy don't need him over there. What he come back to Bravo for? Andy don't need him over there.
The shows weren't right unless he was there though.
Child.
Please.
He gave us Roa and he gave us Love and Hip Hop Atlanta.
Child.
Child.
And he gave Phaedra that proper warning against R. Candy.
Yeah.
He's a saint.
Wow. He not
That's
coming
why I
back on.
couldn't do. That's why I couldn't do reality TV, baby.
He not come back on reality.
The police out there, you bitches keep on running with them. Child, y'all dangerous.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Wait, who said a lie?
He not come back over there
R.
because Andy
Candy?
don't need him.
Those, did you know those people was in my comments calling me Bill Cosby?
Yeah, bitch. Do you know that you always talk?
Fucking rapist.
What was he supposed to think when we can't even have a Mother's Day brunch without you talking about putting pancake syrup in your pussy? I mean, goddamn, every fucking scene.
He said,
Trent.
My mama here.
Trent.
He said she
We
put
can't even
Pop Rocks
we
in
can't even
her
go see a
pussy.
play. We can't even see a play without you trying to play with somebody's panties, without you trying to play with somebody's pussy. Just a girl.
We're remote control. Yeah, that's predatory as fuck. Bill Cosby ain't even do that. He the one should be ashamed, offended.
But Candy came on this show and she had no, like, she wasn't thinking about how this stuff would be perceived. I don't think you should have ever got on TV and did all this shit that you did and then wonder why people think you're a pervert.
Because if a man did any of that stuff she did, she really must have thought it was cute. And it was just like, even when people tried to like politely explain it to her, she got really aggressive and like, well, bitch, you used to have your ass bent over, so how dare you tell me what's not appropriate? I did that in a strip club. We're on a television show. This is two different venues, two different mediums, and you're sitting here like trying to be combative.
Is that okay?
That type of stuff makes them cool and edgy. And then when someone accuses them of being a creep, they get mad.
Yeah, because I stripped. That don't mean I stripped to pay bills. I didn't strip to get dildos up my ass, Candy. What's wrong with you?
And then she's like,
I don't want Todd controlling my damn panties.
Okay, girl.
And then, like Richard said, she thinks that it makes her look better when she says, "Now, Phaedra, we know I have fun, but I don't do nothing but no drugs." Well, bitch, that makes it worse. You the only one that's sober at the orgy.
Yeah.
I'm like, you can't even blame it on the alcohol.
Right.
You just weird.
Now, y'all not gonna drink. Y'all not gonna shame nobody for not doing drugs now.
I know, but you make it seem like that make you look better than Tiny and T.I. and everybody else you hang with. Like at least claim that it was a contact high. You had distorted judgment.
Let me
say something.
But you
Candy should have never came on the show with trying to be this oversexed woman. Hey.
Before the whole crew was here.
Girl, Kelly, did you see that crazy bitch about to jump off the roof on the hospital? Y'all lied to me. Y'all said that it ended after Bill called. Eva mama about to jump off the roof of the hospital talking about she want to talk to Nicole.
No, I still gotta watch Friday. I still gotta watch
it. Oh, okay.
it.
I'm sorry.
I got interrupted and I didn't get a chance to finish watching it. But
Okay, I'm sorry.
That show is a mess.
Which show y'all talking about?
Beyond the Gate.
Beyond the Gate.
I'm only on episode 3.
Oh, girl.
Oh, you just
I binged through 10
because you will never
2 days
get caught
ago.
up on the soap.
What's today? Saturday? I did
Yeah,
on
just
Friday.
start tomorrow.
How many episodes you got, Larger? Did you watch?
I did 10.
You did 10?
10, yeah. I did through 10.
Did anybody see
your mama on the roof of the hospital with her crazy ass? Talking about she want to speak to Nicole.
Don't talk about it. Kylie hasn't seen it yet, and you still talking about it.
Watch it tomorrow.
You can talk about it because I probably won't catch up. And I don't know nobody's name any fucking way.
Well, I don't
you talk about the lady from Law and Order? She was on the roof of a hospital?
Y'all see how y'all do? Y'all see how y'all do?
The one who's the mother who ran the girl off the road. Did you see that part yet?
Yeah, I did that for her. That's the one with the long hair?
Yeah, she got long hair. She was
right.
I think her name is Leslie.
She was
right.
On the
Her
roof,
real name
child.
is Leslie.
Her daughter sent her a video of her daddy and his wife, and she done brought her ass to the hospital, getting ready to jump off the roof, talking about she want to speak to Nicole, which is her daughter's daddy's wife.
I still don't think that's that girl daddy. I think that
I got a question.
It looked like the daddy. Lord,
I was thinking the same thing, Callie.
Lord, did you think that the daddy was trying to size Eva up? I thought that he was trying to size her up. Like he was trying to flirt with her a little bit before Nicole walked in.
I didn't get flirt from him. I did get like genuine, oh, I'm a good guy. You're her new assistant. Let's make you as comfortable as possible. I didn't get like sleazeball perv, but it does also make her paint a different picture than what her mother is saying back to Callie, who I believe is so freaking crazy. Like maybe she thinks she slept with this guy and it might be his baby. Or something that, you know, and she's
that's
now
not
she's
her.
crazy.
It's too easy.
Yeah.
It's too easy. I think we're gonna
Very
find
much
out
so.
if that's even her baby. That could have been a baby she stole. Like,
right?
Yeah. I don't believe that's her dad. It's too easy. And we found out.
Do y'all think this soap opera is going to last like the other ones 30, 40 years from now?
It's doing all right now, but
okay. The only reason I say probably is because they now see that it's not so easy to replace the soaps.
Got it.
Because the things that they put on in the place of the soaps never generated the money that the soaps were generating. So that's why they went and got Procter & Gamble and said, can we work out something? Can we just come up with a new soap? Because we're putting this crap on and we getting a third of the advertisement revenue that we were getting when the soaps was on.
Got it.
But Procter & Gamble soaps only went off the air because that company decided to stop funding soaps. Because they make what Procter & Gamble does, they make a TV show and then they advertise their products on their own TV show that they produce. So they said, we're not going to do that anymore. It's too expensive. People already know the brand. But then as soon as they stopped doing that, they started putting other brands on shelves. Like when you go to Walgreens, Target, or whatever, everything's not Procter & Gamble anymore. They got a lot of competition now. So that's why Procter & Gamble was like, oh, we do need to advertise. And then the other soaps that were owned by
Procter & Gamble own everything, though.
Yeah, they do. Which is why they felt like they didn't need the soaps anymore. They felt like, okay, we already have the brand. We don't need to spend this money to build the brand. And as soon as they did that, they started letting other smaller companies come onto the shelves.
Richie, can you move it? Can you take down this bullshit ass comment you got sitting up here?
Wendy
the Cam talk about some goddamn Wendy is the new center holder for the food.
Bitch, please. I'll stop watching the motherfucking show.
No,
I know y'all gonna be mad, but it's gonna be Giselle. That's why they got her doing that.
Who's gonna be mad about that? That's what it's supposed to be.
That's
why they got her doing the spinoff show. Karen gonna be in jail, and it's gonna be Giselle in the center, and then it's gonna be some of the girls.
Yep.
Y'all think Monique can come back?
If Wendy,
I mean, I don't really want to see her, but
if Wendy
I
said
don't
bitch,
think
I'm
nobody's
promising
gonna
God, I'll stop watching the motherfucking show.
Nobody want to see Monique. Monique don't have a personality. They put her
Y'all
on
don't
another
even
show.
like
They
Wendy
put her on the
like
radio. They
that.
put her everywhere. Monique is not that girl. She don't have a personality.
well, let her fans tell it. Giselle's so jealous of her.
Every time you look up trying to act like something going on with the bitch, get the bitch off the TV.
Ooh.
Is everybody
I mean, I
here?
don't care about her personality. I want to like laugh at her new lifestyle. Since
Who?
everybody was so envious of Monique since she got put out. Like Portia, he put your ass out.
She ain't get
But
put out. Monique ain't get put out.
Monique is another person. She just wanted to be married. You don't possess.
What is that? What is, baby? What is that
She just
noise?
wants to get
Saying?
married.
Monique said,
I
Go
think
on
that's
mute unless you talk, Trent.
that ain't me.
Sorry,
That ain't
that's
me.
the dryer. Sorry.
That ain't me.
It's
Oh,
Trent.
The thing is,
Monique ain't want to be married. She just wanted access to the money. All the
Yeah,
girls
and
that
the
talk
thing
about
is,
access to the money don't never have no access to the money. You over here signing prenups and shit.
That was and it was a horrible prenup. It
Girl,
was
please.
prenup.
Girl, please. I would have got pregnant. They don't know how to trap a nigga. I'd have got pregnant and waited until my 8 months and be like, I ain't gonna be able to push this baby out without getting married. I can't have him bring in no bastards now.
she trapped him. Monique doing fine.
No, baby Monique is broke.
If y'all think Monique broke.
Well, I don't know, because she's in a different state. But I know in California, if you prove any type of abuse, the person threatened you and made you sign it.
You mean the abuse she was bragging about when she was like, well, he used to do it for a living, so he might stomp them out. Sure. So now she's going to be the victim after the fact. And she was trying to employ him to do it to her castmates.
Well, Potomac is over with.
I'm sorry, I would have just had to stay up in the house with Chris. Had I signed that stupid ass prenup.
Potomac is over with and what?
Potomac is over with. Them hoes is gone. It's time to talk about Atlanta. Either Atlanta gonna be good or it ain't gonna be good.
It ain't gonna be good.
I honestly and truthfully, for me, I think that they don't know what they do. I don't give a fuck if Shamia lived in a $20 million house. She will never be the queen of Atlanta or that girl because she plays second fiddle to Portia.
And can
with Kyle.
She volunteered to be
Kyle can do 20
Portia's
more
flunky.
years. Kyle can do 20 more years at Beverly Hills. I will never see her as the queen of Beverly Hills because she plays second fiddle to Lisa.
Well, Shamia also played second fiddle to Candy too.
Shamia didn't play second fiddle to Portia though. She was her flunky.
She was
Candy.
She was her flunky. She was Portia's flunky.
Yeah.
And she was Candy's. Y'all keep forgetting about Candy. She was Candy's also.
She wasn't really Candy.
She wasn't her flunky. She was doing them both. She was trying to get her that thing lit. It wasn't like the same dynamic as it was with Portia.
She wasn't Candy's flunky because Candy never mistreated her. What I'm saying is she let Portia mistreat her. Kyle let Lisa Vanderpump mistreat her on the show and manipulate her to do stuff.
Get out, Kyle.
Now that's what I'm talking about when I say second fiddle.
And
Candy
also
never mistreated her. Candy gave her opportunity.
Also the thing with what's the damn show? House Atlanta. Shamia's not that girl. Like Gabor said, she could live in a $20 million house. She could live in the White House. Shamia's not that girl. I don't care how many elevators in the house. None of those things. She's not that girl. And all of a sudden, people are like, "Oh my gosh, wealth is back in Atlanta." Atlanta was never based on how much money people had. That was not what Atlanta was based off of.
The conception was with Mimi and Sheree. I mean, come on,
Shamia can host the Oscars tomorrow and she would still be unforgettable.
Woo!
No, let's back up now. When Atlanta first started, you had like some NBA wives on there. You had Kim.
No, that was just Deshaun.
It was one NBA wife girl, and that nigga was a glorified practice player.
If you can't come up here, you can't ask no questions.
Let me finish. What was you
Top
saying?
Shelf said he was busy.
No, we don't care what Top Shelf got to say. We want to hear what Candy or what Kylie got to say. Top Shelf, you working on a project, baby. Go finish that project.
Yeah, go on your project.
On the casting couch with Carla.
Don't do my motherfucking friend like that, bitch.
We had Sheree. She was getting a divorce from a Hall of Famer. I'm sorry, Atlanta, they was not broke like that.
No, I'm not saying broke. What I'm saying is Atlanta was not based off of money. Beverly Hills was based off of money. Atlanta was just like you said, some girls who Nene found behind the gates. Everybody can live behind the gates. That don't mean nothing no more. And she found some chicks that she knew, and they made a show. It was never based off of who has what. So now when everybody's like, "Oh my gosh, Shamia's bringing the wealth back to the show," it was never a show about money.
Well, yeah, there was never private jets and all of that, and caviar and all of that. There was never that.
Right.
That they might have had with some barbecue shrimp.
Nene was living in a house that
with no furniture.
The only
and it was only 4,000 square feet.
The only girl who on that show who was really throwing money at people was Kim Zolciak. That was it.
She walked out the lot with that Escalade like it wasn't nothing.
Baby, before that, I ain't never seen no shit like that on reality TV before.
Me either. I was legitimately gagged.
Gave Eddie Long all that money. I remember that.
Yep.
So
that's what the show was about. So Shamia can have all the money in the world and still
crap. She was like the Mia of that show. So
who was?
Lisa Wu.
I cleaned up when I cooked.
Lisa, Lisa was embarrassing. Like her losing her house on the show, and you was just married to Keith Sweat. Now you dragging down this NFL player.
Like
you just ruined everybody's life.
And went through a divorce. Like you just married this dude and y'all losing the house.
Because yeah, exactly. She ruins everybody's finances. She's like bad luck. But that show was never about wealth. Like it was centered around Nene and Sheree, and neither one of them had any money. To me, it was just about, I don't know, delusional black women. To me, that was entertaining.
It was about a group of girls getting together and just showing their lives. It was never based off of money. So for us to, not us, like literally.
No, Nene literally said that this is a mecca for wealthy African Americans. And when I saw that house and I saw that hair, I threw my head back and cackled.
The thing is, though, Atlanta is a mecca for wealthy African American people. She has the right to say
what it had to do with her and Greg.
What I am saying is the show was never based off of that. The show was based off of some girls hanging out and showing what they do as housewives. That is the concept of Housewives. And then you happen to have a show like Beverly Hills, who now, we got these girls who own NBA.
Housewives, they're always supposed to have had money. Even going back to the first seasons of the OC, it's just that
I agree with Q. Atlanta was different. Atlanta was just them showing their lives as housewives, a different kind of housewife. Even when
Housewives never had to be about money. The only show that really had some serious money was Beverly Hills. And what I'm saying is it's been so long, so everybody just assume, these girls got to have money, these girls got to do this and do that. That is not the case anymore. But with that, what over on Atlanta, what I am really saying is people act like Shamia is bringing money back to the show. The show was never based off of money.
No, not like the money that Shamia has. Nobody had a house like that on the show. Nobody was flying private. None of that was on the show before.
And Shamia lied about what her husband
the more point was like, why would Shamia hide all of that for so long just to be run behind Portia and possibly Candy? Like,
she just got it.
Why was she hiding?
She wasn't hiding behind it. She just got it.
My question is, what does Shamia's husband?
But I thought she'd been married to that man.
She said her husband does.
No, because she told Phaedra, she said my fiance is very generous. So we know right then she wasn't married.
Yeah, but on the thing is they asked me what does your husband do, and she made a joke. He's a king or African prince or whatever. Then she said no, he does HVAC for the airports that you walk through.
That sounds sketchy. That sounds very money laundering.
Sketchy AF, right?
That's good money. HVAC, electricians, plumbers, name their price.
Let's not start doubting the black man.
We're not doubting him. He's African. Hold on, Callie. He's African, and we're not doubting the African. We just simply saying, girl, you already seen what happened to Teresa. You see, they be watching. Okay, now.
And the Salt Lake City chick too, right? Yeah, exactly. Don't be.
So y'all saying she just got that, meaning she just got married to him, or she just got this influx of money?
She just got access to the money.
No, you know what I think it is with Shamia's husband? I think he probably comes from money. And people are embarrassed to say that. They want to seem like they're accomplished, like they built something. And so they come up with these little fake businesses. And really, in actuality,
Callie, if he came from money, he would not be with Shamia. So we can go ahead and get
I had just said it earlier, Callie. I had just said it earlier. Baby, I see Shamia not an ugly girl. Erica Jane not an ugly girl. Dorit not an ugly girl. They get with these men because they got crazy amounts of money. She is with that man because of the kind of money that kind of lifestyle that he can provide for her. That is why she is over there with him. Shamia ain't no actress. She ain't no singer. She ain't no dancer. that girl over there doing, you can stop it. You got a what's it called? A sucker and you licked it, whatever the saying is called. And
that's
how
like Sutton trying to say she a designer.
And I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it, Shamia, but you still not that girl though. That's all. You just not that girl.
Well, I'm gonna watch the show. I'm gonna give it a chance. Who knows? It might be interesting. I have a feeling it's going to be better than Potomac.
And the green screens look horrible.
Like that's hard. My thing is when Portia was doing her media tour, she said that Phaedra came in at the last week and a half of taping. So I'm like, and remember they stopped taping. They stopped taping for like a year to wait on Phaedra. So what were they gonna do? Like,
no, they didn't. That's not
true.
Cynthia came in the last 3 weeks, and Phaedra came in the last 1 week.
When they first started filming, it was already known that Phaedra was going to come to the cast trip because I heard it.
So they were just postponing the cast trip?
No,
or what were they postponing? Because the last season was like 2 years ago.
When they started filming the season, part of what they had storyboarded for that season was that Phaedra would join them on the cast trip. It had nothing to do with Kenya leaving. It had nothing to do with her being brought in at the last minute. They knew this from day one that Phaedra would be on the cast trip. And I know because I heard it somewhere.
And it also took a time to film. It took so long to film the show because they had to find the right cast. They had to go through a whole bunch of like different people to figure out who's going to fit where, who's going to do what, this and that. I haven't seen the show yet. I don't know what's going on. But if you have Angela Oakley up there, her and Sheree got history. Either she dated Bob or Sheree dated Angela's ex. One of the two, somewhere along those lines. That would be a great dynamic to see how those two would interact with each other. But instead you bring Drew back. You said what?
Sheree said they didn't want to meet her salary, whatever her salary requirements were.
And guess what? Sheree, y'all ain't seen Sheree up on here crying about not being put back on TV. Y'all ain't seen Sheree up here begging to be put back on TV like the other one that she started the show with.
That one won't stop every time I see her.
This is the
That's
thing.
what she's doing.
The money that Sheree is getting might not sound like a lot, but it's good if your house is paid for. You see what I'm saying? Like if you get $100 and some $1,000 a year, that's not a lot if you got a mortgage and stuff. But if you got a house that's already paid for, you can be comfortable on that.
See, they didn't want to pay Sheree because they can go out here and get these other girls for nothing that they don't know. The problem is though, you're trying to center a show around Portia and Shamia. That's the issue. That I don't need to say much. I don't need to say nothing else. That's the issue. Don't
you
nobody.
Know what I think? I think they needed to have found a Lisa Vanderpump type character and centered the show around that woman, and still had Portia and Shamia there as sort of like the younger friends of that woman. But to try to center the show around Portia, no. Portia is a 40-year-old trollop. And it's just not cute. She's getting too old for that. The twerking,
can y'all hear me?
all of that stuff.
We can hear you.
We heard you close.
The other thing is, and people don't agree with me with this, and I'm okay to sit on the island by myself like Quad. The thing is, they should have brought back Kim Zolciak, and this is why they should have brought Kim back. Everybody's like, oh, Portia's going through this divorce that nobody care about. Kim had real life stuff going on, where it's still going on to this day. That shit with Portia and Simon, that shit is almost 2 years old.
You know why
we're talking about it. That's not good.
I think Kim couldn't come back. Kim don't even have the money to fake it. Like
it don't matter.
Has the money to fake it to look like she should be on the show.
But Kylie,
you
my
gotta
point,
at least have that.
No, you don't, Kylie. Here's why you don't have to have it with Kim. Because it will be a full circle. Kim started on the show. She met Corey on the show. They got married on the show. They had their kids on the show. Now all of a sudden they're going through all this real drama.
This is a different
So
group of
everybody
people.
knows what's going on with them. She ain't got to have the money. We already know the girl ain't got.
But this is a whole different group of people. Why would she be around these people?
But that's not what I'm saying.
And we also don't know if they didn't reach out to her, and she probably declined because she probably thought, you know, I need more
She didn't
money.
decline. She did this in real life and everything else. She's at the bottom of scraping. She's scraping at the bottom.
No.
So she definitely didn't get a call.
Oh, he said that out of his own mouth. He wanted fresh faces.
But what I'm
That's what
saying
he
is that yes, I understand that Andy wanted that, and what I'm saying is the show is being centered around Porsha and Shamea. Portia's going through a divorce that nobody cares about. We didn't care about it when it happened. We don't care about it now. We don't care about Kim going through a divorce either. But Kim going through a divorce made more sense. We all knew Porsha didn't want Simon. But we knew that.
So you're saying a black show centered around a white woman wouldn't cause the broadcast lady to be all over the Twitter?
You got to stop cutting me off and let me finish. I didn't say censor. I said who they should have brought back. What I'm saying is Porsha is not going to be able to carry a show by herself without some real strong people in the background. We're not interested in Porsha getting a divorce from Simon. Kim getting a divorce from Croy. That's real TV because they was really in love with each other. Porsche didn't give a fuck about Simon. She cared about what Simon was able to bring to the table for her. Again, yeah, I'm not asking y'all. I'm not asking y'all to agree with me. I'm just simply saying what I would have done. And to Gabor's point, they may have reached out to Kim. They may not have reached out to Kim. But I'm just simply saying that makes for better TV because this shit is still going on to this very day. It's real life.
No, Q, it's just confusing what you're saying though, because you're mentioning the show being centered around Porsha, and then you mentioned Kim. So I'm asking. So it made it seem like to me that you were saying replace the centerpiece with.
But I never said. But you didn't hear me say that. That's what you're choosing to hear. I never said that. I said you should have brought Kim back on the show. That's what I said. I didn't say that.
I think Kim being around this group of women would not be interesting.
Your context clues were alluding to that. But even if it was centered around Kim, she would bring more viewers of all races because all the media.
And on top of that, Trent, and on top of that, Kim started the show off with a whole bunch of black girls, so it wouldn't have been a problem. She would have been centered not on an all black show because she was on a show with an all black girls first season.
Definitely not a problem with me. I'm just saying the Twitterverse and Candace and all her followers would have been, we finally have another franchise to ruin by complaining about every unnecessary projection. But yeah, I agree. Plus, Kim, she brings content to all like a bigger, broader audience. Everybody is reporting on every time the police go to a house. Yes. So if she had come and been the center, that definitely would have been a smart move. But who's ever casted that group isn't a smart person, evidently. I mean, that is patently evident. Like, they don't have any sense at all.
And people may not have been happy with the decision, right? People may not have been happy with it. Oh, we can't stand Kim, she this, she that, but they would have been turned in every week.
Exactly. That would have just been an automatic. Yeah, I mean, but then again, getting Kim to film would have been like pulling teeth too. Getting her to show up to the.
We don't know, but we don't know now. We don't know. Y'all talk about the past when Kim had money when she didn't want to be on TV. With girl over there now, she ain't got no money. So who's to say she probably would have been the first one on set before the cameraman got there?
You know what? That's true too.
Y'all live in the
She
past.
probably didn't want to show it. I wouldn't want to show no shit like that. I
think she said that her and Croy I think she said her and Croy had to get rid of the house and they both live in apartments now.
Yeah, you might not have wanted to show it, but every time they call the police, it's getting shown on the internet. So you know what I'm saying? Like Kim went through it. She lost her house.
Also, you have to be with her for her to film. Corey will also, for us to see the divorce and stuff play out, Corey will also have to be willing to film.
That's true too. That's true. I'm just saying what I think would.
And he ain't gonna want her. He ain't gonna want to see her making no money.
No, that's very true.
I'm
just simply saying what I thought would have been a good way to bring the girls back. I don't have a problem with Porsha. I like Porsha, but I just don't. She just does not give me. She can hold a show on her own.
Me neither. I mean,
absolutely not. She's still trying to give like gullible and cheerleader energy. It's just like, bitch, you're an old ass trollop, like Callie said. Like the way she's doing her press tour, still giggling and shit.
Just look at the cast photo. The cast photo alone, tell you that this was not a good decision. This show is just.
Let's get in Love and
This
Hip
ain't
Hop.
nothing but Love and Hip Hop. This ain't nothing but Love and Hip Hop Atlanta. That might as well been Rashida and the girl.
Yeah. So
Oh my
Rashida
god.
and Yandy them.
it just doesn't give me. It doesn't make me excited. I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna be
And
fair.
Shamia got a $9 million house in your cash photo. You got on some fur boots.
Child. And the thing,
Girl.
Yeah, I don't know.
Money came by class,
and the
and it
thing
came
is,
by her
Let me
new
not,
pussy.
baby. I'd have been in my motherfucking in a blazer, bitch.
but let's be real.
Oh,
But y'all, let's be real. Let's be real, y'all. Let's like the boy say. Let's have real talk. At the end of the day, if you really living in a $9 million house and your man making all that money, your man wouldn't want you on reality TV.
he didn't want her on there. That's why she didn't. That's why she never was a housewife after she got married. She was a friend of because her man did not want to be on the show. He didn't want any attention to his businesses.
But and that's my point though. You still wouldn't be a friend of, like, you wouldn't be on there at all. When
And why
Shamari,
does she want to be on there?
Shamari,
She want to be
I
famous.
don't know what kind of money they got or whatever, but she not back on the show because he was like, no, you're not going back on there.
Well, he the
So
breadwinner too.
yeah,
But
but
Shamia was
that's my
already
whole
on
point.
the difference is Shamia was already on the show before.
Yeah.
So you ain't about to, yeah, you got money. You ain't about to sit me down though. You
No,
get what I'm
I
saying?
get
I
it.
was doing this
I get
before.
it. I get it. But I just, well, no, I'll be fair, but it just don't give me it. When I saw the cast, I'm like, oh, okay. This don't give me like, where's the, blah, blah, blah. And then I'm not mad at Sheree for not coming back. You're not paying me what I'm worth, what I'm coming back for.
Yeah, I'm not coming back.
People definitely be devaluing Sheree. She definitely.
You got to know your worth and when to bow out.
Yeah.
And if y'all not
Yeah.
paying me what I think that I need to be paid, I'm out.
Yeah, I'm out.
But I don't think that Sheree. I think that
She's
Sheree
always
is
clocked in when
stupid.
she's there.
She's stupid though.
Why you say that?
She's slow. She a bone collector. She be getting the bones wrong. Child, she just lazy.
But she's always been the same way. I've heard people drag her because they're saying she hasn't evolved since season 1. But for me, her consistency is what endears me to her on that show. She and Marlo have been the same person for 15 years now. Embarrassing in person, but for television, I love it.
But also the thing about Sheree though, Sheree know how to get a bitch up off of her.
And she know how to follow a bitch out of a store.
Yes, she do. Yes, she do. She probably would have jumped up and hit. She probably would have jumped up and hit. She probably would have jumped up and hit Sutton. You know,
or shifted her wig.
That would have happened with her and Sutton. See, it happened. What happened because Dorit thought Sutton was weak and she could just punk her. But how you
Girl,
somebody with more money than you?
Kelly, stop.
And the thing with
Kelly, stop. She's a drunk ass bitch, just like her daddy was. Girl, stop.
No. The thing with Sheree, I do think Sheree is
less than smart.
But yes, less than smart. But Sheree makes for good TV. Sheree got candy ass up out of there.
I did not get my body done 4 times. Was it 3? Was it 3?
And she made Candy get her ass up and lose that weight the right way too.
Yes, she did. Yes, she did, Kylie. Yes, she
didn't lose it the right way.
She never answered the question though.
She didn't do it the right way. She didn't do it the right way, baby. It wasn't natural.
She had candy, so
don't know if Candy might have diabetes at this point.
Sheree had candy. Sheree had candy.
Started it though. Candy started it.
Man, she started fighting Candy with money.
Candy.
She did. She said all the fillers in your face. She said you put on the shots in your face.
No, Candy started it though.
Yes, she did.
Candy started it when she got online. You trying to be shady and think that you about to getting on you. There is a difference, and I keep on saying it. There is a difference between us going online and saying something about Dorit's robbery, and a difference between Garcelle saying something about Dorit's robbery because she's in the friend group. Candy going online saying, how did she get these $10,000 chandeliers? Girl is a slug, girl.
Yep.
Because you in the friend group.
But
we strangers.
But people don't see it that way because people for some reason don't like Sheree. For some reason
people called me up the other day on Instagram. Fuck them.
They don't like.
I think people were so attached to this
they got mad at me because I said I ain't heard of Candy having the money problems until she got with this nigga. and everybody started jumping on me.
You.
Hmm.
I don't understand what is the thing of wanting to protect and save Todd that these fans have. I am
It's not Todd, Kylie. It's not Todd. It's Candy. They don't.
But,
They
okay, but I am in no way saying that Candy couldn't get a man. What
Right.
I'm saying is she chose a man that she knew didn't have no money because she had a somehow an idea that this man was going to be better, and he's not. It's the same bullshit. He just broke.
Who y'all?
No, she didn't think he was gonna be better.
That's not what happened.
She had a.
Candy went and
She
got a
had
man
somebody
who
who
had
didn't.
no money. Candy went and got a man who had no money so she can call the shots and she can wear the pants in the relationship.
Yeah, she
But-
even
It's the
had
same thing Nikki
Christopher
did.
Williams' common-law wife tell her, like, I know him. He dated my girlfriend. He always swerving and finds himself in better situations. He's always on the come up. Somebody tells
That's
you
the
that to
same.
your face who knows this man. And you like Candy was not blindsided by any. She knew exactly everything that she was going with. Shit, her mama
Yeah,
telling
that's the
her.
same thing Nicki Minaj
Strangers
did.
telling her.
She wanted to be able to get into a
Yep.
relationship where she would be able to call the shots. When, yeah, I can let you make you feel like you making the decisions, but when it really come down to it, I'm calling the shots. That's what Nicki did. She didn't want to go and get nobody who was in the entertainment industry who would be somewhat like her equal and had their own money. She wanted to
She
go
did
get
it twice.
somebody
She
that she
did it
could
with Safari.
that she could dominate. Well, she was with Safari before, but it wouldn't work out with her and Nas because she didn't want to be submissive or
Maybe
listen
that
to
was
what he
never.
had to
Maybe
say.
I need you. I need
And
y'all.
then
Right.
Nas
Stop that
opened her,
rumor.
so you
I need y'all
know
to stop
that
that Nas and Nicki rumor.
be hearing that
They was
bullshit.
together, baby. Let it go.
No, they was never together, baby. Y'all saw one
Let
picture.
they was together, baby. Let it go.
No,
And
I
you
can't.
know he was up there putting his
I
hands,
actually
feet,
don't
and
think they were in a
and you know he was over there putting
relationship.
his
I
hands,
think
feet,
they
and teeth over there on
On
Khalees.
police.
Well, hold on, because what y'all not gonna do is keep disrespecting Nas. We don't know what the fuck Khalees is over there doing.
Well,
Being
I
a
don't know
battered
what
woman
they're
with the same
doing.
black man.
about because her story keep changing.
Thank you, Kylie. Shit, with her lying
So
ass.
yeah,
Shit, you don't
whatever.
know which
I mean,
scenario
when you
he
get
talking
bust
about.
upside the head so many times,
Which
it fogs your
time?
memory.
Which time? He was beating her ass so much. Which time
Baby,
you talking about?
baby, let me tell you something. When you keep getting hit on, when Khalees kept hitting on Nas, he ain't had no choice but to defend himself.
Did you
What I
see
won't
it?
do, what I won't do is keep allowing y'all to disrespect Nasir Jones.
I ain't disrespecting him, baby. I'm just telling you what happened. I just thought the girl should know.
No,
Keep it to
well,
yourself.
okay, we done went off on Nicki Minaj, and what I'm saying is this: I think the fans are taking it the wrong way. I think they're thinking that people are saying Candy can't get no man. Ain't nobody saying that. At least I haven't heard
Unless
nobody
she
say
bought
that.
one.
What we saying is that Candy chose this man that didn't have no money because for whatever reason
He
she
drives
thought
a
she was
Range
getting
Rover.
a better
He had a.
experience with this man.
She said
And
he
it's
had a
not
big
a
dick.
better
But does he drive your car and does he sleep at your house most of the time?
She drives a Range Rover.
But is your mom happy with the man who used to work for production who now lives with you?
Well, hold on now, baby. Baby Marlo had Candy stuttering.
Does he live with you most of the time?
Because Candy, who was Candy owing money to before this man showed up with these bunk ass restaurants?
But I mean, in Candy defense though,
Failing restaurants.
in Candy defense, let's be realistic. Let's not act like that if you was talking to a nigga that was out of state and they was coming to Atlanta where you was at, that you would make them buy an apartment or a house or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Because you
Right.
wanted him now.
Right.
Like I just feel like sometimes people can be unrealistic trying to say something.
No, because when Riley confronted her and was like, "You just started dating this man, and he in my house. I'm 11 years old and a girl."
No, that's not unrealistic. That's called being a woman. And I was raised, and I'm sure Mama Joyce raised her the same way. A man should not move in with you.
Especially if a young daughter in your house. Candy could afford to put him in an Airbnb or a hotel. Yeah, like Stacey didn't have teachers around Arabella, and he a whole punk. So if Stacey got enough sense, then Candy definitely was dead wrong for that.
Since you're purposely omitting the fact that Candy said that she had already been dating him, it may seem like that to Riley because she wanted to make sure and vet him out before she
She
bought
was
him around.
gaslighting Riley. We all watched it on the show. She met him
She
in
wasn't
Africa.
gaslighting her, baby. She told you what was going on.
We saw when she met him in Africa. So she was not talking to that man long enough.
She had already
to
working with him behind the scenes, Trent. She didn't meet him in Africa. He was already working behind the scenes. Marlo told us, "Are you dating a man that's working on production for the show?"
In Africa,
That was
they
after
was
the
already
Africa
fucking.
trip.
No, they was
That was after
already
the,
fucking they was already fucking in Africa because they showed a clip of her saying that they had a good time in Africa. Going back
yeah,
to the
that was
room,
after that was when they met though. They met in Africa. In Africa,
They did
they
they
not
was
meet.
at that dinner. Sheree had invited him to that dinner with them faggots. That's why she ain't got no man.
Oh,
And they was introducing her to Candy to the dude who said he was an aspiring model, and she
Oh,
was like, "Wow, there's enough of those in Atlanta. I don't need an African aspiring model." And
but
then they went and talked to the shaman, and he said, "Your future husband's here with you." And then we saw her
you got it.
talking to since she had a good time. Am I wrong? Is this the wrong
No, no,
timeline?
no, no, no. You got it. You got it. You got it. You got it.
No, correct me. I like being corrected if I'm wrong, but
Yeah, you
I felt
can't.
like
Candy
You
started
can't.
messing with Todd. Exactly. So that I can't say.
what did I miss, y'all? I didn't hear the last couple minutes.
We talking about
they said
Candy
that Candy and Todd was
being bullshit.
messing them together before Africa.
Oh,
I didn't
that's
see
what's up.
that. I think Riley was correct that she just met that nigga in
It's not
Africa and
for
now he
you to
lived
see.
with me.
It's not for you to see because we never seen it on. We need back in those days. They didn't talk about what happened behind the scenes. That only happened when
Oh,
Happy
y'all
got a
saying they
YouTube.
was sneaking and creeping behind the scenes?
No, you know who broke the fourth wall was Denise Richards. That's who broke the fourth wall on these shows, and ever since then they've been going behind the cameras and all kind of stuff.
What? Bravo.
Yep.
Mhm.
Anybody watch
Yeah, and
that
that's
show?
her too.
Her
And I
daughter's
watch
a
what?
weird.
Nobody.
That whole family weird, and they seem like they all on something. It could be just an edible.
They
I don't know.
probably are.
Don't nobody over there seems sober.
Denise Richards was with Charlie Sheen. Of course
Y'all
they not sober.
sober.
They probably on Adderall
The
and
thing is,
Xanax.
the thing is, my whole point of bringing this up. I'm going to give the girls a chance. I don't want to just be like, oh, the show gonna suck.
That's why I said let's give
But
it a chance. The show might be
it would
good.
really,
I
it would
just think
really
you gotta
be.
let go of the people
Let
in
them
the
talk.
past.
Let them talk.
It would really be something to, again, and even Trent came around eventually when I got it out. If we would have saw Kim on the show, or we would have saw somebody we was more familiar with who had some real drama going on, we would have been tuned in every goddamn week until it got old. This Portia and Simon shit, I'm not interested. Nobody cares about y'all getting a divorce because of the way it played out in the real world.
We already know what happened.
And because of how long it took, we already know what happened. Kim and Corey still fighting. The cops was just called on a couple weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. Yeah. Unless Fallon gonna come confront her in some type of capacity, it's really no point in them even having this as a storyline.
But I would
Because
like
Fallon was on the show with Portia when they first met. I mean, that's never been sealed or closed. There's never been any closure about it.
She was no cast member.
I would like to know what happens to Simon's stuff because I don't think he's gonna be allowed back in the country. I think he's gonna be just like Joe Giudice.
And that's I don't know. I just for some reason that story does not attract attention. It just is like, oh, okay. And I guess because again how it played out in the media, we already seen.
We already know so much.
Yeah, it's kind of like, oh, and it's
we
like,
already
okay,
know what happened. It's not a story. We already seen it.
Even with the whole Drew thing, I'm not interested in Drew making music. I'm not interested in Drew sitting with Dennis. I'm not interested. I don't give a fuck about anything Drew has on. That is to bring Drew back and not bring Sheree back was a horrible decision. Was a horrible decision. And I stand by
To
that.
ever give Drew a second season was a horrible decision. Why do we even know who Drew Sidora is? That's ridiculous. We should have never.
I can't stand that woman.
Drew.
I mean, they had all these reasons not to bring Fallon back, but you brought.
But Fallon was never a cast member though. Trent, she was never a friend of. She was never a cast member. She wasn't anything. Fallon is going around trying to make herself seem like she was part of the show. She wasn't part of the damn show.
She wasn't a part of the show, but Portia made her a part of the show when she stole a man.
She didn't steal
Drew
the
has
man.
no business being a part of the show.
She didn't steal that man. No, Fallon wasn't no friend of the show. No.
Are you serious?
Yes.
She was just there like filming with Portia, trying to get on the show.
Yeah, she was just somebody Portia met at the grocery store and had a house with a pool.
No, she wasn't. She said that the Bravo producers approached her and said, "We're going to have you meet with Portia and film with her." So
But
she basically was working. That was a job. She didn't know Portia and the Bravo. They was
not a friend
contrived.
of. And again, Trent is the only one y'all who wants to see Fallon on the damn show. I have never heard anybody say they want to see Fallon on the show.
Oh, I don't care about Fallon being on the show. I'm just saying if they're going to make this Simon thing a storyline, The only way that would halfway make sense is if it had something to do with Fallon. Even if they're just solidifying the fact that Fallon was a non-motherfucking factor, at least do that. But like, we already seen enough about their story that nobody cares. It doesn't make any. Whoever is behind the orchestrating of how the season's going to be orchestrated, they need to be fired. Like, it makes no sense. Like, they have so much to work with. Kim Zolciak in itself is so much to work with, and instead this is the route you go with.
Well,
and nobody cares about Porsha or Simon.
No, I think the beginning is going to be people trying to see what happened with Kenya, and that's probably going to be gone after the first 3 episodes or so. And then they're going to get to Porsha and Simon. Something else what happened.
Yeah, but the thing is, even with the Kenya thing, and again, maybe it's just me, I don't care about that either. Like, because we
already know she got let go.
Yeah, because we've seen how it played out. That's the problem. And I remember one time me and Gabor was having this conversation. Everything is so in our face right now. There's no secrets anymore. Back in the day, we had no idea what was going on behind the scenes. Nobody had a YouTube channel. Nobody was doing.
Oh yes, we did. Fox News let us know about Miss Nene Leakes and where she really lived. But go on.
but outside of that, though, and again, that was only in Atlanta. That wasn't everywhere around the country. That was only in Atlanta. So what I'm simply saying is, like, Andy used to have a tight ship over there. You was not allowed to talk about the season. You could do your interviews and give hints and stuff like that, but you could not talk about your season. You damn sure couldn't go over there and do no interview with Carlos and talk about how you was getting treated behind the scenes. You couldn't do any of that. Once Candy got speak on it, once Heavenly got her YouTube channel and started telling it, well, I was doing this, and like it took away from the aura and the essence of these shows. And then you got Heavenly, who was like, well, let me give you some behind the scenes tea. Let me tell you what was taken out the show. Why? That if it wasn't on the TV screen, we don't care. We got Camille on Twitter talking about they cut I was over there and I was going back and forth with Dorit and they cut it.
Oh yeah.
Camille, shut up.
Everybody wants to carry bones.
There ain't nobody thinking about
Even if it's their own bones, they want to carry bones so they can seem like they are a wealth of information. They're like some kind of source of information that you need to get from them. It's like, no, we just want to watch the show and wait till next week to watch the next episode. That's all we want.
Right.
So
I don't even want a sneak peek of the next episode. Can y'all hear me?
Oh yeah,
And we agree.
I don't even want no sneak peek of the next episode. Surprise me, damn it.
Well, with the sneak peek, they damn near giving out the whole episode. They damn near showed the first episode of Real Housewives of Atlanta with all the damn sneak peeks they doing.
But even the sneak peek of Beverly Hills next year, I'm like, when is this going on? This is showing half the damn episode.
Right. We can't hear you, Richie. You on mute.
Oh shit. I love everybody so much. Everybody's here. I just told somebody who commented on the other video. I said we all live right now. The whole team is here, but we sucker free right now. Like this is the crew. This the team.
We gonna give it a chance.
Oh,
you ain't gotta be.
I'm sorry,
I
Richie.
have to remove people from out of here. I never had to do that before.
Who you trying to remove? Because I can leave. Yeah, baby, I can leave. I've been put out of better. I can leave.
Gabor, somebody got
Richie B, all you gotta do.
niggas.
Richie B, all you gotta do is cut that mic.
Wait, somebody.
And just so Lagore knows, Naomi's in the chat, and so is Top Shelf.
Let me send you a screenshot. We got some hate mail. Then we was talking about Elon Musk, the thing kept resetting, and all these crazy people tried to come in.
Yeah, Elon was sending trolls after this.
He really was. Like on some real shit.
No, it's them trolls that believe that he's there for them. I'm like, dude, y'all need to wake up.
Oh, I want to make a correction because somebody was up here. They're not up here right now, but they was up here talking about Michael Jackson owned Taylor Swift and Justin Bieber's music. That's not true. That was a lie.
No, he owned Eminem. It was Eminem.
Was he even alive when Taylor Swift had a catalog?
I don't think so.
That was a lie. Just wanted to put that out.
Scooter Braun owned Taylor Swift's music long after Michael was dead.
Yes.
Matter of fact, was Taylor even making music when Michael was alive?
She was making music, but she wasn't that girl. When Michael was alive, Miley Cyrus was that girl.
Yeah.
Miley Cyrus was a girl.
And Miley Cyrus was that girl, baby. Because Miley Cyrus was performing at the Grammys, bitch. I mean, was performing at the Grammys, and Taylor Swift was her guest.
Yeah, Taylor Swift was just doing country when she first came out. She was not mainstream. I mean, I knew who she was.
Yeah, he did own part of them. He did. I didn't say he owned the whole catalog. I said he owned some of the catalog. Q.
Who is this?
Corey.
Hey, Corey.
Hi.
What's good?
I miss y'all.
And I miss you back.
I didn't say he owned all of her music. I said he owned some of it.
He didn't own any of it.
He owns some of it.
He didn't own any of their music. He owned
Okay.
Eminem and the Beatles. He didn't own any Miley Cyrus or any. I
I didn't say Miley Cyrus. I said he owned a couple of Taylor Swift songs.
I'm correcting myself because we were just talking about Miley Cyrus. That's why her name popped in my head.
Yeah.
I said,
And he did own a couple of Bieber stuff.
He owned Justin. He didn't own any of those things.
Okay.
What's up, good boy?
He might have owned a Bieber sex tape.
What's good?
Michael Cass. Like, was there a justice?
I already know because I'm a super fan. So I already know what he owned and what he didn't own.
He wasn't even alive when. Okay.
He was alive when Taylor Swift first came out.
He was alive when she first came out.
He
He was.
He didn't own any of her music.
I'm gonna let you have that because I don't feel like arguing with you right now.
It's not arguing. It's just the truth.
I'm gonna let you have that.
You can't let me.
I'll play advocate for. I'll advocate for Corey. I'll advocate for Corey because she actually wrote music for years, like from age 14.
I've been on this earth almost 50 years.
Maybe that don't have what that means.
So he could have owned some of the catalog that she wrote.
Before you were even born, I knew about Michael Jackson and what he owned.
That's great. I'm happy. Congratulations. I'm happy for all of that stuff. I'm just simply saying he didn't own any of their music. Not a sample.
I'm gonna let you have that one.
You can let me.
I'm gonna maintain that. I'm gonna let you have that.
We know you maintain a lot of things, and I'm telling you that he didn't own.
I'm gonna let you have that.
Okay, you can let me have it. I'm telling the truth though. We can move on.
I'm gonna let you have it though, Q.
We can move on. We can
because I like you. I'm gonna let you have it.
I'm great. I'm happy about that.
I'm gonna let you have that.
Okay. Anyway,
think about me every
Fun
night.
fact,
Oh, isn't that
did you
sweet?
guys
I guess
hear
so.
about how Rest in Heaven, Dwayne Wiggins, had discovered Destiny's Child and recorded their first anything in an Oakland studio?
It was
Dwayne
Daryl.
Wiggins?
It was the other one.
No.
It was the other member of the Tony Tone, Daryl.
Oh, okay. Oh, the man who passed away from Tony. Oh, okay.
Not the one who passed away. It was the other one. He said he didn't know what he was doing with him.
Gotcha. Not Raphael, the other one. Yeah.
Where's the dog alone?
Because you know, baby, that first album that Destiny Child had was the shit, baby.
No, child.
Yes, it was. Killing Time. Come on now, let's stop.
I wouldn't know.
Q, I just
Killing
Googled
Time.
it. I Googled the thing, Michael Jackson.
What did it tell you?
I posted it.
Waiting for
It's
you.
highlighted.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he never. It was another company she was fighting with. It was, and she remastered most of her stuff anyway, so that's how they get around that when they can't get their rights back.
You know what's corny? You know what's corny? She didn't even have to do that. She just was trying to get her way to Billy. That man was not trying to take her anyway. She remastered
I don't
it.
know
And
who's telling the truth.
no,
I really don't.
he is, and she just was having a little tantrum, but that's happy for
What
her.
you mean having a tantrum, baby? That's my music. What you mean having a tantrum? I wrote
It
that
was
music.
not the way it was presented in the doc.
Maybe y'all something else when it comes to people. Right, I wrote my music
No,
and he
this has
and
nothing
I'm
to
having
do
a
with that. I'm
tantrum.
talking about this exact.
Taylor has a lot of tantrums.
Situation. Yeah, like I'm talking about this particular situation. I just got here. Hey, everybody. I'm talking about this particular
CW.
situation. Hey,
CW.
Laura. Hey, everybody.
She's very upset with Blake Lively right now.
Like she should.
No,
be.
Blake Lively ass is wrong.
Oh,
Don't
she
try to
should
put me in no mess.
She crazy.
Girl, I would stop talking to her.
She
ass.
wanted to have an affair and she got caught. He is
Wow.
fine. The man is fine.
Who? Jason Baldini? Jason Baloney?
He's fine, man.
He alright.
He's fine, man.
I mean, he alright.
He's a very fine man. I have my own set of eyes. So,
Baby, y'all get baby. Let me tell y'all something. Let me tell you
Right,
something
you're
right now.
right.
Y'all get up on these. Y'all get up on this
Q,
good internet and say any damn
we
thing
can
out
say
your
what?
mouth.
We can
Q,
say anything like what?
Q, I
I know.
posted something for
But
you.
why would you be interested in him? You don't have to be.
I
I
mean,
love
he
it.
Q,
all right, CW. I mean, he all right.
I
Well, to
love
Mm.
it.
you, I'm just
Corey
saying.
and Q,
But she did
I
want to have an
posted
Richie,
affair.
you let it
something.
go,
You
baby. I'm
post
still saying
something?
what I
She
say.
Now
wanted
you
to
let
have
it
an
go.
affair. She wanted to have an
Yeah,
affair.
because he didn't own the music. He owned Sony. He didn't own her music.
Right.
But her music was included in the Sony catalog.
Thank you. Thank
He,
you.
but he co-owned it.
Thank you.
But in 2016, Sony bought out Jackson State in a catalog of $750 million.
Okay.
Yes, because
Crazy.
whatchamacallit, Mariah's
So he doesn't own
ex-husband could not,
Probably
he would
Paula.
not die until he had Michael's catalog.
Matola, Tommy
And he
Matola.
finally got it. Yes, Matola. And he finally
So
got it.
technically, he
Tommy
doesn't
Mottola
own
is a
it, but he
racist.
did own some of it.
Just remember,
So I knew what I was talking about.
he was Kanye before Kanye. Tommy Mottola is
Exactly.
a racist.
Oh yeah, he was wild. He was wild, child. He was
I
crazy.
still stand on what I said, and I stand on, and I'm like Phaedra. Y'all get up on here and say anything out your mouth, baby.
Cause as far as I know,
We don't have to
Why
speak to. I
you?
mean, you have your
Look
choice.
at
he's
the
in
look at
good
the
hands.
toothpaste.
Yeah,
But
he
I
can
can tell you
stop
this, I'm not
calling
Right.
me
watching Roa.
all the
The
way.
thing that
Tell
makes
him
That
me
how
woman
you
wanted
mad
to
scream
have
I
my
don't care who
her
on
and
it.
name.
Daquan. That woman was trying to
Top
cheat on her
shelf,
husband.
you have approached the stage. We need to
Why not,
hear what the
Corey?
casting couch was
Yes,
I
like.
do
Top
too.
Shell, everybody mute up.
Hold on,
Top
Rich.
Ain't no
Shelf,
I do too
need to
much. They do
fuss
too
and
little.
fight, trying to
I'm not
make
gonna
it
listen to Top
right.
Chef.
Oh
Top
no,
Shelf, and
Wait,
what is
some
wait
things
before
ain't
y'all
meant to
before
be,
y'all
and
start
that's
going
why.
in. Sorry,
no? We just
I it's what's up, Chad? I'm
Hurry up,
hearing.
Top Shelf, because we got an hour before
Well,
Housewives.
I
yes.
just wanted to come in because I know somebody been loud and wrong for the entire time, loud and
Ooh,
wrong. Anyway,
You just got up here. How you was loud and wrong? You just got up
I'm talking
here.
about you, baby. Sometimes
No,
it's
you
best just to
No,
didn't.
shut
I'm
the
not.
fuck
Hold
up.
on,
No,
hold on,
baby,
mom.
never.
That's
I
Shay
love it.
Anyway,
Phaedra.
Come on with your movie storyline,
anyway, so
friend. Come
Oh
on, let's
wow.
hear it.
baby, I live this area. Okay, I live
ooh,
this.
Okay.
ooh.
Anyway,
Mm-mm.
I guess I've been schooled today. Go ahead, I'm listening.
Baby, Top Chef said,
I'm just
baby, you
glad
fucking with a weight, you fucking with a heavyweight. Don't even do that, Tamar.
oh shit. I'm just
We
glad
have
you went to school, baby.
lived.
Anyway, no, I'm not gonna get up here. It's just not a paid block wall. I'm not gonna say anything because I'm not trying to get sued. But
Boy, baby, you see how to, baby, you see how to, baby.
Sue for the truth. You're a victim's advocate.
the story that I tell on here, I would not repeat if it wasn't true. Like I said, I've
Okay.
been living this for 15 years, so I know what I'm talking about, baby.
Oh,
Okay.
This is a
Every
20-hour
place.
live. You think they're gonna filter through it just to hear your story?
Oh, I
Oh,
believe
ooh.
I believe the blogger have time. Yes, I do.
Yeah, she probably does.
Anyway, how y'all doing?
I'm good. I'm in here getting ready to make some ground turkey.
I just
And
had
I'm
some
in here chopping up
pasta.
dog food, but go ahead.
Wait, what was
For Q?
you smacking on earlier? You still cooking?
Yes, Top Shelf. How can I help you?
I was eating that, but I can make the ground turkey for the
Richie,
week.
did you go to the flower show? Richie can't hear.
Richie got a full panel tonight.
Come on, Top Shelf.
That's what I want
So
to
y'all gonna act like that
do.
lady ain't want that man and got quiet.
What are you talking about?
Talk about Blake.
Oh, I don't know. Does anybody care?
Yes,
No,
it's a
not really.
lawsuit. It's a lawsuit.
But do we
No.
care? Care is what I'm saying, CW. Do we all
Oh
care?
no, I mean you speak for yourself, but I care. I was speaking for me. I was just
I don't really care.
I do have a question for
they're
you,
a mess.
sis. I was listening to the panel earlier, so I have a few things I want to say. First, when it comes to Atlanta, I actually agree with kind of what Q was saying and Trent was saying too, and what Gabor was saying. I don't think that there's no like queen of the show, I guess you could say. Like Giselle and Karen was pretty much the queens of Potomac. If one left, the other one can hold the fort. I don't see that. But I actually don't know who is the queen of Beverly Hills either.
That's
Like
a good
who's
point.
She gone. She off the show.
Mm-hmm.
LVP.
Yeah.
Yep.
so then
LV gone.
so then why is Atlanta? I mean, I get why they are, but why are they held to a different standard?
They're not held to a different standard. What I'm simply the thing is, Portia cannot hold a show on her own. I'm not
But she
saying
never said she could though. It's the producers who making her to be
I
there.
didn't say that. We know Portia never said out her mouth, but the fact
Yeah, we were just discussing watchability.
Yeah, the
It
fact
has
that
none.
I don't even like watching her.
Producers feel as though Portia can do it tells us a lot in itself. The other thing is because Atlanta has been off the air for so long and it's been so much like who's going to be on the show. This is like their comeback season. Beverly Hills had that issue. Beverly Hills never went on a break, and then everybody's trying to be like figure out okay who's going to do this, who's going to do that, blah 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 blah. With Atlanta, because Atlanta has been gone, now everybody's sitting around like okay. This y'all last straw. What y'all gonna do? Y'all had like y'all had some really bad seasons, and then y'all last 2 seasons have been horrible. What y'all gonna do?
Did we really care that Atlanta was gone though?
No.
I know I didn't.
I know I
I think
didn't.
that we couldn't. I think that we couldn't. I think the difference is that when LVP left Beverly Hills, Kyle had a strong supporting cast, so we didn't have to worry about if she was able to anchor a show on her own. Portia, and when Nene left Atlanta, after Candy and Phaedra had their issue, even with Nene coming back, it just didn't work no more. And so now with Portia coming back, now it's like everybody's looking at her to save the show, and I just don't see it.
Right.
Portia can't even save herself.
Because she went and got that reality show,
Which is
her
horrible.
solo show, girl, and it was trash.
It was deplorable. It was
But
deplorable.
we could look at. I will
Every
say this
part
though:
of
we
it
could
was
look and
horrible.
see. We
But
could look and
Portia's
see
trash.
who was her mama's side and her daddy's side of the family, baby. We could see that night and day, baby.
Oh
But
wow.
Portia's trash.
But also, and because Atlanta has been gone almost 2 years now. Has it been almost
I
2
didn't
years?
even know that. Damn, it's been that long.
That's what I was stressing. I was like, they've been gone for 2 years. Wait, and then they come back only to film 3 weeks.
Yeah,
3 with
they was
Cynthia
gone
and
for
then 1.5
2 years.
with Phaedra. What are they gonna? How is that going to look for an
Remember
What
they
the
entire
season.
season?
Cynthia's still here?
How many?
Remember they
What you mean
season
they only filmed 3
finale. Y'all remember the season finale? Candy gave us that story. Her movie with Drew Child.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was yeah. She couldn't afford.
What
to go
movie?
on.
Did anybody watch it? Exactly. What
I
movie?
What
watched
movie?
it. I watched it.
That
I'm
was a
sorry.
movie?
With Candy, it was based off Candy's life story.
The
Right, I watched
biopic.
it.
That was a movie?
Yeah, it was a
Oh.
movie. It was based off her life story. A Candy, a Burris,
Oh,
a
yeah,
Burris Tucker
we don't really care
production.
about Candy's life.
And Top Shelf also nobody is really nobody that I know of is honestly interested in anything Shamia has going on. And Shamia did that for
I like
herself.
Shamia.
Shamia got life?
Yeah, she's like she's I think opening up.
I want to see her house.
Yeah, her house.
I don't care. I don't care.
But if you
I
want to
don't care about her house.
you can go look
I
at
don't care how she
Patricia.
lives. I don't.
I mean, it's just I
Yeah.
don't know. It's how some people just have over Top Chef over in Beverly Hills and these non-black shows they go up to these non-black women and then when black women get some money it's a problem. So
Girl, please.
Shamia
No,
was
I
never
agree with that.
somebody I would go up for.
they hate
love
to,
you.
so some people hate to see it. It's really sad.
So you telling me we hate to see a black girl do good, even though
Oh.
Atlanta was based off of money?
No, I don't. I want to see it. I do want to see it.
Well,
Who's been saying that?
I think that y'all do
I said
more.
some.
I'm good.
When I say
No,
y'all,
a
I'm
lot
not talking about y'all on this panel, but I'm talking about there are people who do
I'm good.
more investigative.
Say their name or leave it at the playground.
No, they
Okay,
Richie B channel. We on
the-
Richie B channel. Fight.
the Brooke
Guys,
Ashley,
this is the Fight
Ashley
Club.
Miller,
Sojourner Truth.
It's
But
nothing
who
to fight
else?
about.
different
But
bloggers
why,
on
but
YouTube.
why does Shamia's
They
segment irk people? They're automatically irked for no
You
reason.
you gotta let him finish what he's saying. We want to hear what Top Shelf is trying to say.
What I'm saying is there are people who do investigative research, like they work for the New Yorker, when people finances, looking up liens and all these lawsuits and stuff. Y'all never do that to the white girls in Salt Lake City.
We did worse
Y'all
than
don't-
that
y'all
to
don't-
Erica
y'all don't-
Jane.
Hold on. Anybody can find Erica Jane. That shit
That's
was
true.
nationwide news.
Yeah.
So that's different than y'all looking
No,
up.
No, we deep dived into Erica Jane.
Erica Jane had a whole documentary. On
This was
fucking
before the
Hulu.
documentary, Top Shelf.
Top Shelf.
Mims.
What I,
Let
y'all-
me add on.
Wait, y'all, wait a minute, y'all. We gotta let Top Shelf finish his thoughts, and then we can talk.
What I'm saying is this: you will not see
Go
Portia's
ahead,
Palace. You would never see Portia's Palace, a documentary on TMZ about Portia and her
She got a
husband.
palace.
He has a palace.
That's what
I'm-
she called her home, like Moore Manor and Portia
Yeah,
Palace.
come on now.
Oh.
Now I guess it's
Also,
called
also to add
Diane's
on to,
Divas
So what?
then.
So what are you
Now
trying
she
to say?
at first she gave
to what
a
Top
house.
I'm about to
saying,
Richie
mute
B at first.
everybody.
also
Richie
to
B
add on,
at first she gave the house to her mama. Now she can't stay over there with Simon. Now the bitch coming back over there to Diane's house asking for a house back. That ain't nothing but an Indian giver.
let me also to add on to what Top Shelf was saying.
So
To
what
his
is Top Shelf trying to say?
point, y'all sit over there and criticize and go through all this research when it comes to the charades and the Toyas. Me and Gabor had this conversation yesterday. Toya bought a Birkin bag. Everybody in uproar. Everybody
Not me.
with a Birkin bag.
No, see what I
Did
think
she
that
get it from the
okay.
boutique
What we were
or a
saying is that
reseller?
Hold on,
what I'm
y'all.
saying is Toya got one fucking Birkin bag, and y'all make it seem like she got her first Birkin bag, her 11th season on the show, and y'all swear she just wasting money.
They hate to see it. They hate
But you have the white women over there like Dorit, who is wearing who can't afford her house, but she has Chanel every goddamn day.
She's going through a fucking divorce queue. Have a heart.
Or my thing is this, and I know people, I'm going to compare black girls to black girl. On Garcelle over in Beverly Hills, when she bought her Birkin, she didn't get the same amount of heat as
Because she didn't get it from the boutique.
Let them finish.
Didn't she get it off of Crenshaw or use Birkin off of Crenshaw?
What I'm saying is, y'all, like you was saying, y'all going to Sheree about Sheree not being able to pay her bills and she broke and all this other stuff. Andy Cohen has said that Sheree has one of the best homes on all of Bravo.
Uh-huh.
So
Can we believe them? Because Kenya Moore said there was faux marble in the entryway.
We saw it with our own eyes. Trent.
So
Phaedra house is beautiful.
So what you trying
Phaedra's
to
house
say,
is
Top
beautiful.
Shelf, is what? That the black community is more critical of the
Yes,
housewives?
we live in a fictitious fantasy of trying to put these people up to this so-called standard, and we don't do it to the other white women because the other white women are basic as hell. They don't have as much money. They can't dress like that, but yet with the black girls, they have only one thing can be wrong, and then y'all tear them down. Just what I see.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Give me-
Refresh on memory. Are we
hold on.
referencing
Wait a
Shamia
minute.
still?
Wait a minute. Give me an example of tearing them down.
Well, just
who are we talking about?
look at any video you do on your channel, Gabor. No, I'm joking.
Okay.
I'm joking.
And who
I'm
and
joking.
who have I tore down?
Huh?
Oh, you hate Monique. You hate Monique.
Oh.
I hate Monique. I don't
I
like
never
Monique.
liked
while she
Monique,
been-
period.
That's
I
fine. You
didn't-
don't have to.
Monique's just
I
not
like
likable. That's
Monique.
not
I
really.
didn't like Monique.
Hold on.
I stopped liking Monique after the fight.
I
Can
was
we
joking,
stop
What
by the
happened
way.
during the fight?
Can we
Well,
stop
I don't
even
lying.
like her then.
But some
Can we
people,
stop saying that people hate somebody because we don't like them or we disagree with what they're doing in
that's
the
fine.
episode?
I was giving an example, but what I'm trying to say
Well,
is
we find them
people will
boring.
dislike Monique
Yeah.
because I've heard comments on different channels. Like sometimes your channels will be like, "Oh, well, all she did was marrying the money." That's what all the rest of the heifers did, and
No, that's literally all she did. She didn't do anything else on the show,
He has
and she's
never
on a
said,
TV show.
but he has never gotten no money because of that. He's saying he
Yeah,
said
I always
once again,
defended
why
Monique.
you
I said that
said
Monique let the. All
But
I
why
said
you
that
made
Monique
an
was let the. She didn't say me. I'm just saying. I always said that Monique let the girls on the show play her out of her position because every girl on that show
But
would
she
have loved
has
to
her
be in her
position in
position.
real life. So in real life, she
No, baby, she's divorced and she didn't. She signed a prenup and
Anybody
he
on
only
that
gave.
show could have been in her position. It's not like Chris was just something hard to catch.
He sure hell wasn't.
yeah, but she's still paid. She's fine. Nothing.
Yeah, she
changed.
paid because she.
the thing is to Top Shelf's point, y'all tear down the black girls and y'all don't do it to the white girls.
We still
I'm
awaiting
an
an
equal
example.
opportunity
Specific.
terror downer
Me too.
Me too.
I believe I am as well.
because I'm telling
Yeah,
you
if I see
this:
bullshit,
did
I say
Toya get her Birkin from a reseller or from the boutique?
Oh, I don't
It
care.
don't matter.
Because
A Birkin
Garcelle,
is a
yeah, it does
Birkin.
matter. It
You
does
got
matter.
that one.
Baby,
No, it doesn't.
listen, baby,
It does
it
matter.
don't matter, baby, because
Why
she
does it
got her
matter?
first. She got her first Birkin 11 years in.
Yeah, it wasn't because she spent the amount of a Birkin at Hermes, so it wasn't because of that.
But if she has a Birkin, the whole point of it is it doesn't matter if she got it from the
It
wherever.
does matter.
He had.
Let them finish.
It doesn't matter where she got it from. Our point is that she got one, and everybody has teared her down. And the first thing that comes out of people's mouth is, "Well, You know, Toya going as soon as she leave the show, she ain't gonna have no money. Don't forget about her tax problems. Don't forget this. Don't forget that. When in
She can sell a
reality,
Birkin and pay her taxes.
when in
Hey, her
reality,
taxes are paid off.
when in reality, Toya will be just fine when she leaves the show. It's the other girl who has no husband, who's begging to be on the show, who's going to have financial problems. But for some reason, we all keep forgetting that she's over there begging and pleading and borrowing and sleeping with whoever to get the house bill.
Oh wow.
Oh, that's right. What's your face?
Quad.
I forgot
Quadria.
immediately. I forgot.
Oh. Well, I don't even watch Married to Med, so.
Quadria, the
Miss
one who
Quad, she got it. She got it.
She don't.
she don't.
Did they
I
ever
don't
make
even
sure
watch
they
that no
released that
more.
I
spirit of that
love
little girl
it.
who died in her pool? Or is she still
Oh my
trapped at the
God.
house?
That was her goddaughter.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that was her goddaughter.
Oh, that was a little rough.
Yeah.
What happened?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Talk about
Yeah.
disgusting.
No,
That was a little rough.
no, there is kind of like a
Trip.
little bit of like ignoring
I'm just worried about the poor little
when
girl's
these
spirit.
white women kind of come on the show and they're a little bit fraudulent and their stuff don't add up. But when a black woman does it, you just got to drag her and drag her and drag her. I mean, people still dragging Sheree, and like even Angie said, this is one of the best houses we've had on the show. Like Sheree is not broke in the way that people are trying to make her.
No, she rich people
not.
broke.
But she hasn't been
You know?
sued, and it's no tax issues. Like
Yeah, but Sheree played into why she got drugged too. When she asked Nene, "Did you drive by? Did you visit?"
Sheree was being sued though. Sheree was being sued by
did
those
they
contractors.
settle? Didn't they?
I don't know, but I'm
But
just
during
saying.
the process, when she was getting drugged, there was things to drag. Her house was Chateau Thelma. It was sticks.
Also,
She was asking about a no trespassing sign. There was there was nothing was there. I saw it on the television. Nothing was there.
The thing with Sheree is, the thing with a lot of people,
Mills. Y'all know C Mills?
people run into money.
No, I never heard of C Mills. I don't think.
I ain't heard of C Mills.
I don't
too
think.
many
I don't
trolls.
know.
Sorry, C Mills.
I'm scared.
People
I'm
run
scared.
into money issues at the end of the day. Sheree is just like everybody else up here, and she ran into money issues.
No, she ain't just like me, baby. I ain't had a baby in that.
Yeah, she was the one. You keep discounting the fact that she was like, "Oh, Evander Holyfield daughter is my personal assistant." I have a team.
graduated high school. I didn't
I'm one
drop
of the
out of high
elite
school.
fashion
Trying
awards.
to say, all I'm simply saying,
I'm one of Atlanta's elites. Just like everybody else, everybody else isn't one of the Atlanta's
matter
elites.
what Sheree does. She gets penalized for whatever she does. She made a joke sitting in the car talking about, "Oh, I don't." The bill has called me. I'll pay them when I got it. Everybody went up in arms because she made that comment. Like, it doesn't matter. She had money issues. She ran into something, but guess what? She was able to bounce back. Sheree got probably top 3 houses on Bravo. Her house has any tax problems or anything going on. And on top of that, every time Sheree got let go of the show is because they didn't want to pay her. She never has been begging or whatever.
But were people still dragging her house though? When it was being drugged, there was something to drag.
I don't think so.
That's my whole thing. Like when Kenya said that you're bringing down the value of the neighborhood because your house has been half built for 4.5 years.
But guess what? The house got built. The house got built, and on top of that, Kenya is the one who has tax problems on her house.
I was gonna say, do she still owe all the taxes on her house?
Allegedly, I don't know. I think they settled it, but once again, she divorced too. So when people say things about some housewives, oh, they're divorced. Well, one just got divorced and had small children and been married longer and definitely getting the pension and got the settlement. So that's what I'm saying. It goes into cherry picking of who they like, because Sheree been divorced and she lost in court with Phaedra. So
she sure did.
So I don't know why
she sure did.
And she was refusing to not go to court in that Chanel suit and that Aston Martin. Like, she makes it easy to drag her.
Ashley's divorced now too. Is she poor? Like they cherry. It's like a cherry picking for me.
Well, let me say this.
I never liked Ashley.
That's her life in.
I think that I do think people cherry pick different things, but you have to understand that with the housewives, people build a certain narrative of who those people they think those people are. Because if you meet Giselle in person, I've never met her, but I always hear, "Oh, she's lovely. Kenya's lovely." But on the show, it portrays him as this. You think about what's her name? The Bibiv DeVoe's wife.
Shamari.
The drunk. Shamari.
Oh, I liked her.
See, they made her seem like
I did. I liked
a
her
damn
a lot.
drunk.
They didn't make her seem like no drunk baby.
She made herself
Wasn't she like
feel
literally throwing up on people's shoes?
But that's a different.
And in their crystal trash cans.
She just had a baby. and she was just
Baby,
being out.
them kids turned 2 or 3 years old.
That
Come on
No,
now.
back when the show
they,
But Shamari did have a drinking problem because she went on another show and she said that she had a drinking problem. So
she did not.
Exactly.
She did not have a drinking problem. She had a problem with drinking. Okay.
Shamari had a drinking problem.
Same thing.
Another
Same
Karen.
thing.
Hold up. With Karen
That's a good one.
he was Karen's sponsor.
It's
But
never a problem till you hit a tree. Trust me.
Yeah, no, right.
Oh.
Or run your Bentley off the road.
Left that
Monique.
night. Is you the one that left
Okay. But wait a minute though, Corey. They say Monique was tired, baby, for watching the
Oh,
kids.
she was tired.
She was
She
tired.
had too much Camus.
Baby, I was tired.
Allegedly.
Hold
Too
up,
much
and
Camus.
she not in Montgomery County jail right now, is she? She up there traveling.
No,
But Robin, the
she
way
ain't.
you said I went through
Her
that whole bottle
wet
of Camus
morning
as if I
talk
drank
show.
it in 20 minutes.
But she invited the girls to her house with the red car in the front.
Let me ask you guys something. Which housewife of a part of the Bravo community has done the worst thing? Like
Portia, Candy.
Portia,
No,
Sandra.
Portia ain't do
Jen
nothing.
Shaw and
What
Erica
Portia
Jane.
did? What Portia
Jen
did?
Shaw and
What
Erica
Portia,
Jane.
what Portia did was the lowest thing that I have ever.
She's trying.
Portia should have
I
been
disagree with that.
fired.
Portia was well within her
Listen,
right because Candy started it.
boy,
I asked
please.
you to drop the whole block thing. You
Portia,
just kept going with it. So
what
don't get mad when
Portia,
I don't
first of
tell me
all,
how to respond.
the bone
Don't tell
collector
me how
got
to
it
respond.
wrong. The bone collector got it wrong.
Mhm.
Anyway, Portia did the worst thing that you could ever do, in my opinion. And I think that Bravo, it just shows that Bravo
should have fired her.
Mm-hmm.
they fired the wrong person because
Mhm.
Elise Phaedra didn't have enough sense. You could say whatever you want to say. You could put any type of rumor out there. Elise Phaedra didn't have enough sense not to say it on camera.
Amen.
And
But
Portia
not
knew that
only
shit
that,
wasn't true.
her character, like now, all right. So you don't want to go to your African so-called best friend African's wedding, right? But then you come up with
Mhm.
the excuse. The next 2 years, you're flying on a continent like it's across in Decatur. All up and down the
Oh,
continent.
okay.
Not
Okay
only that.
now.
Not only that, you flew to surprise Simon over there. You are
Oh,
Shamia, you
yeah.
better than me.
She's such a hater.
I think
You got jealous that Candy threw her the shower. You got jealous that everybody was around you was getting pregnant. She said it that season. She got mad at her sister and Shamia for
Yeah,
getting
remember she
pregnant
was so
first.
mad Lauren was pregnant? And she
Mhm.
was
I don't care
real
what's
mad.
going on in your belly.
Thank you.
Oh my
I
God.
think I think
That's
for
what she
me,
told Lauren.
She's
Yep.
disgusting.
for
What
me,
kind of
I
friend
think
is that?
I think I think Dr. Jackie is one of the
Ooh.
yeah, I think Dr. Jackie because you are an actual doctor in the real
Yeah, she's
world.
disgusting.
You are an
Yeah,
actual doctor in
disgusting.
you are an actual doctor in the real world, and you had the nerve to get on your friend's channel, who's a dentist who doesn't handle vaginas
Mm-hmm.
or babies,
Scum of the earth. Scum of the earth.
on earth, and get online and say, "I don't care about Black women's pain." And
And
then,
you heard her.
Oh,
hold
she
on,
didn't mean it
and
like
then,
that.
but
Everybody
then, hold
knows.
on,
She meant it.
hold on,
She
and
said it from the gut.
Oh my
and
gosh.
then had the nerve to have a charity event for a person
Yep.
that you really don't give a fuck about to try to
Obviously she does.
try to
Shit.
save face.
Like I said the other day, Q,
That was
baby,
a
I'm so
PR
glad.
thing.
I'm so glad, baby. Phaedra should have told her girl, I'm so glad you was not Dr. Bitch, or y'all would have been raising money for a cure for Phaedra. Bitch, because Phaedra would have been around there dead, baby.
Oh.
So I hear what everybody's saying about
Shit.
Portia, and I hear everybody saying about this person and that person.
No, Q, you're right.
But the actual nastiest person on Bravo is the actual
Yeah,
doctor
because
who
what
was in the state.
Jackie has been doing,
Is
Jackie has
Erica
been
Jane.
contributing
I told you
to
it's
Black
Erica
mother.
Jane.
Jackie
Erica
has been
Jane,
contributing.
Jen
Jackie has
Shaw.
been contributing to the Black motherhood mortality, and we didn't know it until she
She
said
has
it.
not.
You're right.
Yes, she has.
Right,
Here's the
exactly.
thing.
She don't care about the mother or the unborn child.
Yeah.
She don't care unless you got a name behind you.
Stressing money.
She don't care about you
stressing
unless you
women
got a
out.
Wikipedia page.
Yeah,
Ooh,
stressing
not a
women out.
Wikipedia.
So the
And
thing
cash.
is,
Only cash.
and let me say this real quick. Let me say this. All of the Black women up here, all of the Black women up here should be offended by
I am
what
offended.
what
Oh
she
my
has
God.
on the screen.
And I'm a
I was in the
plant
live when she
mother.
said it,
Let me tell
and
you
I
something.
wasn't
I have to
offended
talk
then.
about my
We
plant
know
And
all
I'm
this
not
because
offended
you also
now.
didn't. We know you also wasn't offended when Heavenly said what she said either. So I'm excluding you out of this conversation. I'm talking about
Ooh, okay, yeah.
What did
Good.
Heavenly say?
Oh my
about the
God.
gay man. She was
Good
larger.
boy,
That
you
Del
know.
Funk ain't shit.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't.
I think we need to do an award show like the Oscars, but we nominate the
Like
rats
the
that shit
Razzies,
on
like the
on
Razzies.
Bravo, like who is the brokest housewife, and name 5 housewives,
Dree.
or who, you know, all that shit. You know what I mean? Who's done the worst?
Well, money
Quad
can
is the
always
brokest.
turn around.
Quad.
Money can always turn around.
Garcelle.
See,
I think Garcia got some money. I think she got a little bit of
She
coin.
got a whole beach house from the ground
I
up.
think Garcia got a little bit of coin.
Here's
But
the
I
thing.
want her to get out of
Here's
Sutton's behind
What
that.
a $5,000?
Here's the real question. If Bravo was to come to an end tomorrow, whose address will be their license plate?
Who? What? Say what now?
If Bravo was to end tomorrow, whose address will be their license plate? And her name starts with a Q. Quadria.
Correo.
Oh my God.
Correo.
Go over to Ghana. She can go over to Ghana.
Quad got her stuff covered. I don't know why everybody doesn't believe Quad has her stuff.
I don't know nothing about Quad.
She broke. That's all you need to know.
And I don't know anything about Married to Medicine.
Where's her
G
Wagon?
How do you know
Where's
she's
Quad's
broke?
G Wagon that she bought?
Why do you?
I'm not really having this I ain't really having this conversation with you because I already know where you stand at, so it don't matter what I say to you. We can move on.
Well, but I still would love to know, like, just
well, you won't get out of me.
When the appearances, there's no story out except for what you're saying. So, what do you? Well, I'm just.
I don't believe. I don't believe Heavenly is as driven snow as you make her out to be, girls.
Hey, what you mean? No, wait, Corey. We gonna talk. Wait a minute, goddamn it! If we gonna talk, we gonna talk. What you mean? What you trying to say?
I don't think. I think she's horrible. I think Heavenly's horrible.
So Corey, let me
what
ask
I
you
said. What I said. What I said.
Corey, let me ask you
why you think she horrible?
Corey,
Yes.
When Heavenly said what she said about men and gay men, did you find that offensive and out of line?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any bigotry is disgusting. So,
and I think the way Heavenly thinks
that show was full of
about a man and a woman being married, I think it's outdated, and I think it's just Flintstone era.
And bigotry coming from somebody who looks like Heavenly, let's be real.
Honestly,
It's
truthfully,
especially
I feel like
egregious.
Heavenly was probably the girl who only was giving niggas head and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Like you've never been a select girl. You've never been that girl. So you should have more compassion for all people.
So we understand why Heavenly feel the way that she do.
You guys like really like go on.
But also,
no.
Can I just say this?
Go on.
Yeah.
So if you are bringing me into the household, Chris, and traditional women don't work. So you're not traditional. You just saying something here.
Thank you, and Callie.
Thank you.
Because if Heavenly was traditional, she would be a housewife.
Yes, I've said this on Q's panel that's the reason why the working wives are jealous of the Toyas and the Mariahs and all the other ones. It's because they have to work. They have to. They're working. They're doing 60-40 or 50-50.
Yes, baby.
And
I got with my man, and he told me, "Look, KCW, I got with my man, and he told me I'm gonna sit you down."
And I'm seated. He told me.
I think what they did to that Indian woman was just wrong.
Heavenly had to go out there and work. That's why she got a wide bag.
This bacon. Look at the dress I cooked this fucking bacon.
Come on.
And I cook it in a dress like this, Daddy. Okay, and that's only because the kids is here. Okay,
thank
Richie,
you.
No, but
Richie,
I'm tell you really,
Richie, you see that thing? You see that thing sitting back
And
there?
baby, and Richie, and if Eugene wanted to, he could have set his motherfucking drink back there too.
Okay now.
And let me tell you something about
because Mama was poking. Mama was poking.
Yes, she was.
And I think the way they treated Anila was just wrong.
Who's that?
Oh, girl, you on that one by yourself.
I barely remember her. But you know what?
Anila brought that on herself.
I'm gonna tell you why.
Kelly, did you, Kelly?
It's because they in the same
Kelly
ain't working is in.
Kelly. Did you see how Heavenly now starting back to get back on Simone?
Yup, she said
it's about to be off the Sweet Tea and it's about to get back on Simone now. Let's see how out of line she gonna be.
And I want. Let me tell you why. And I want Sweet Tea to come back and say, Simone, you're out of control. Simone Heavenly is a nuclear barn. Why are you acting like that towards her?
Richie B.
I feel like Sweet Tea
Richie B.
show.
But you know what? I don't believe any of those. Most of those virgin wives don't
Richie,
get any. Those husbands don't like them. They don't
Yes,
like
yes.
did Cecil go back to work?
I never.
Never.
Girl, let me know,
Cecil
baby.
ass don't even know what the job is.
Baby, this Cecil
You
ain't
guys
going
are
back to work, bitch.
hilarious. This is excellente.
I can't stand him. I never went up to him. Ever since I heard he did that bad business deal. Nothing irks me more than somebody
Bad
doing
business deal, girl. He stole from his wife.
Well,
That part.
Who
well,
did
you can
this?
call it what you want, but it's between them.
Anila?
He wasted money.
Cecil stole
No,
from his wife
Cecil.
and cheated
Oh
on his
yeah,
with a
he
big-
took
with a-
that
with a-
25
with a big
G's.
girl.
Yes,
With a big girl,
disgusting.
too.
And did it all with that mole on his face.
Look, panel. I was telling on
That's Curtis, boy. That's
on
wrong person.
Dan had a best friend named Tammy
Yes.
who would be over for the
panel.
holidays for extended periods.
Look, stayed at the house for 8 days.
Oh yeah, that's not cute.
Girl.
Oh wait, Cecil did that? Oh
Yes.
no.
Girl, you could look.
Yes.
Baby, you can look at me in my face and tell ain't no bitch about to come and stay in my house for no motherfucking 8 days.
Right?
But why are they scared to
Simone ain't a real Simone ain't a real woman. That's the problem. She ain't a real woman. Stand up, Simone. Stand up in your womanhood.
She might got something at the
Everybody
hospital,
knows
though.
don't let
You
a
never
single
know.
know
She might got something over there at the hospital, so she might not care.
Don't no woman be in my house when I ain't there.
I don't play that.
And then, you know what's so dreadful? Simone told him, Cecil, if you walk out of that door, we getting a divorce, and they ain't divorced yet. The nigga walked out the door and they ain't divorced yet, girl.
She ain't
You
leaving
ain't
that
nothing but
hole.
you ain't nothing but a
Just
play
like Cone
pretty.
Tessa not leaving her husband.
Yeah,
But
Cone
they live
Tessa
somewhere where there's
and
a lot of hotels.
Simone.
There's no reason for that woman to come stay with them. It's not like they live in a small town where there's no.
Baby, we can live in a small town. We can live in a small town. She still ain't staying in my house.
Baby,
Well,
she
that's
could
true.
have been.
Is there's
She
no
could have been at the
reason
West
for this woman
House.
to stay with
She
them.
could have been at the West House. Why she got to come and stay with us? She could have went at Simone's
That's
house on the
true,
West
good boy.
Side.
Wake that up. I forgot. You so right.
He wanted her in the house close to him. Don't be
No,
no
I
fool.
the North your last case for the hotel. You need to stay at home. What the hell? This is not
Simone is full of Simone and that damn microphone in her throat are full of shit. That's the problem.
I feel like Simone needs a season of reckoning. Like everybody needs to be
They're
like.
gonna get that bitch next season. They're gonna get her next season. Watch.
Jackie first.
I feel like Jackie semi had a turn. I feel like Simone hasn't had any.
Jackie ain't had no turn.
She ain't had no turn.
Baby, don't y'all love how Phaedra is giving Jackie her ass to kiss?
Yes.
Baby.
Yes.
Jackie said, girl, did you really want to leave like that? Phaedra didn't even look at that bitch and said, I do. Baby, and walked on out.
I got one better for you. She walked in the door and Jackie was looking for a hug. Jackie was looking for a hug and Phaedra just looked at the bitch and turned around and kept on walking back to the bed.
Instead of crying like Quad.
Woo, come on. Come on, CW.
But let's be honest, Quad doesn't have anything else going on.
Jackie,
No, she don't.
Yeah.
I did that, Jackie.
She got. That's why she let Heavenly abuse her the way she doing.
She got amends to make somebody's
But
family.
Heavenly gonna leave her alone now because she knows she a fan favorite. That's why she turning her attention over there towards Simone because she know nobody likes Simone. And the way let her tell that Cecil don't even like her.
That's what she said in that live.
Yes.
I'm
Every chance he get, he
earlier
hugging
when
Quad.
me and Larger was going back and forth
Here we go,
about
Richie.
Wendy.
Maybe Richie
I
might have
Wendy
said
who?
that Wendy Cepho.
Cecil?
Mary.
I
Cecil?
don't care for her.
Okay, what about
Sufo.
it? What was y'all going back and forth about it?
Y'all done got this boy started, baby. I
about
love it.
about a lot of things, but it dawned on me because I
Mhm.
brought up the thing where how we can't ever talk about Wendy's, like about Eddie's family and why Wendy's family was treating him like that at the dinner. Larger. No, it wasn't Larger. It was somebody else. I think it was El Michelle. She said, like fuck his parents because they shouldn't have been treating Wendy like this, that, and the third. But it dawned on me that Wendy probably doesn't want Eddie to make up with his family because if you think about it, they would be more welcoming and they would try to be like encouraging healing. Like his siblings, they look so sad at the brunch and they were just like shit talking him or whatever. But we're not allowed to talk about that. She shut it down with Ashley. She shut it down with NECA about, why would Eddie's family disown you for disown him for talking to you. But it dawned on me, like, if Eddie makes up with his family, They might start asking him for shit. They might want to come to the United States. They might want to work for the weed farm. I said, Eddie's the perfect husband because he has nobody else.
No, but
What
they're
weed
established.
farm?
But what
Richie, they're
happens
established
is what
He
already.
has
what I
plenty
think
of
is
friends
I
on.
told
He
you,
has plenty of friends on
boy.
Who got a
Instagram.
weed
Wait
farm?
a minute. Wait a minute.
His family's established.
What you
He,
say, Gabor?
I just feel like that with Eddie was going on with Eddie. Then I think that when Eddie is the only boy, and when men start to branch out and build a family of their own, there be resentment towards him doing everything for his wife and his woman. People
mm-hmm.
get upset and think that the sisters and stuff is old stuff, and he still got to be the man over there, even though he got this life over here with Wendy. And so that's what I think is going on, and could be them taking care of Wendy mama too.
Look, what are you talking about? Wendy Mama is their nanny, and Wendy works. She's
Wendy and
Wendy mama
gainfully employed.
is Wendy mama
She's not
the
a housewife.
Wendy
When
mama ain't
did
that
they
Wendy
is
low
she
key
ain't
disown? When
she
did
abuses
they
Eddie.
disown
Wendy mama
Eddie?
ain't no nanny over there asking for an allowance. Now come
thank
on, let's
you.
get real talk.
Thank you.
But I'm saying
When did Eddie's
it ain't like
family
she doesn't have
disown
help
him?
with her kids and can't afford to it's not like she's a housewife. She just drains him. I don't know. I think that was a stretch. I don't know. That's
I
all.
think
No,
I
I
don't
think
because
Wendy low
look
I've
key
how they
seen
abuses
treated.
Eddie.
Look how they treated.
I've seen when boys grow up in families that are even not Nigerian, and when the boys in the family and they're successful and they're taking care of their wife and their children, you have siblings sometimes who think that they're old stuff over the
Hmm.
wife.
Well,
That's
And
yeah, you
one
can get
thing,
that.
right?
Yeah, I've seen
But
We've
what
that
even
happened
too.
with
seen that.
Eddie
Yeah, they're jealous
and
of what Wendy
Eddie
does
and
for the wife.
Wendy
So they
Richie,
is
Richie,
disowned
hold
he
on,
him.
hold
got
on. Richie,
disowned
Richie,
when they were in college,
I'm about to get
right?
down and get on my phone. Add me back up.
Okay.
All right.
That was in college when they disowned him. Back when if I'm not mistaken, when they were in Nigeria, right? So
mm-mm.
this
They
No,
were
she
never
never
in
lived
It was
there.
Nigeria.
when they had said they was getting married.
Yeah,
okay.
Wendy and
So this
Eddie
is
are American. They're born here.
okay. So, but it's still I still don't understand why would they
Because he's
disown him.
established and she was from like the other side of the
That's not
Yeah,
enough
that's
to
what I
get.
thought too. Her dad
That's
worked for
not
the
enough to get
fast food place.
ousted from your
yes it is.
Sometimes
village.
she
In
walking
certain
around with
cultures,
tattoos
yes
on
it
her
is. Yes,
breast.
ma'am.
It's not.
Yes,
And the
ma'am.
way
Yes, it
that
is.
they treated his siblings at her birthday dinner was weird to me. Like, why would they be sitting there talking shit about them and they're trying to reconcile with their brother? Like, why wouldn't they be
I
more
thought it was
welcoming?
tacky. Yeah, I thought that it was tacky for them to be, and knowing that the cameras and stuff was there. Again, with Eddie and his family, I feel like the only people that should be having the conversation about it and Wendy and Eddie. For her sister and her mama to have so much to say about it, of course, they don't really care about what Eddie got going on because Wendy is her daughter. You get what I'm saying? And I'm
Mm-hmm.
talking to my mama, but I think that Wendy mama and sister should have been checked.
But Wendy ain't gonna never check her sibling and her mama.
No, I
And that's
think
what I'm
Wendy's mama
getting at.
had a lot to do with this.
Because it's
I
a
really
different
do.
culture. They don't really
I
do
known a
that.
lot of Nigerian people who check their people.
I don't know. I don't know.
I
Everybody
think
knows
it's
that.
crazy to me that we keep talking
Respect.
about culture. Is if Wendy and all her family is so full of culture that they don't ask the Diddy or look down to us other black people.
They do.
They do. It's part
It,
that's yeah, it's
Look
that's
how
what
part
I'm
she
of it.
saying.
cussed Ashley out
Okay.
the
But you know
first
what, Top
season.
Chef? I'm gonna say something. I kind of feel like this is our fault for
Baby,
creating this
If
encompassing
Ashley
identity that doesn't make
If
any sense.
Ashley
Thank
had looked
you.
at
Thank
Wendy,
you.
if Ashley looked at
Because
Wendy and
I don't
told her,
look at
"Girl, I
Wendy
don't speak to your
as,
kind," it
as
would have been
discriminatory at
outraged.
all.
Yep.
Yes, it
Yup.
would
And we
have,
talked about
Gabor.
that on your
Yes, it
legendary
would.
live. That's why I don't
If
like her.
Ashley looked at Wendy and told her, "I don't speak to your kind," it would have been outrage.
Thank
Oh
you.
You think
yes,
that would have been outraged? Because Ashley
yes.
was
Baby,
Yes.
definitely
Fuck
I
Twitter
yeah.
know
Yes.
it.
press.
The
I know it.
colorism
If Ashley
alone.
would have said, "I own a business and I have a degree and a rich husband, I don't have time for you," that would have been a problem.
Yeah.
Thank you.
She tried to say that to Candace and Karen, and it fell flat many a times.
The difference is Candace and Karen don't look like Wendy.
There you go.
Yeah, but
Ashley is the only one
Ashley,
on that
I
show.
don't know. She's not enough
Ashley is
to
the only one on
actually
that show who
strike a nerve.
doesn't care about going against anybody.
She
To
really
be
isn't.
honest, I
That's why she
really
brought that
don't
O2
think
conversation to the
Ashley
table because she don't
has
give a
said it
fuck.
like that. I really don't.
Yep.
I think she's gotten close, but I don't think Ashley really has said it the way that Wendy said what she said to her.
Mhm.
Say it
see what I'm
again. You
saying?
went out, Callie. You went out, baby. Say it again.
I actually
No, she
don't
didn't.
think that Ashley has said something so manifest as a
What
fact
happened?
as the way that
I couldn't
Wendy
hear what you
said what she said
saying.
It
to
keeps
her.
going out.
I actually don't think
You
Ashley
going
has
out.
done that.
She said
Say it
that
again,
Ashley
baby.
doesn't talk with the aggression that Wendy does.
I agree.
Mm.
Or just like saying it with your chest. Like Wendy said that shit with her chest. Like, I got 40 bruises. If Ashley would have been like, my husband is a multi-millionaire, honey. I don't have time for this mess.
And
It
he's
would have been a
currently
problem.
colonizing your continent.
That
What
part.
cousin?
Mm.
Yeah.
That
Oh.
part.
But the thing also is, can y'all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Mhm.
my sweet baby.
The thing also is because people don't like Ashley for whatever reason, so they're always going to criticize
You
anything
know why
Ashley
they
says
don't
out of her
like her.
mouth.
Don't be no fool.
I know why they
Mhm.
don't like her. I know why
That's
they don't
another
like her.
conversation.
Let's just
Because
be
they can't
very
be
honest.
because they can't be her.
Not like
There you go.
Ashley. Because
She was so dippy, remember? Remember she
she
was gonna
went
get
against the
divorced and left his poor
stereotype
ass?
People,
and got her an older, rich white man. She went for the
well,
bag.
also
And that's why
people
people don't like
also.
her.
I knew people didn't like Ashley when they kept making excuses for Candace with the knife. Well, it was just a butter
Baby.
knife.
Yup, there you
Girl,
go.
please.
Yup.
And I
And we
and
said
I and
that.
I love Candace, but Candace should have been fired for that, baby.
I said that.
Fired for what? What happened?
That
Throwing
When
that
butter
she
knife
For
away
pulled
from
waving
that
the
over
knife
the
on
knife.
room.
Ashley.
charging that
Oh.
Ashley
No,
got
baby, she
fired.
threw the knife at Ashley.
Oh yeah.
She threw the
I
knife
didn't
at
like
Ashley. Now
Ashley from
she
day one because I
Violent.
thought she was loud, rowdy, and just gauche
mm.
and a
But she pro
social
black, I will
climber.
say that.
She hold up. Wait, hold up. What did she
She
let this
is
person
all those
climb when her
things,
man was
but
the richest one on the show?
that's how
Right.
she got him, by climbing on top of his
The
social.
show is being
No,
If
made.
it
that's
wasn't
called
for
She got
marriage.
she
if it
got
Marriage
that.
on the show. That's called
No,
marriage.
if it wasn't for
no.
Ashley, it would be no money on Potomac
Right. That's just
because
called
the
marriage.
gag is, baby, the broke Bill Gates show didn't have nothing but that white refrigerator.
Oh,
I
They
have a
couldn't give
question
that
though,
house
because
away.
when it
No,
comes
they
to
sold their
Ashley,
house at a
see, this is the double
loss.
standard I have a problem with. When it comes to
At a
Ashley being married
wholesale.
to her husband,
Mm-hmm.
it's okay for them to be married and have like they do their little freak thing or whatever if that's what they do. Okay, if that's what they do, they have an open relationship, whatever. But
Okay,
Ashley
that's
clearly has
how
said
you see
multiple
it.
times that she is bisexual and all this other shit. So could
Mm-hmm.
her husband be bisexual and that be okay without them bringing it up to throw it in her face?
Mm-hmm.
I
There
think
you
that the
go.
girls in Potomac are
No,
Okay,
just weak.
Ashley can be bisexual and her husband can be
Her
too.
husband's not,
I don't
he's
want to
not
see
no,
it.
bisexual, he's
no.
If they throw
predatory.
it
The,
in
I
the
her
don't
thing
think
He's,
face,
is,
Top Shelf is
he's
You
trying
got
to
to do
say.
assaulting.
the
whatever you do in your bedroom is your problem.
Wait, no,
if
the
they
I
thing
don't
don't
do it
think
is
in
the
my
what
It's
girls
not in their
the
bedroom
thing
double
the thing is
separately.
standard.
Top Chef, the
One
girls
at
on
a
Potomac
time.
are
One
so
at a
late.
time.
The girls on Potomac are so late they don't got nothing else to talk about. So every year, every week, every year we're gonna make Michael the storyline.
Yeah.
And
Every year he
Well,
was
hold
rapping
on.
on somebody.
That's because they
No,
didn't
but you
have
know
no
what?
That's true
storyline.
too.
Also,
No,
I'm gonna tell you, it's viewed differently because women don't find men being bisexual sexy. It's a lot
It's
of women who
not.
pretend to be bisexual just to be sexually appealing to men.
that's what they want you to believe,
that's not.
girl.
Yeah, exactly.
No, they.
I
I'm
For
can
not
tell
real.
you it
saying
ain't sexy to me
about they.
because I don't like
No,
sharing.
Kylie, let me
there's
say this, Can y'all hear me?
a
Yep.
difference between
Kylie, you
settling
gotta
for
stop
something
that.
because you're desperate and finding it
Kylie, you gotta
sexy.
stop it. Let me tell you something, Kylie. I know plenty of women behind closed doors. Okay. Hmm.
I have never in my life met a woman
but
that has sex
bisexual is
that is
not being
sexy.
sneaky. So
I've
if
met
you're a
But
women that are
secret
just
or
Callie,
something,
you've
desperate
met
that's
plenty
and
of
not
times in
and
your
being
life.
and
They just
sneaky.
didn't
shit.
tell you.
but Callie,
Yeah.
here's the thing. People are not literally gonna come out their mouth and tell you, hey Callie, by the way, I'm
Well, then
bisexual. I
how
don't
do
care if
you
my man
how do
gets
you
fucked
know?
by another man.
Well, then how do you
Exactly.
know?
I don't like
How do I
sharing.
know? Because I've talked. How do I
Men,
know? Because
exactly.
I have men in my life who are bisexual and who have told women and they have been down for it.
I don't
Because
like
okay, but
sharing.
there are
I
women.
know women
This
who've
is
gone to
what
punk clubs
this
to
is
find
what
boyfriends.
people really need to
Thank you,
So
thank
what?
understand.
I'm
top.
just accepting.
There are women who
Thank you,
will do
Kern.
Not punk
anything
clubs.
because they are desperate for a man. That doesn't mean they like it
Yep.
or they find it
I don't.
enjoyable or
No,
they
no, no,
find
no,
it
no. See,
I
sexy.
agree
A
on
No,
that.
lot
that's
of
not
I,
I have to go
well,
true.
women
there
against
are
that. I
That's
now.
not.
don't.
Callie is right.
will
There are some.
literally do
There are.
anything.
She's right.
Callie is right.
It's a,
I don't like
Callie is right.
sharing.
There are some
Weird.
girls. There are some girls that
You're
do
right.
that
yes.
who be
Some,
desperate. Who be
Some,
desperate
A lot.
for a
It's a
man.
lot. It's a
Some
lot.
no,
girls.
no,
some,
there are
some,
some. And the
some.
thing is this: this whole narrative that men are attracted to women who are just overly not even overly, but just bisexual. I'm bisexual, so that makes them attracted to them more. That's a myth. That's a myth. That's not true. The thing is this: I know a lot of men out here in LA who, on the outside, look good, and they are bisexual. And there are a lot of women, in particular Black women, who don't give a shit that they've messed with a dude before. I've seen it.
Because a lot of Black women will just take any man they can get, and I'm
These
sorry,
Black women are not the ones. That's not the ones I'm talking about.
Hold on,
broken so
Callie, you gotta,
bad
Callie, that's not always the
they're
truth.
they just want
Callie,
a
that's
man.
not always the truth. Callie, when that camera go off, you turn it to somebody else, girl. That is not always the truth.
Exactly.
No,
That's
I'm just
not
being
always
honest
the
with
truth.
you as a woman. That is not generally
Yes, for
That's
how
not
you,
for
for
you.
you,
That's not for
for
everybody.
you,
it's
Callie,
not.
and nobody's knocking you. For you, yes, that may be true, but there are also women
There's a
out here
reason why
who are.
it's not the norm
Okay,
in
girl.
society.
Girl,
Because
okay,
No, I
Callie.
think
Yes,
Okay,
Callie,
that's
girl.
if they
Okay,
like to
yes.
share. I don't
Yes,
A
like
lot of
Callie.
sharing.
people, I think that a lot of people
you would hear
don't
that
want you to know.
everywhere if there was something
But a lot of
we
people,
found
Callie,
sex.
are,
Let's just
a
be
lot of
honest
people
here.
don't want you to know what they got going on in their bedroom. So even they will, a lot of people will probably tell some friends and stuff that, but they wouldn't have it, wouldn't tell the world. I
Okay.
Back in
think
But
the
that
if it was
back,
Ashley,
something that women generally found sexy, it would be something that the world would know.
no, it
That's
would
why I'm
not
saying
be because
it's
no, it would not
normal.
be because there back in the day, women wouldn't even say they sucked dick back in the day. They
Thank
wouldn't even
you.
say that.
Right.
And so come on now. And then now, women, if you ask a woman, "Oh, do you eat ass?" She'll tell you
Ew.
no in
Oh, I
person,
know I don't.
but behind closed
Mm-mm.
doors,
That's what she
baby,
said.
I
face
That's
No.
face
refuse
be
to
down.
say.
Mm-mm.
And
okay.
again,
Let me
Okay.
I
be
don't like. I don't
listen,
No,
like a
I
side of
think it's
salmonella.
y'all,
more to
y'all,
do
please,
with
please,
sometimes,
please.
women
but
I am
Mm-mm.
not
accepting
talking about y'all on the
whatever
panel.
versus
I am
We
women
not
know.
talking about y'all.
find
I am talking
sexy. I'm
in
talking about
general.
women
So
people
find
take
gotta stop
yourself
thinking
out of it,
everybody do
Callie. I am
everything
talking.
here.
I'm
I
making
was
a
talking
general
about
That's
y'all.
I'm not talking
statement.
about what women will just accept.
Right.
I'm making a
I'm
general
talking about what
statement.
do
What,
women
to
do
find
Gabor's
y'all?
sexy
point,
and
I have a
ideal.
there are
question. Hold on,
to
Uh
Gabor's.
Callie.
huh.
Do y'all think that Heavenly over there
Oh,
eating
I
Yeah,
daddy
do.
out?
she doing
Oh hell
whatever
yeah.
she doing
Y'all
whatever
think
that
Yeah,
nigga
she
I
say.
would
gives
not be
masculine
y'all think
Hell
energy.
surprised.
Heavenly
yeah.
over there
With a
got
knife
y'all
and a
think
She
he
was
fork.
projecting.
you think Heavenly got daddy knees to
Hmm.
his chest?
She doing whatever that nigga say
Legs to the
do.
With
moon.
a knife and a fork.
Oh God,
Hmm.
I don't
She
know.
was
Whatever he
projecting when she
say
was
do,
talking
she
about pumps
I
doing.
because she
don't think
married
they're
someone
Not
and
the
gave
touching.
birth
auntie
to
I
him.
don't
sauce.
think those women are even getting touched.
Nah, I don't agree with that now, Trent King.
Mm-mm.
We gonna
Oh, you
leave
don't think?
We gonna leave the kids out of it.
Nah, he ain't no
And
kid.
I know I'm
That's
ready
a
for the
grown ass
music.
punk.
I
That's a
think.
grown ass
I'm
I.
just
punk.
I
saying.
think Heavenly and her husband are doing it.
We're
I
gonna
don't.
back on off the whole kitty thing, but I don't
But
agree
I
with
don't
it.
know
I'm
about
gonna
the
be
rest
honest.
of them
It's
though.
a couple
No,
of couples on this show that give me that they don't even have sex in
Callie,
a
can I
too
just
home.
say
It's a
this
nasty.
whole
though?
relationship
Hold on, let
that's
me
going
just say
on.
one thing. I have a friend who's 35 years old. He's from Trinidad,
Mhm.
and his dad is a punk. And his parents were married, and had two kids, him and his
So
brother.
then he's
And
bisexual.
when they graduated high
No.
school, no, he gay.
Mm-mm.
When they graduated high
Yeah.
school, his
No.
parents got a divorce, and they have never dated anybody else. His parents still go on vacation together every year, and they still live together,
Wow.
But
divorced.
that's not what
His mama is
Callie
just
was
so in
saying.
love with her best friend. Like she don't care that he's gay. She wanted to marry her best friend. So if he does something, he leaves the house and does it. He doesn't have his men come over.
Well, then what
And
is
if
he
she has a
So
for?
boyfriend,
like Fran Drescher and her ex-husband.
But what is
pretty
Also,
he
much,
also,
or
I
for?
think
Jack Mary.
Yeah, but they
I
don't
think
still live
we live in
together.
we are now in
But sometimes
we are
you do.
now
I
in
had
But
we are
what
now in
classmates whose
if
dads were
2025.
the person
punks.
to
So
be
And
to
they got
act like
bullied
some
for
of
divorced?
this
having
stuff
punk
is not
daddies.
natural, we are now in
Yeah.
No, she
2025.
didn't
To act
say
like some
that.
of this
She
I'm
stuff is
said
not
that
not
she
talking
didn't
natural
about
say
it's
that.
anymore
natural.
is
That's
I'm
not
just
what
being
Callie
crazy.
said.
honest with you. And I think a lot of women don't want to
I'm
be
not
honest because they
saying,
don't
oh
want
my
to offend
God,
nobody.
I did
And
not
I'm just
Callie,
being
different
say,
honest with
strokes
you.
for
That
different
is not
folks.
something
I'm
women
lost.
typically find
I'm not
sexy.
talking about Callie, please. What I am simply saying is I understand where you're coming from. I get what does not work for you. But we are in a we are in 2025. Bitches is doing is flying to Dubai to get shitted on for $150,000. We are
Yeah,
Yep.
but
now
they don't find
people
it sexy.
people.
They want the $150,000.
Oh,
Like,
Okay,
this is
wait a
not
minute.
a
Okay,
conversation.
Q.
okay. Yes,
Q. I'm trying.
yes,
Okay, let me try to get what you're saying. So what you saying is it's a lot of pansexual people out here. Is that what
yes,
you're
Pansexual is
trying
some
to say?
pansexual is something
yes.
different, mama.
And
Pretty much, yeah.
no, what I'm saying is to to act like people are not okay, to act like some women, I'm not talking about y'all because y'all have made it very clear, but to act like there are women out there who are not okay with their man being bisexual is
Mm-hmm.
crazy because they are, and it does not have anything to do with them being desperate.
Well, some
It's
of
just
the
You're
what it
Yeah,
right.
it's
women,
just
is.
different
You're
strokes for
right.
different folks in
some of the
You're
relationships
women
on the
right.
do
spectrum.
too.
You're
Yeah,
right.
it doesn't. Yeah, that's
You're
all I'm
right.
simply saying is it has nothing to do with them being desperate or anything like that. There are some women who are desperate, but there are other women who just enjoy what they enjoy, and what they do behind closed doors is what they do behind closed doors. And to me, it's hard for men to come out and tell action that's going to be had. People
Hmm.
enjoy women on women. People don't enjoy men on men. But when you do find somebody
That's
who's
the
enjoy
whole
it, they
point
the
I was
women want
trying
to
to
embrace
make.
the women want to embrace what their men are
You
into.
literally just repeated what I was saying.
No,
I mean,
okay.
well, it's
If
a
that's
lot of
your
women.
logic,
It ain't just black women.
Callie, if
It's a
that's your
women.
logic, then you tell me how many. And I keep bringing this up. There are a bunch of women who you never hear talk about them pegging their husbands or their
Flashback.
boyfriends. That's not a
Because
common conversation,
women
but
do
Mm.
things out of desperation to have a
they're
man.
not.
No,
Oh my
I don't
God,
think
Callie, you got
so.
to stop.
Women will
I
do
I
don't
don't
all,
think
think
I'm
so. I
so.
telling
think
you,
that
there are
sometimes
women that will
women.
do
I
all
think that
kind
some.
of stuff just to get a man.
That's
It's
I
not
don't
No,
true.
think
Kelly, there are
so.
women who have a
I
lot of
think
I
that
extra
think it's
masculine
sometimes.
I think
energy
it's a
to
lot
the
of men out there who like a
I
lot
don't.
of freaky shit.
I think I'm gonna say
Women
this.
too.
and
I
women
don't
like
think
it too.
that the
Yeah.
over. I don't think that the overwhelming majority of women will date a bisexual man. But I do think that sometimes, women be asking a man, be honest with me. You don't got to cheat on me. Be honest with me and tell me what you like. And if a nigga really tell you what they like, you know what I'm saying? Y'all will be so quick to put like gay on them and wouldn't be willing to participate.
Yep.
But it would
Oh,
not
I'm
be
not
gay. It would
participating
be
in nothing
bisexual.
crazy.
That's the whole point I'm trying to understand. That would be a
No, but I'm
difference.
saying
There's
that
no
a
such
man
That is
thing.
a
doesn't.
big
If a
difference.
man wants to be
There's no
pegged
difference at
and he
all.
don't want to,
So
if a
you say,
man
hold on,
wants to
hold on,
be,
whoa, hold on, wait. So Candy's gay then because Todd and Candy are married, and he clearly
A
knows
lot
she
of people
likes
think
women.
Candy's a
So it's
lesbian.
oh no,
Yeah,
no,
clearly
I'm
didn't
not
Marlo
saying
say
that.
Shut
I'm
up.
not.
that?
That's what
I'm not
Well,
saying that
Candy said
CW.
it
I'm not.
a lot
herself.
of people think Candy's
I'm
a
not
lesbian.
saying that CW. I'm just saying that you
no,
have
not you. Well,
I
straight
whoever,
am.
it wasn't
men.
you. Somebody else said that
Oh
gay men are not bisexual. They not one and the same. I'm confused because
yeah,
men
No,
no.
you
like
What I'm
said
saying,
both.
no.
no.
You
What we're
said
trying
What
to
I'm
tell
saying is
y'all,
there
we're
are
trying
some
to explain
men.
to
What I'm
y'all.
saying is there are some men who like freaky shit. There are some straight men that want to
But
be
freak
pegged.
doesn't have to do with both sexes. Freak can
But
just
let
I
be
him
one
finish what
sex.
he's
know.
trying to tell you.
He's
What I'm
talking about
saying is,
something different. We
Okay,
got
yeah,
okay.
I'm
yeah.
saying, that there are some men who want to be pegged, and if they come to their woman and tell them they want to be pegged, the women will be like, "Oh, he must be gay because he doing this." No, I
Oh, I
just want to be
understand, but
pegged.
what I'm saying is when I said
Oh my
bisexual and
God,
gay are
girl.
two
Hmm.
different. Somebody was saying this is no
no,
difference.
no,
I'm
no, no,
like,
Mama.
how?
That was me who said that. I
Yeah.
said you said pansexual.
No,
I
Pansexual
said
and
I
bi.
said
pansexual.
bi.
Oh,
I said bi.
I said
Oh, okay.
pan.
My bad. Pansexual is a totally different thing.
Because like to me, if because when
How?
Gabor on your point at the end of Gabor's point saying, "Oh, I might like to be pagan," she might think he's gay, and if he wanted a man to do it, she might think he's gay. I'm like, how can that be gay if he joins if he wants the woman there too? To me, that sounds like that's to me it's bisexual. And somebody
Well,
commented said,
if
"Oh,
he's
that's
not
the
attracted
same
to
thing."
men, he's
I'm
not
like,
even
that's not how's that the
bisexual.
same?
I said it's the same thing
He's
because it
just
has the
not.
same stigma. If you are married to a
It's
woman
not
and your
about
friends
stigma.
find out
It's
that she's
about the
bending you
man.
over, you're going
No,
to have the same stigma in your
it's not
community.
about
Your
stigma
wife
because
is going
that's
to
I
have
don't
the
want to
same
that's
bend my
shame.
man
society.
Your
over.
girl is
That's
going
a
to have the
I
same
mean,
society
shame.
issue.
if
That's
I'm
why it's the
saying if,
same thing.
if I'm
No
saying
one's going to
that
give
I
him some
don't
kind of
like
like,
that, it's a turn
second
off.
I don't
place
want to
It's
have to
thing
not
just
bend my
because.
everybody
man
gonna
over.
turns
Okay.
off by things.
But I
That's
think
what I was
this
saying. But that's just my
Like
and
opinion, my
okay,
But that's a
perspective. I
also
mean, you
society
don't have
and
to
my
issue.
whole
share it.
point and
Society
my whole
issue.
point, Corey, my whole point of saying it's 2025 is because as I'm saying is there's nothing that's really shocking anymore. So
Yeah.
I don't think that to say that women are desperate, I don't think that's fair because there are women out there who just enjoy what they enjoy and it has nothing to do with desperation. They just enjoy what they enjoy and they want to be and they are in a relationship with their man and they want their man to be comfortable just like they want to be just like they would want their man to be comfortable with them. If a woman comes to a man and say, "Oh, I want to bring another girl in the house because I want to eat her out," he go be like, "Okay, cool." It's okay for her to say it. It's
Yeah.
okay for him to be like, "Cool." But if he said that, then he's looked at a certain kind of way, and that's why I'm
Because
And
bringing up.
not all
That's why I'm
men
men,
bringing up.
find that
not
sexy,
every man
That's
likes
emotionally
why
that.
I am
horny.
bringing up as I am
Can
That's
he
my
talking to
can he
point.
fin-
Corey.
wait a minute, y'all. Can he
That's
finish
all I'm
so I can
trying
As
not
to say.
I
be
am talking to
confused anymore?
Corey.
That's
As I
all
am
I'm
talking
trying
to
to say.
Corey.
Y'all
I'm
something
simply
else.
saying that's why I brought up the 2025. Women just
Got
like what they like, and men like what they like, and that's what it is. But again, to what Gabor was saying, what Top Shelf and what Trent was saying, what I'm saying,
Corey, you know
you
where I'm
see the
coming from.
reaction when we
No, I
say, "Oh,
don't.
this."
Actually, I don't. That's why
You
I'm asking the question.
You
I
don't?
don't.
What
Because
I
sometimes I find some of it confusing, and my
no,
sister's a part of the alphabet gang, and she don't know because she old, and she ain't out there no more. I just want to know, because if
No,
my
what
son
I'm
asks
saying
me
is this.
about
We're
something,
talking in
I want to
general.
have to be able to tell him.
I don't think
Yeah,
it's that
I'm just
confusing,
talking in
really.
general terms. I'm
I
not
think
talking
I'm
that
about
a
what
little
you
Yeah, and I don't
said.
think your
confused.
son's gonna come to you about getting pegged in the booty either.
I'm talking about
But you don't
in
know. But y'all, I don't
general
That's
think that's
not what
fair
terms.
to
I'm
say.
that's
But
not what
that's
I'm
not
saying.
Those
fair.
I'm
That's
saying
not
if
generally
fair to
he
say
talking.
that
has
she
a
doesn't know if she's.
question, if he
Yeah,
has a
if she's
question about
confused about something,
something,
then she's confused about something. It's for
and
us to
I
explain it
can't
to her.
yeah, and if I
yeah.
can't explain it to him, how can I explain it to him if I don't get it?
Well, pray on it,
My
babe. No, I'm
son's not
joking. I'm
out there
joking.
like
Not
that.
pray on it.
I'm
Not pray
You know
joking.
what
on
I'm
it.
saying?
No, when it comes to, this is where I see what
Prayer
you're
and
saying, and I
supplication.
understand where you're coming from, but I have to disagree with Callie in this situation. Everyone is different in
Child,
their
we all
experience.
I'm
disagree. We
talking
all
about in
disagreeing with
Hold
Callie.
on, let me
general
finish.
terms. I'm
Let
not
me
talking
finish,
about
Callie.
what
All I'm
fetishes
saying
and
is
kink
everyone's
fetish.
different in their
I'm saying
situation.
in
You never
general
know
terms, the
who you may
majority.
like or who you may not like. When it comes to
He
sexuality, there's
said,
a spectrum of
he
sexuality.
said,
So if your son did come to you and say, "Hey, I'm
got my
attracted to my
business
friend,"
all up in the street,
it could be, hey, an
cheating.
experience, or it could be like, oh, I'm really like, this is my person I want to have an experience with.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can fall in love with you could be with guys and then fall in love with a woman and then be married to a woman. So what does that make you then? Still
Oh, I
gay,
have no
fluid,
idea.
bi?
I don't know. Because I don't have any inclination toward women.
Well,
So I don't
it's
know.
Yeah, that's
it's
what I'm
also like when they
saying.
go to
It's like,
when couples go to swingers clubs. Couples go to swingers clubs and they do what they want to do. I don't get why we so pressed about it. If
I
you want a
just
man,
don't want to
if
share.
and that's fine and that's fair. But all that other
I
shit
don't
Good
want to
things
that
don't
share.
get what can be.
most
they desperate.
couples do not
Please.
go to swingers clubs.
Yeah,
Okay,
they
I
don't.
just think
Callie,
that
Some
it,
do.
I'm being
Callie,
honest with
they
you
don't
They
do
though. I don't
nothing.
some
think
do. There's a whole
That's not
community out there. So some
Girl, y'all,
do.
let's just y'all look. It's almost time for housewives because we gonna be up here
Well,
all day
I
everybody
talking.
was
ain't
about to
gay.
say, in Florida, they have
that's
whole
not what I'm
towns, whole cities dedicated to it.
No, they
I'm
didn't say
talking
that. They
about is
say
a woman in the corner
every couple
somewhere
do.
doing that.
And
That's
every
not what I'm
man
Okay,
saying.
is not gay.
okay,
I don't
okay,
know. I don't know. I guess some
okay,
people want to say
y'all.
every man can be gay. That's weird.
You might be
no.
proved.
No,
I definitely don't believe
child.
I
that.
don't know.
I
I
don't
don't
think every
know.
man is
Mm.
gay.
It's a
I think
possibility.
men
Spectrum.
like men like what they like, and sometimes they want to express what they like to their woman, and it's either for the woman to
Hmm.
be like, okay, cool, let's try, or she
Oh
not
yeah, that's a
down with
whole
it. It's as
different
simple as
thing. But
that.
Okay.
every
But
man
I
ain't
It's as
also,
simple as
but
that.
but I also
No.
don't like when there are a straight male relationship and women in particular
Hmm.
attack that relationship, and it could be just a close bond with another guy. Not saying we fucking we making out, but it's like a open emotional like bond, and then some women say, "Oh, y'all just fucking gay, y'all
But
doing
Well,
this or
top
whatever."
shelf,
it
well, top
happens
shelf,
from
they
Yeah,
can't
both
but
niggas
sides
niggas
too.
can't even say top
don't
shelf. Niggas can't even say they love each
One
other no
at
more
a
without
generalize
women
time,
saying
one
Yeah,
it.
at
they
a
can.
time, That's
everything.
true.
Yeah.
One at a time. That's true.
Top shelf niggas can't even say, oh, oh, bro, I love you, or yo, I love you, blah, 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 without women being like, what you mean? Or he can't even say, oh, I
Yeah,
like his outfit. What you mean you like his outfit? He can't say nothing. Like, goddamn.
yeah.
I
Wow.
mean,
I don't know about that, but
I'm toxic like that too. I'll call it out. Be like, what do
I've
you
never
mean?
been on that energy,
yeah, I don't
I
but
know.
don't
I
know.
do
Wow.
find that women that
I think
are
Oh,
I
looking
think
to
that's what we see
be
online, but I don't think that
Yeah, I don't
women
women.
know.
that don't like men
One
People
at
anyway.
a
outside for real.
time.
I
You
think that's what
know,
I think that's what we see online with people trying to be funny, but I don't think that that's like real because even a nigga can't even a nigga can't even change his bed set. But I
Yeah, I've
think
never
that's
seen
with
that.
Yeah.
online. That's online. I don't think I have never seen that in real
no, that's
life.
in the South. It's very much like that down here.
Yeah,
If a
I
What?
never
nigga eat a
seen that.
salad,
I don't
everybody will
even see
dog
it
him
on
out.
my timeline.
Like niggas eat vegetables out here, nigga. That's sweet as fuck. What you doing?
What?
Oh
That's
wow.
weird. I
There,
don't
there
see that
are
on my
there are a group
timeline.
of
Sorry.
there are a group of guys. My
Don't
cousin
come to
used to hang out
Florida.
with a group of guys. My cousin used to hang out with a group of guys who was like, oh, they wouldn't even they. What you mean you wash the middle of your ass? Like that's real stuff.
Oh no, that's getting
Yeah,
what?
very much.
that's weird.
That's the
Cause
norm where I come from. You just won't say
That's
stuff like that
wild.
out loud. They will drag you.
That's crazy.
but I've also seen on the flip side where somebody will say something about a straight man, and I've seen the other side of a non-straight man just automatically say, oh, "Okay, well, you never know," like assuming that he could be flipped or turned, and that is not true. That's what I'm saying. Every man
It's
cannot
not
be
always
flipped to be
true,
gay.
but
It,
No,
I
I
mean,
don't
you
believe that.
go. You're
I
assuming
don't
No,
that
believe
he
that.
will,
I
try
find
the
that
right
the
one.
women who think
You'll
that every
answer
man
that.
is gay are women that don't tend to really like men in
It come
general.
from men too. A lot of people
Have
say
you
that.
noticed that? Those women don't seem like they like
probably.
Bless
men.
you.
Bless you.
Thank minutes. I'm not near my phone, so I can't mute.
I feel like
It's
this.
2
If any
minutes.
man,
Like a woman asked
2
for my
minutes
number
to 8
today. I'm
o'clock,
like,
y'all.
girl, I'm
Okay, y'all.
What that
Thank you
mean?
Well, we already
guys.
saw the
Shit.
first 20 minutes of the show.
Right.
All
You
right,
already
well,
said you had
look,
already seen the first half an hour of the
18.
damn
Okay,
show.
I ain't
go
coming
ahead.
right.
Carry on.
I know you
Thanks,
had to kick it us
Richie
out.
Talk
B.
about it.
We done seen most of the damn episode by now.
Right. Fuck them hoes.
Well, thanks, guys.
Y'all
Thanks,
want to feature
Q.
me in her elevator?
You're
Y'all ain't
always
gotta
there
leave.
when
I
I
was
need
just
you to explain something.
That's what I do.
y'all don't gotta leave. I was just letting you know we can make it a watch party. I can leave it up.
Oh, you got
Well,
Discord?
Yeah, I
I'm
got
not watching.
Discord.
So good night, y'all. I
Good
gotta
night.
get ready for
I
tomorrow.
gotta go too.
No, if
I
we
gotta take
watching, you
notes.
watch
Me
it with
too.
us.
I gotta take notes.
All right, bye.
How can we watch
Bye,
it on
y'all.
Adios.
Bye,
Discord?
y'all.
Bye, y'all.
How
Have a
you
good
watch it on
night.
Discord?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I
All right.
don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, I watch
I'll
stuff with
figure it
people on
out.
Discord, but I don't know how they do it.
Tomorrow or something.
All right, maybe I'll see y'all in a little while.
All
Q,
right.
you
All
going
Yeah, I
right,
out
gotta
tonight?
over
check
here.
it out.
Did Q leave
Thanks,
already?
Richie.
Yeah, he said he has to take notes
Okay.
for his
Well,
review.
maybe I might still go
Richie,
back on. I got to
Richie,
straighten my hair, so I'll probably
Richie,
be
why
back on.
you didn't go to the flower show? I came over the bridge to go to the flower
No, you came to the flower show?
show. Yeah, it was
When?
nice. It was a good today.
I didn't know. Let me give me my phone number. Hold on. In the private chat.
I'm surprised Richie
Okay.
didn't go. She'd have been all over Philly today.
I
I
know.
know I
But
saw
I was
firsthand.
trying to do my hair, but I decided to cook instead. Hold on, let me put my
Sunday dinner, none
number
of
in the
us got
private chat.
invited.
Take my phone number, Trent.
Hold on, let me go to my phone real quick. Ugh. Dame el
It
número.
was so pretty.
Was it?
Yes, they had some nice
I love
exhibits.
flowers.
Yeah, yeah, me too. Because I want to start a workshop. I planted a tree this past fall, and I went to check on it Saturday. Just
I
going
got
over
a
there.
whole rooftop garden on my deck.
That's beautiful. Stop. Seriously?
But these raccoons moved in on my deck, so I got
Oh,
to
they
get back out
vicious.
there.
Honey, you gonna have to
Yes.
pay them a
That's so
fee.
crazy that there's
You gonna have
raccoons in
to
Philly.
On the
I picture them
roof.
only being in the South.
On the
no,
fucking
we
roof.
have trees and forests. I live in a whole forest.
But it gets cold up there. That's what trips me up.
No, so like so it's like a valley. So they call it like the Delaware Valley. So mm, yeah.
Yeah, it's a valley. Peaks and
Yeah.
valleys.
So when people like hear about the city and they be like, oh, it's bad. Some major cities going to have this like parts, this concrete jungle. But my thing is, you just told me you don't know anybody that live anywhere nice. When people say stuff like that, you just told me that you already told me the type of people that you know. So if you can't find, if
I'm
you go
ready.
to a
Richie,
city,
what's your number?
but no, if
It's
you
in
go
the
to a city,
private group chat.
if you go to a city and you
Oh,
can't find
You know how to
anywhere
look. You know how to
nice,
get
then
to
that's
it.
crazy.
CW, I'll put the number in the private group chat
Oh, okay, cool. Let me take it down.
and text me so I can have your number. It's just us three up here, right? My hands is dirty.
I hope so. I'll be giving my number out, child. I'll be
Okay.
giving my government
all
number
right. I'll
out.
talk to y'all later.
All
All right,
right. I'll
Trent, have
see you a little bit
fun.
later,
You
maybe.
doing
All right. I'll
another
be
show
looking
tonight,
for the
Richie?
watch along if it's there. Yeah, I'll be looking for your notifications. But if I
Okay.
don't see any, I'll see y'all later.
All right. Well, either before or after. If I can figure out Discord, I'll try it.
All right.
Are you in
All right.
Georgia too, Trent? Or you said you're in Florida or Georgia?
Florida,
Oh, I thought you said you were in Georgia. Okay.
No, I think
Central
he's in
Florida.
Florida.
But I'll see y'all.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye.
All right, CW.
All right, I'm gonna watch this tire show while
I'll
I
probably
tidy
go
up.
back on because I gotta finish straightening my hair and I committed to doing it, so I gotta finish it.
Yeah, I mean, it's on, but I guess it's gonna be watching me.
Are you
So.
subscribed to my channel?
Yeah, of course.
All right.
Yeah.
Am I
Yeah.
subscribed to your? Do you got anything on your channel? Let me see.
I'm gonna start a podcast, but it probably not gonna like. I'm gonna start the actual podcast first, and then probably like get somebody to record it, and then put the record some of the recordings on YouTube. Hello.